All right, everybody. What's up? What's up? I'm going to give you a moment to come on. Let's give you a moment to get in the space with us. All right. I see we have a few people with us. Let's see who's here. I want to see it in the comments. We got a special guest. If you guys were here, you remember I've mentioned a few things about that cup, right? So I know you're the early birds. We're 5 minutes early, and I appreciate you so much. Hi, Mark. How are you today? In the comments, tell Mark, tell everyone where you're watching from. Where are you watching from, and who else is watching? We have a jam-packed day, an exciting day. We've got Bill Walsh coming. We have Jim Britt, friend, and he actually, Tony Robbins worked for him at one point. Shwa, hello. We have Cleona of the Napoleon Hill Foundation's coaching division. She's a CEO of Think and Grow Rich Coaching.
Hi, Mark from the New Forest, UK.
Yep, Shwa. I know, Shwa. And talk about, look, while we're waiting for everyone to get on, I want you to share, because we've got something like super awesome, incredible, jam-packed day. But what makes it incredible is you with us in the conversation. And if you haven't noticed, everything that we're doing is designed, to engage you, to uplift you, to elevate you. We're looking to get in your world. Hi, Alan. So the more you speak back and let us know what's going on with you, the more we can co-create this with you. But Shwa is someone that lives in St. Lucia. You're watching from Arlington, Virginia, and you're going to be at the Les Brown Live. Go ahead.
Hi, yes. Angela. Welcome.
Welcome. Oh, thank you, Shwa. So I want to give you a little story about Shwa as people are coming on. I want you to share. And I'm going to hear from you. I'm going to hear your ahas. So keep writing. Where are you watching from, Alan? Shwa is someone who's lived in St. Lucia, got a message about an event Preston Weeks and I were doing, and actually flew in. He thought it was an in-person event. So he flew in from St. Lucia to me, and then just on the ground started going, okay, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? And wow, talk about all in. We have a problem thinking, can I get on the Zoom today? Do I have time? Can I eliminate distractions? This guy flew from another country into the US on a whim. Yes, you're going to be at the live event. Angela Ellington, good morning from Corona, California. Metro Detroit Joy. Wow. Cash management strategist. Look who we've got in our mix. All right. So I know some of you are starting to come on. While we do that, I'm going to introduce, does anyone know who's standing next to me? I want to see. Hey, happy Sunday from West Palm
Hi,
Beach.
Lisa.
Yep. Hello. Hello, hello. And you're in real estate. What type of real estate? Brenda, good to see you. What type of real estate, Lisa? I see more of you coming on. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Luxury real estate. Woo.
Mark got a good guess there.
Hubby to be. You got it, yeah. Mark. Yeah, and you've all heard me talk a lot about that. That look, I have a fire and a fighter in me, but my overall way of being is I love creating harmony, and I'm what I call a diffuser. If you're a diffuser or a peacekeeper or a harmony creator, put it in the comments. I want to see who we have here. And then I tend to be attracted to what my mentor, who you saw, Shanda, taught me is called a disruptor. And disruptors are awesome too. So the harmony, creators, you're a peace creator, Brenda. Put peace in the comments, or because they're both D's. Put peace in the comments if you're one of the diffusers, the communicators, the bring it all together, the connectors. Say something to that effect. Peacemaker, peacekeeper, harmony, all the way, baby, but with a gentle dose of honesty every now and then. Yeah. And we all have fire. Look, if you mess with the peacekeeper's babies, you're about to see the lion. You're about to see the disruptor, right? But then there's another type. And if you're this type, you're a peacemaker, connector, Lisa. Yeah, it's giving me chills. And what I've learned is there's another type. There's a disruptor. And they're the ones who are like, we're not gonna take it. They're the warriors. They're looking for they take on the battles. They fight and they disrupt. They flip the tables, and often those two are attracted to each other, right? Because you get that balance. And we actually really need both. We need the people, and we all have all of it in us, right? But so you're a connector, Schwa, and a disruptor. Yeah, I've embraced my inner disruptor. And I love joy. I love peace. I love connection. Not that you don't, but Rudy will embrace a good argument, go in on an argument. The first one to post, hey, what's up with this? I don't like this. He's all on Fox News, jamming it up with people. And is not afraid, right, of the hard conversations. You're a mild disruptor. Yeah, Angela, say more about that. What does it mean when you're a mild disruptor? So we have a diffuser and a disruptor, and we all have all of that. And I think it's really powerful when because like in my younger years, I would think, man, disruptors they're so negative, so confrontational, so loud, but that's not the case at all. There's a design, there's a calling. And when you align with your design, then you can play more powerfully. We both just saw the text from my daughter, Zaina. We're like, so you can align with that design. Fight hard for the underdogs. You got it. You're a non-conformist. I like it. We got some disruptors, some light disruptors, peacemakers. I have become a person that is, I live with a disruptor who and with a huge heart. You have an incredible, huge heart. And so I brought him on with me early. You're going to hear him on the panel later. He founded Body Legacy. It's a fitness company. We'll talk about that later. Hi, Ahmed. Where are you watching from, Ahmed? I'm very curious. And but I brought him on because he's got just a powerful energy and is in the background of what I'm doing. I'm in the background of what he's doing. Bahrain, wow. He's in the background of what I'm doing. I know it's not the same, but I lived in Egypt. My daughter's half Egyptian. And a lot of what we're offering over this event, it's all meant to bring you value, to stay in communication with you, to mobilize the army of disruptive connectors, light workers that know that they're meant. Yeah, disruptor before kids, now a peacemaker, Lisa. I like that. And so, so much of what we're doing is here giving value, right? And wanting to elevate you, because we know that when we get behind you, if you get activated, you get elevated, that represents communities, because you have a heart for service. You're helping people. And I want you to write in the comments who you're called to help. Joy, I know from you help widows, you help a lot of people, but you're called to widows. I know we had someone else in VIP called to people that left the military and now don't know what the next chapter is, right? Who are you called to serve? So I love it when we can get behind people that are out there helping people, right? So that's what this whole event is. You're going to see it all day and through the next days. And I know you've been feeling that. And you'll notice I don't have really much makeup on. The lipstick covers a lot, and so does the blush, because we went to church this morning and I already knew it was going to be one of those mornings where I just cried, and I did. I was like crying so much that the gentleman in front of us who does security and he's always scanning handed us a tissue. You know, I couldn't stop the tears. And so I want to give you a little behind the scenes, right? And this is going to be somewhere between when, you know, Shanda, one of my mentors, says, like, the stuff you talk about behind closed doors, don't be afraid to, that's usually the stuff you need to be right here. And then remember, Les Brown said, oh, but don't tell them everything, right? So this is going to be imperfect, messy before we kick off the whole day of value. But I already knew it was going to be one of those days because, you know, Livia lit this light in my heart that has actually always been there. I've always, in all of my goals since 17, sitting with the youth pastor, he asked me, Adora, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I'm going to read your comments, so keep writing them. And I would say I want to help kids, especially kids who've been girls who've been sexually abused, right? I said it right in the youth thing. It's been in every phase of my life. And so when Livia came with this mission of helping children, and I am going to pass it to you in a minute. Okay. Helping children who have been, you know, rescued from child trafficking and helping to prevent that, this fire just lit inside of me, and I haven't been able to let it go. And so today's message, and so you see me come on with the lights and the, hey, we're going to give you value and comments. But, you know, we watched Sound of Freedom the other day, and I literally came home and I was in the backyard just crying like, God, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? I know you've given me these gifts and talents. I know I have this business to run, but I know you place this burden on my heart. And they're like, what else can I do? Like, how can we move this money and take care of this cause? And, you know, Rudy's always out there, like, just holding me through all of that. And this morning, it was another one of those moments, you know, like, God, we're giving everything we can. We're bringing our best. We're being generous. We're going, what else can we give these people? How else can we hook them up? Who are the people? How can we put them in the atmosphere where they are destined to succeed? I mean, I say prayers over you guys and all the speakers that your businesses are blessed, that you're activated in all new ways, that you take action on the calling and the design in your heart, and that wave on wave on wave, that you're blessed mentally, spiritually, financially, with clients, with people, with, you know, all the things. I'm praying those things for you early in the morning. I'm like hugging the walls sometime, like, God, what else can I do? Bless them. What do I need to do? Who do I need to call in to help serve? And that's really what's going on. It's like a ringing of my guts, right? Like, there have been days, I'm just going to be real, that I've been on the floor just sobbing, like, God, okay, here's my offering. Now, will you multiply that? What can you do? Right? What can you do with this? You're welcome for the prayers, and you'll always be prayed over in my circle. And I'm not going to hide that. And whether you believe it or not, blah, blah, blah. Right? I know everybody has their own path, but I'm giving you authentically how I move. Right? And so I just keep going. Yeah. Thank you. You need just to figure out what exactly. That's right. Those prayers, like, just show me, lead me. Right? And so the great thing is, we do have great people coming along, and all these people are watching, you know, Sound of Freedom. And this morning, the message, and then I'll turn it over to Rudy, and our first guest is coming in 10 minutes or so. This morning I was I've just been in this burden for these kids, you know, I really have. And the message was about Egypt. and slavery in Egypt and God redeeming his people, out of Egypt, and just go with the metaphor, right? And I actually lived in Egypt and I left pregnant when the wars broke out. So God did come into my Egypt, right? And as a young teen, I was bulimic, did a program called Way Down Workshop, and it was all about the delivery from Egypt, right? So, and then my daughter recently has given her heart and started communing with God in a different way outside of religion and rules and all that stuff. And so that is my Egypt. She's half Egyptian, right? And so it was very meaningful and hitting me. And the pastor was talking about how the Spirit of God came in the middle, even when they were slaves. And I just started going, God, these children that are in slavery right now, like where, we need your presence. And the thing is, we can pray, we can think, we can act, but the truth is the angels that come are us with our hands. The angels that come to do something are us with our hands. Like, what can we do? Right? What can we do? And so, Rudy, I wanted you to talk a little bit because I looked over at Rudy in church and he was like rehearsing something. And I was like, what's going on with you? So, anyway, meet my lovely man, Rudy. Say hi, Rudy. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. And thanks, love, for the introduction. So first of all, yeah, Adora describes me as a disruptor. We are such a great complement to each other. The one thing that you've always shown me is how to be empathetic and see things through other people's eyes. And I think I'm always love collaboration. I always love harmony myself. But there came a point in my life where I had a personal experience where I felt I wasn't fulfilling my highest potential. So I started to grasp at how I could become the best version of myself. And it's hard to hold other people accountable to a higher standard if you don't hold yourself to that. So part of my fire and part of my disruptive nature now has come from really just elevating myself and growing as an individual. And Adora has inspired me in so many ways to do that. And so yeah, I have somewhat embodied that identity over the past few years, but it all comes from a place of love. Everybody that's in my circle, I'll be the first one to fire up and protect you if need be.
That's so true.
But one thing that I told myself a long time ago, if there's something that needs to be said, I won't hold back. And I'll make sure that I don't regret not saying something, especially if it's something that's going to add value, inspire, encourage someone to become the best version of themselves, or elevate or encourage them. So if you kind of kept up with that, the acronym there is VIBE. So I want to help elevate someone's vibe. So
and he'll call you on your shiz, just for the record. First one to call you on your shiz. Yeah.
So part of coming on today was thank you for the invitation. I was so moved, especially at church today. I was really inspired about getting out and talking about a topic it's so moving. I know this is a business amplifier event, and there's a lot of driven entrepreneurs on the show that are tuning in. You guys are probably the most driven people in your circles. You're moving causes that are huge, impactful. So there's a lot of things that this is going to benefit you and your business. But let's not forget what really is going on here. What we're really trying to move the needle on is something it's become an epidemic really in our world, and it's unfortunate. Dora mentioned the sound of freedom. It's been all over the news. There's a lot of hoopla, a lot of excitement. Everybody's talking about, hey, spread the message, and I love it. I love that it's being talked about. It's something that's so important. But there's a problem with that. A lot of us, excuse me, we fall into a place where we get into the mix of spreading the word, sending prayers, but sometimes we get stuck between words and actions. And I want to encourage each and every one of you that's on the call today to start taking action. Let's see how we can get involved. I don't know a lot of organizations out there that when you get involved with them and you participate and you collaborate, that you're going to directly impact the cause that you're going for. I mean, I think of the Salvation Army. I think of some of these charitable organizations. You don't know where your money's going. So this event is one of those events that these funds are directly going to impact the harbor, in a place that's directly impacting and rescuing kids and rehabilitating kids that are victims of this terrible epidemic. So ever since Adora and Liv began their collaboration, Livia, on this Uprise cause, I've been so inspired. I've been behind the scenes a lot, but I've seen you working so hard for this. So if you guys are listening, just look within yourself and feel, where can you take action? Words are nice, prayers are nice, they're always welcome, but action is what's going to make the move. It's what's going to move the needle. So let's go out there and make a difference. And as you participate in the event today, you're going to see a lot of great things that you can implement in your life. But let's not forget the reason why we're here and what we're trying to cause and raise up. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Look, now he's got red lips. He loves that. I'm sorry, you can wipe it off. That was rude of me to do to you. Yeah. So, the link that we just put up, it just got on my heart today. We're still bringing that offer to you. The ones who want to come to Atlanta, we'll talk about that later. Everyone playing that game is playing a game of contribution. Livia talked the other day about the woman. I found the book. I'll post it later, but she had 3 kids. One is the CEO of 23andMe. One is the CEO of YouTube, and one is another big CEO. And they asked her, like, how do you raise these successful kids? And she took them to volunteer. And so at a very early age, they got and felt their pain and the suffering, and they started accessing, how can I solve this problem? How can I be bigger? And none of us can solve it alone, but in thinking bigger, what happened is their brain stretched, and now being CEOs of these big companies are natural. So, we always hear the blessing that will come when we're giving, and we're giving everything we can in the events, and you're going to continue to receive all day. We've got Jim Britt coming, who I told you Tony Robbins works for him. He's going to work on beliefs that have us blocked and removing those beliefs with us. And then we have Bill Walsh and Austin Walsh, and Bill Walsh is the one bringing Sherry from the Real Housewives of Atlanta to the event in Atlanta. Is a great friend. We're bringing you so much value. And we're going to continue. The webinar whisperer is going to show you how to convert on webinars. Like, we have so many things coming, but I'll talk to you, Brenda, because you're on Facebook, YouTube, and I don't see your last name. I don't know how to find you. So message me, Adora at adoracrystal.com, and you and I will book a call and we'll talk about getting you to the event. But aside from all of that, what's up there right now, time to uprise.com/donate. If you can do $5, $15, $15,000, I don't know what's being stirred in your heart, but we realize, like, there are a lot of you that want to do something that can't go to, will someone put my email, Sam, in the chat for Brenda? You can go to this link right here, and I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to bring Shelly on later, who runs the harbor. Like, it really makes a difference. It really makes a difference. They're not only working with kids who have been rescued, but then they have these emergencies where, how we're shifting through our own identity stuff. We're getting over we're helping people shift through their identity stuff. Jim Britt's about to work with us on our identity and the beliefs that are under it. These kids that have been rescued, within 6 weeks, if we don't rally around them and they don't get support and get a new identity, a new career, a lot of times they go right back into the old scenarios because their belief is that's just the life for them, and that's where they belong, and that's really their value. And so the money, whatever you can do, it really, really, really helps. So I'm going to leave that up there, time to uprise.com/donate. And look, even if it's $1, Even if it's $1, just take an action. And I'm just going to speak into an existence right now that you will see blessings and miracles and things in your life because you're taking, it's not Adora, that's okay, Adora at adoracrystal.com for my email for Brenda. Thank you. But back to the blessing, and anyone who wants to join in with me on that if you look, we're going to have other opportunities where we can volunteer, where you could be frontline, where you could be part of a disruptor. But there's something you can do right now. I mean, we buy coffee, we buy Amazon packages come all day. We invest in so many things. I just want you to move into action and let your being know, I care about this and I'm an action taker. I'm a person who doesn't just talk or spread awareness or get high on I'm part of this event. I'm not, but I'm going to take action. I'm just saying that there will be a supernatural wave of miracles, of blessing, of peace in your family and your nervous system, in your business, in your creativity, and your ideas, and anything else that is needed or desired or wanted that you will receive, no matter what else you're doing, that you will receive wave on wave on wave on wave for getting behind this. All right.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, baby. We'll have you back later. Bye, all right. Love you. Okay. Will you shut that door so the dogs don't get in here? Okay. Awesome. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, and I probably need to move this. Oh, you're going to be in here with me later, so I'll leave it. Okay. So, all right. So thank you so much for those of you who did. If you did donate, just know it's going to a great, great, great cause. And whatever it is, I'm seeing it. I'm standing in the blessing for you. Okay. So our next speaker, we're a little bit behind here, but I'm super excited to bring him up. We share friendship with Dennis Waitley, and Les Brown is a friend of his. Tony Robbins worked for him at some point. And I was talking to him at the lake when we first connected. And one of my favorite things about what he was saying is the beliefs behind the beliefs that, whenever you're stuck as a coach, as a leader, as in life, period, ready to go to the next level, especially for people like us that geek out on what am I not seeing? What am I not seeing? Where is it? And we put ourselves in those things. Sometimes it can get even trickier, right? To find those rackets that are running beneath the surface. So Jim is very masterful at helping people get unblocked, Jim Britt, with their beliefs. And so we're going to bring him up so he can do some work with us. Hello, Jim. Welcome.
Hi, Adora. How are you?
Magnificent. Good to see you.
Great cause you're behind. My wife founded a nonprofit about 7 years ago to stop child trafficking, and ran that for about 5 years and turned it over to somebody else. But it did a lot of great things with that.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, I want to meet your wife. That's what I got to say. And, okay, Jim, so I'm going to remove myself and let you work with us for a bit, and then I'll come on at the very end. I'm going to let you do what you do.
So I have 30 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
All right.
All right.
Uh-oh. I got added. He got removed. What happened there, team?
There we go. Nope. There we go. All right. Well, it's great to be here. I was just thinking this morning about what I wanted to share with the audience here, and was thinking back to when I first kind of got into the personal development space. But I started out, my first business venture was in a direct sales company, and I'll never forget what I went through there. My first year, I didn't do so well. In fact, the training I got was, your job is talking to people. They said, if you talk a little, you'll earn a little. If you talk a lot, you're going to earn a lot. And I said, oh, how much is a lot? And they said 10 a day. And we didn't have internet or social media or any of that. We didn't have a brochure. So my job was to go out to talk to 10 people every day, which I did for a year. And over 3,650 people my first year, and I made one sale. So I got rejected over 3,650 times. So people ask me today how I handle rejection, and I said, I've already done that. I don't need to do any more. So, but at the end of that first year, I had lost everything. My home was in foreclosure. Actually, it had already been foreclosed. I had a notice on the door from the sheriff saying I had to be out in 5 days. I had both of my vehicles had been repoed. All of my furniture, most of it anyway, had been repoed. And I had a wife and a child. We had no food in the house, and I had 15 cents in my pocket. But I saw other people becoming successful at that business. And I stopped for a moment and I thought, well, maybe I need to go back and work in the factory where I used to work, or maybe I need to go back pumping gas the way I used to before the factory. And I thought about that for about 10 seconds. And I said, nope, I'm not going to quit. And, it was like time, fate, circumstances, whatever you want to call it, all came together. And over the next 12 months, I earned myself almost $500,000 in that business. Plus the one sale I made led me to another opportunity that I earned almost $500,000. So I went from 15 cents in my pocket to pretty much millionaire within 1 year. And it taught me a valuable lesson. It taught me that the foundation of everything is a decision. And it's not a belief. All beliefs are false until you decide they're true, then they're only true for you. And so many people make those beliefs true when they're really not true. It's like I could have decided that my belief was that business was hard to build and I couldn't be successful at it and I could never make any money at it. I could believe that, but I didn't, because I had a foundation that I built that belief upon. So over the years, I've worked with a lot of millionaires, billionaires. In fact, took a camera crew around and interviewed 12 mega millionaires. They all had to be worth at least 200 million. They had to have started with nothing, and then were all in different industries. And I was shocked to find out about the third interview that the last two plus that one all had some traits in common. Then I started to really watch it through the rest of the interviews, and they all had the same traits in common. So what I'm going to share with you here quickly is the traits that they had in common that anybody could develop. I even looked at myself later in life and looked at it, and I thought, well, hey, I've got those traits. And I think if you can develop these traits, I don't think it, I know it, that you cannot not be successful at whatever it is you're attempting to accomplish here. So trait number one is that you have to have a desire to change. Now, you may think that's pretty simple because you probably asked thousands of people on any street corner anywhere in the world if they want to make more money, and the answer would probably be yes. Even mega millionaires are going to say yes. So almost everybody has a desire to make more money, to be more successful, to have more things, to live a better life. But how many really do? And I discovered something years ago, about 35 years ago, actually, that we all have a core belief that we've developed about ourselves based upon the programming and the habit patterns that we've developed. And that core belief acts like an anchor that keeps us stuck. Now, we may have certain things that we're really good at. Some people are really good at making money. Some people are really good at staying healthy. Some are good in relationships, but very few people are good in all of the areas of your life. So what I discovered is that, as humans, we get programmed, and some are, we have in common, like walking and talking and riding a bicycle or swimming or, things that we all drive in a car, things that we all have in common that we've been programmed to do, and they become a habit pattern. And I think those are probably stored like right at the surface of your subconscious because you don't even have to think about them to access them. We have probably hundreds of them. How you put your pants on in the morning, which leg goes in first, things like that. Simple habits that would be difficult, quite frankly, to live our lives without. But those habits keep us stuck. And yes, everybody has a desire. And you've probably heard the 80-20 rule. The 80-20, 20% of the people do 80% of the production and so on. Well, also 20% of the people follow through with what they say they're going to do, and 80% do not. They all have a desire. They all see the problem, but they have that anchor that keeps them stuck. And so you've got to take your desire to the next step, because desire is not enough. I call that a red hot poor person. You got to take it to the decision-making step. You got to decide what you want to do that's so firm that nothing less than that will do. In other words, let's say a decision, let's say this circle is a firm decision that nothing less than that will do. The 80%ers leave a little opening in that circle, and that's their escape route. That's their excuse as to why it didn't work. So you've got to close that gap, and you got to make a decision that doesn't allow for turning back, because a decision creates a mindset, and a mindset determines how you show up, and it determines how the world shows up to support you. So that decision that I made many, many years ago was that I was going to make that business a success. And I said I'm going to get wealthy doing it. And I didn't even know what wealthy was back then. But $1 million was a lot of money. But 15 cents was not much. But I never lost my desire, and I never lost my decision. And yes, there's certain things that just don't work, and you got to bow out. And some people hang on too long out of desperation, hoping it's going to work. But see, I knew it would work because I saw other people doing it. So that decision creates that mindset. And everybody's got a mindset. People say, well, how do you know what your mindset is? I said, look at any area of your life. I don't care if it's health or wealth or relationships or whatever it might be. We all have a mindset, and that mindset has brought us where we are today. It's called the law of cause and effect. Now, you may not like that. You may not even believe it, but you don't have to believe it, because the law of cause and effect works 100% of the time. We cause the effect based on the decisions that we've made. So I would encourage you, when you have a desire to change and you see something that needs changing or you want to change, make a firm decision to get on with it. And the next step is taking action. And I know there's a lot of people, they're getting ready. They're getting ready to take action. They're getting ready to get going. They're just as soon as, they have their business cards, or as soon as they have their website up, or as soon as they get their app developed, or as soon as something, they're going to get started. But the mark of a good entrepreneur, there's always something you can do in the process of doing other things that need to be done, maybe, or you want to have done. There's always something you can do now to move yourself forward, to move that era forward. So take action. And when you take action, what's going to happen is that you're going to come face to face with a little discomfort, a little bit of pain, because the you that wants to go from where you are now to where you want to be, that you can't make it. You've got to become a different you. So you've got to, in order to accomplish more, let's say financially, then you've got to become a different person in order to attract that, or in order to create that, in order just to have a better, healthy body. You've got to make a decision, and you've got to follow through, and you're going to experience some pain in the process of getting there. So what happens though, when we come face to face with our own comfort zone, that's when we start to weigh out things. That's where that 80% turn tail and run. We weigh out the pain. Let's say you want to get healthy. You want to lose, 50 pounds or something. And you start to go on a diet, or you start to exercise, and you buy a gym membership and those things. And you start to weigh out the pain of changing. Got to go to the gym every day. Got to work out for an hour. Got to work out for 30 minutes, whatever it is. Got to eat this or eat that, and not eat this and eat that. And you weigh out the pain of changing, and you go, well, I think I think eating potato chips and sitting on the sofa with the remote is so much less painful. So we choose that. Or we run them face to face with rejection, just like I did back back when I first started, 3,650 times. I could have said, in fact, I look back on it and go, was I stupid or what? I mean, what really drove me to do that? And I think it was inspiration and desperation. I didn't want to live the way I was living, and I wanted more in my life. And I refused to give up until I got that more. So you've got to be willing to experience some pain. And the next step is really critical. And I was on a panel a few years back, and somebody asked me, what one thing have you learned over the years that's been the most important thing to the exclusion of everything else? And I didn't even hesitate. I said, the ability to let go. There's power in letting go. People think, well, you let go and people walk all over you. No, that's not true. You let go and you're back in your power. Because if you're hanging on to something that disempowers you, then you're out of your power. So if you're hanging on to worry, or is this really going to work, or you're not sure you believe it's going to work, or your belief is not strong enough, or the decision you made has that opening at the top, you've got to move forward. You got to execute. And when you do, you're going to come face to face with things that create pain. And you got to be willing to let go. You got to be willing to not give it any energy, just to back off and let go. And people say, well, it's really hard to let go. Well, I disagree with that. So let's say I've got this mouse in my hand. Does that mean I need to hold it in my hand for the rest of my life? And the answer is no, I can lay it down. I don't have to give it any energy until I want to. So when you're come face to face with something stopping you, like a counter belief that's going to take you in the other direction, then that's when you need to stop, take a deep breath, not give it any energy, and continue to move in the direction you want to go. So every action you take from this point forward, once you've decided what you want, every action you take is going to move you toward what you want or away from it. Success at anything is really that simple. And the only thing that really exists is right now in the moment. Not tomorrow, not yesterday. Yesterday's past, it's gone. Tomorrow's not real. Now you can plan for tomorrow. But you know what? Personally, I don't set goals. I don't write things down. I make decisions and follow through. I don't have a vision board. I don't need to write it down. I can remember it. So, but that's just me. If you need to write it down, then I'd say write it down. But, it's simple. The power of letting go. And then the last thing I want to share with you is something I discovered, 35 years ago, roughly. I don't remember the day, but I was on the phone with a friend of mine, and we used to read some of the same books. In fact, he'd send me a book and I'd send him books. And so we'd buy 2 books at a time and send one to the other if we thought it was something really in depth that we wanted to discuss. So we were on the phone one day discussing a page out of a book. We spent like an hour on that page because it was really an in-depth writing. And once we finished, he says, Jim, he said, what do you think the word resourceful means? And I said, man, I don't know. Maybe being more productive, or maybe using your imagination. Or I said, I don't really know. I said, why? He said, well, it's just an interesting word. And I said, yeah, I guess so. And we talked a little longer and we hung up. And later that day, I was on my way home and I couldn't quit thinking about the word resourceful. I just kept over and over and over in my mind, resourceful. What does that mean, resourceful? And it was like somebody telling you, don't think about a pink elephant, and all you can think about is a pink elephant. So I get home, and this was before the internet. So I pick up the dictionary and I look up the word resourceful. And it is defined as, once again, full of source. I thought, that's pretty interesting, depending on what you think source means. And so I looked up the keyword source. And the definition was where all things originate. Not some things, but all things. Now, depending on, again, what you think source is. But I thought it was pretty powerful. And so I kept looking for other definitions of source. And I'd go to bookstores. At one point, I just searched out all the bookstores in the metropolitan area near me and would go around looking for that word in a different type of dictionary. And I never found anything that was different. And so one day I was in the UK, and I was at a small little village called Chester. And I was walking down the sidewalk, and I see the back door of a building, and it had a sign over the top that said antique books. And I'm always intrigued by old books. I love buying old books, and just that writing is just it's amazing. It's different but amazing. So I walk in the back door, and the first book I see is a dictionary, and it's about this thick. It's like a foot thick, and it was all tattered and torn. And I wished I'd looked to see when it was published. I don't know. It looked old, but who knows? But I opened it up. In fact, it had a sign on it that said, "Do not open." But I thought that was for people in the UK. So I decided I would open it carefully, and I was prepared to buy it. I think. I don't know if it was what it would cost, but anyway, I carefully opened it to the S's, and I looked up the word source. And I saw some of the same things I'd seen before. But all of a sudden, one definition popped out. It said source, love. I went, wow. Resourceful, once again, full of love. And I thought about that for a little bit. And I thought, wow. I thought everything originates in love. And I thought, well, how does that apply to business or to your personal life? And I thought about that for a while, and I thought, well, you start a new project, just like Adora and her husband. You can tell that they both have a lot of passion for helping traffic victims. They fall in love with that, with helping people. And when you start a new project, when you go to write a book, you go to create something new, you make a decision and you fall in love with that. Now, over time, because of your comfort zone continuing to pop up in your face, the pain of that, a lot of people back away. They fall out of love. In fact, I looked at that and I thought, wait a minute, there's a flaw here. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. And I thought, okay, if everything exists in love, where does fear come from? And I was puzzled by that for about 10 minutes. And I kept thinking about it. Where does fear come from if all things exist in love? And suddenly it hit me. We fall in love with fear. Think about that. We fall in love with fear. We create that and we put passion into fear. And that's what blocks us. The fear of changing, the fear of going to the next level, the fear of the pain it's going to cause. We fall in love with fear and we end up creating more of that in our lives. So if you fall in love with what it is you're doing, that's the key. And stay in love. And the way to do that is the power of letting go and keeping yourself in the moment. Now, I was in Toronto a couple of years back, maybe 4 years back now. And I was walking down Yonge Street. It's kind of a big tourist area, big wide sidewalks. And my friend and I, we had an event going, and we went out during lunch break and took a walk. And we walked out maybe a mile or two, and suddenly we saw that we were getting close to time to start again. Of course, they couldn't start without us because we were the featured. But anyway, we started walking really fast to get back to the hotel. And I'm pretty tall. I'm 6'4". My friend was about 6'2", so we had long legs and we're walking really fast. And suddenly I feel presence on my shoulder. And it was like somebody walking in step with me. And he was so close that I could actually smell the guy. And I was about to turn around and go, hey buddy, back off a little bit. But just as I started to turn around, he started talking. And he had two different voices. So one voice said, and God created man. And the other voice said, yeah, I know that. And then his first voice again said, well, then God created a woman. And he said, yeah, I know that too. And then he said, and God created fruit. And the other voice said, fruit? What does fruit have to do with anything? And the other voice said, well, inside the fruit, there's a seed. And he said, if you plant it, it will grow. And if you don't, it won't. Now, what happens when you plant a seed? It may grow, but if you don't keep it watered, keep it nourished, take care of it, pick the weeds out, it may not grow very well, or it may not grow at all. So you got to nurture that to make it grow. That's what a farmer does. And you've got to do the same with anything it is you want to accomplish. So if you plant that seed in love, it's going to grow as long as you keep the weeds out, the weeds of negativity, doubt, worry, uncertainty, lack of confidence, all of those things we got to keep out. We got to keep moving forward in order to accomplish what we want. So fall in love with it. And my question is really, are you in love with what you want to accomplish? Or is it just a one-night stand? So I don't know where I am on time here. Let me take a look. I'm getting pretty close, a few minutes. So just to go back again, real quickly, you've got to have a desire to change. You've got to make a decision to change, one that doesn't allow for anything less than that. You've got to take action, and you got to take action daily. And when you do, you're gonna meet with some failures. You're not going to fail, but you're going to meet with some failings. You're going to meet with some things that didn't work. You know, when I went out and started talking to 10 people a day, I didn't know what I was doing. And a fellow that taught me later what I was doing wrong. He said, how do you know if you have a viable prospect? And I said, I don't know. I guess if they buy from you. And he said, no, how do you know if they're even going to buy from you? I said, I have no idea. And he said, that's obvious. and so he said, you got to arrive at 3 destinations. He said, number 1, do they have a pain or a problem? Number 2, do they want to solve it? And number 3, can you solve it? If all 3 of those are in concert, then you have a viable prospect. And he said, now, how do you know if they're going to buy from you? I said, I don't know. Or how do you know if they're going to have if they have those 3 things? I said, I don't know. He said, that's obvious also. And he said, you've got to start asking questions and listening. And I would say ask questions to yourself and listen. If you're a speaker, get in front of the mirror and ask yourself, what's it like having someone like me speaking to me? What's it like for my audience? What's it like for me? What's it like for my children having a parent like me? What's it like for my husband or wife to have a spouse like me? What's it like for people I coach, if you're a coach? What's it like for those people being coached by me? You see, when you look at yourself and ask questions and listen, you'll come up with the answers. And the same thing with people. If you ask questions and listen, you can figure out people's pain. They will share it with you. And I even asked him back then, I said, what kind of questions should I ask? He said, it doesn't matter. Just start a conversation. He said, if you say hi, what do you think you're going to get back? I said, probably a hi or a hello. And I said, or he said, so what if you say, hi, how are you? What do you think you're going to get back? I said, probably I'm just fine. How are you? Or thanks for asking. How are you? I said, now you got a conversation going. You see, ask questions and listen. And people will, if you're truly, truly interested in that person. And what that fella taught me back then, he said, Jim, if you live your life this way, he said, you'll never lack for money, you'll never lack for friends, and you'll build a network worldwide one day. And he said, every time you meet a person, it doesn't matter what the circumstances are, who it is. It may be business, it may not be business. It might be at a wedding, at an airplane, or, it could be anywhere, church. Always be thinking, what can I do to help that person? See, if you're always thinking that, that puts out a great vibe to the world and makes the world a better place. So have a desire, make a decision, take action, step out of your comfort zone, learn to let go, and plant what you want in love. Fall in love with it, create the passion. Thanks for joining me here. I think I'm just about wrapped up here.
Awesome. Hi again, Jim. I'm loving the comments. People are getting so much here from you. If you have a question for Jim, go ahead and put it in the comments. We're going to ask that. And I'll also let Sam come up and ask a question. I saw him taking notes the whole time in the green room. He's one of our trainers at Body Legacy. Do you have a question, Sam? You're muted, by the way.
I probably have 1,000 questions for you, Jim. But I guess I'll pick one. I think the thing that I would ask you from my perspective of curiosity would be, I loved how you said falling in love with your decision. You kind of have like the no going back mentality, right? And so if you were to give maybe any advice or direction for somebody that it's inevitable, once you make that decision, you're going to have to take action to make anything happen. But it's inevitable that some of those actions that you have to take are going to have pushback. What advice would you give to someone in terms of dealing with that pushback as you take the action towards going towards your decision and creating?
Well, I'd say the pushback, it depends on the pushback, but it's basically taking a step to the left and keep moving forward, and understand that you're going to get pushback. You're going to have doubts along the way. You're going to have things that don't work, and you just can't allow that to throw you off of the decision that you've made. So there's really a lot of power to look at it objectively and ask yourself, if I buy into this pushback, is this going to take me in the direction I want to go or not? And if it's not, then don't do it. It's as simple as that. Keep moving forward, because there's 1,000 reasons why a person would quit. But you only need one to move forward, and that's to stay connected and keep moving.
I have to also thank you, because you kind of made a light bulb turn on in my brain, right? Of the analogies that you were using, but then you got to the point of, where does fear come from, and people falling in love with fear. And when the light bulb came on, Adora was not lying. I just started writing all this stuff down. So I look forward to seeing what your wisdom, where it takes me moving forward, because it was impactful for sure.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So if you have the time, I think what I would like to do is,
I do want you to ask another question and take any questions from the comments, because Jim, we really wanted to give more time, but our schedule is back to back. So I want to, since we have the space, let's ask a few more questions.
Okay, so I actually have another question that I would ask you. So once you became successful, you got going, right? You went from, cents in your pocket to, not overnight, but let's say within a year, millionaire, and you worked and you were building. Did you ever get to a point, it's not that you would fall out of love of what you were doing, but did you ever get to a point where you're like, hey, I've done enough? Or did you always have that maybe burning inside of you that kept you going? Is there a such thing as enough, I guess would be the question.
Well, if it's money, I'd say there is enough. But if it's my profession, then I'd just like somebody asked me just the other day, they said, how far down this road do you plan to go? I said, till the road ends. And, you know, I'm one that I don't get down. I really don't. I don't buy into trying to control things over which I have no control, which creates stress. It's almost the number one stressor. And I love doing what I do. You know, I love helping people. I've got methods of helping people discover what that belief is, that core belief that keeps them stuck, and how to take the emotional charge off of it, which it'll become like a file on your hard drive. You know, it's there, maybe, but it's not in your face every day. So you can move forward with much greater ease. And that's really the key, you know, is if you can figure out that core belief, which is not hard to do, but it's hard to do if you don't see it. It's a blind spot for most people. In fact, I would say it's a blind spot for pretty much everybody. But the more you whittle away at it, the more you let go of things that you can't control, the more it becomes visible that you can work with it.
I love that. So Laura actually had a great question that I'll ask you, which is, I always want to know, how do you believe when you don't, whatever it is? So like you fall in love, you make the decision, but you're struggling with your belief, maybe from the pushback. How do you get yourself to realign with it? Or is it at a certain point that you have to, like you said, take a step left or right and pivot? Maybe what you think you believe in, you're only kind of on point with it. Maybe you have to kind of hone in a little more on your belief.
Yeah, you know, if we really look at it, you know, if some people say, "Boy, I hope I can do this." Well, hope is defined as to entertain an outcome. People say, "Well, I'm going to try." Well, try is defined as to struggle. And then, well, I believe I can do it. Well, belief is defined as to have an opinion. And to know is to be certain. That's why the decision is so important, is that takes you to a level of knowing. I just know I can do this. And you keep moving forward no matter what. But a belief, all beliefs are false. They're all false until you decide they're true. Then they're only true for you. And, you know, I was challenged many times with that. But it's your own personal opinion. So if you can take it to a level of knowing, that's really key. And lose those other words like hope and try and belief. Just take it to a level of knowing.
Well, one thing I've noticed about individuals who are very successful is I think they have a very strong understanding of the power of their words, and in terms of what they're projecting out into reality, but also what they project inward as well. And that's one thing that I want to compliment. Just with the way you said, knowing versus belief are two very different things.
Yeah,
you need to
absolutely.
know that you can do it, not believe that you can do it.
Know is to be certain.
Yes. I'm going to have that on a giant poster on my wall. I guarantee it by the end of the day. So I appreciate that.
So awesome. Great questions. Great questions, Sam. We have one from Lisa. Jim, how much should you wait for your achievements? Time is an essence, and I'm tired of starting over.
Well, that depends on you. Time is really our only asset, and we go on a shopping spree with our time every day. Depends. I mean, I guess it's, what do you buy with your time? Are you really taking action? Are you creating what I call busyness, which looks like you're taking a lot of action? Or are you really on task? Are you doing things that's going to move that needle? It's going to take you in the direction you want to go. That's really the key. And people say that patience is a virtue. I disagree. I think impatience is a virtue. Get on with it quickly. You don't want to hang around just waiting for it to happen. You've got to be the one that takes action and moves forward. Just do something every day, a little bit every day. If you don't have a lot of time, a little bit every day will move you toward it. And some point, it'll just explode for you. Was it easy for me when I started? Heck no, man. When I got into the speaking business, I connected up that direct sales company. What really came out of that was I met Jim Rohn. he was the trainer in that company. And later we ended up as business partners. And I did such a good job promoting him the first year that I had to start speaking. I had to get out there and start, speaking. And it scared me to death. And I thought the first year, man, I didn't know if I was going to make it. I just kept pushing and pushing and pushing. But I'll never forget the day that I lost all of my fear. And I had so much confidence in what I was doing that my first thought was, instead of being nervous about what the audience is going to think of me, my first thought was, from that day forward, was let me at them, because I've got something that's going to get inside them and light them up, wake them up, and get them moving forward. That's always my objective. So keep moving and have patience.
Awesome. Well, Jim, before we wrap up and let you go, first of all, just thank you. It's nice to meet you. I know we've been in connection for a little bit now, and this makes it more official.
Yeah.
I don't remember if I shared with you that I was living in a boarded up home with no electricity. And instead of investing in electricity, I invested in an Herbalife kit and met Jim Rohn on a Walkman radio at 18. And he was giving that talk about the set of the sail, and that you're headed toward a destiny. And if you wanted to change that destiny, get mentors. And I was like, oh crap, I'm already the town scandal. This will never work. And then he talked about the library being full of them. And I read over 75 books that year and listened to so many audio programs. Tony Robbins was the next, sold me on constant and never ending improvement. And so that was my origin point for waking up into entrepreneurship and the self-development world.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, Tony worked for me for about between 4 and 5 years. And he was a great salesperson, and he developed a knack for speaking as well. And then he went out and started his own business, and I kind of helped him a little bit there when he first started. And I guess my only mistake was I should have taken a percentage of him.
Right. That's how I felt about the movie The Secret. I got Dennis Waitley and Dr. DeMartini. I was like, I should have at least had my name run in the credits, but we had no idea when we were doing that. Live and learn.
Yeah, Dennis is a great friend of mine. Dennis is 90 years old now, but he's just sharp as can be.
He bought a rowing machine because he was, I just love it. All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. I love and appreciate you, all kinds of comments here. And you'll want to make sure to grab the richcode1.com, go to the richcode1.com and the richcode2.com to get your gifts from Jim, and we will send that in our replay. And just remember, anytime you go to the VIP upgrade page on the day a speaker's on, only the people live know this, but you can click on the image and there's a link there too if you didn't get to write it down fast enough. Go ahead and drop it in the chat one more time, team, and lots of love, Jim.
All right. Thank you so much, Adora. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. So team, guess what? We have a great surprise. Live shows are so much fun. So Bill Walsh and I have been texting back and forth. He's been in like a back-to-back event thing. His son, Austin Walsh, will be here in just a minute. And we'll have Bill on either later today. We have a pretty full day with amazing speakers and people that are going to really pour into you all day. But Bill's calling now, so I'm going to pass this to Rudy in a moment. But Austin will be on, his son, who's a digital marketing freaking genius, that's going to give us some nuggets about how to move our message online and some tips around that. But in the meantime, we have Rudy we have you on a leadership panel later. Yeah. But I want you to take a few minutes and tell people kind of your story of body legacy, because you're gonna see, guys, that when you're having your own company, whether it's network marketing, and please in the chats, let us know again, what is your company? Mark, even though we know not everybody knows, there are new people here. So tell about your store, tell about what you do, put it in the chat so people can find their tribe and find you. But like Les said, people don't buy your products. They buy you, they buy your story, they buy the emotion of the vision, they buy the identity that they're aligning with, right? They just like people could they could use a gold wing if you like motorcycles, or they buy Harleys. When they're buying into Harley, it's an idea, it's an identity, it's tattoos, it's freedom, you get all these images, right? So it's the same with you and your own unique identity and story. And Rudy has one of the most inspiring stories and visions. So I want you to just take a little time and share that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And thank you, everyone, for being part of this show. I'm super honored to be here and getting to participate in this great event. Jim's presentation, the one thing that resonated with me is, take action. I think those two words right there mean a lot for us today, specifically with the message that we're trying to convey and the thing that we're trying to impact. So I feel honored to be here. So as Adora mentioned, I founded a company called Body Legacy, and I'll tell you a little bit of the history behind it as I go. But so I'm a 21-year fitness professional. It was kind of my calling early on. I always knew I was passionate about fitness, and I was always called to help people to start their fitness journey. I've actually worked with some of the likes of Bally Total Fitness. If some of you guys that probably ages me quite a bit. Bally was around back in the 80s and 90s. I started with them right out of college. Took a $650 an hour plus commission position in sales, and I wasn't really a salesperson myself. I didn't classify myself as a salesperson. But one thing that I knew I is somebody that was passionate about fitness and passionate about helping others. When I was in a marketing class my sophomore year in college, my professor changed my life because we had to create a business plan. I'd never written a business plan, but all right, let me give it a shot. But he said one thing that changed my life forever. And he said, if you're going to create a business plan, find something that you're passionate about and just create a business around it. And as I mentioned, my two passions were helping people and fitness. So that's where the idea was born. For me, it was just about finding the company that was doing it and learning the ropes. So that's why I joined Bally's. Eventually, I worked with 24-hour fitness. So fast forward 17 years later, I find myself, I'm a fitness professional. I'm in the grind, so to speak. And, I find myself kind of caught up in the same cycle that I think a lot of us driven people
there we go.
Find ourselves in. We put all our eggs in one basket. We drive our businesses. We take pride in actually working and grinding. It kind of becomes our mantra, so to speak. And I'm 17 years in. I'm teaching people how to get started on their fitness journey, and I'm probably in the worst shape of my life. I'm probably 25 pounds overweight. I'm not shy about talking about this, but I was battling an addiction to alcohol. That's a big part of my story. And, I just kind of hit what we call the rock bottom. For me, it was a point where I realized that I couldn't continue, and I had one of those moments. It's very profound. I have a hard time expressing how it felt, but I had a moment where I was kind of at a low point in my life, and I had an epiphany. It was like in an instant, I imagined my life 10 years from that point. It's hard to really say how that feels, but it was so real. And I thought for a moment, wow, if I continue along this path of my life where it's at, I was drinking heavily, I was working hard, I was overworking, my body was just at a point where I couldn't take it anymore. And yet here I am, supposed to be the epitome of fitness and inspiring people to start a fitness journey, and I'm actually losing a battle, right now. And so in that moment, I just imagined my life in 10 years, and it broke my heart. It broke my heart for several reasons, not only for not being the person that I always aspired to be. You know, I always had these grand ideas and goals, but the part that really tugged on my heart is who I was going to become for the people in my life. Um, you know, I was just started dating Adora at the time. My mother, you know, was constantly worried about me and my well-being because of my addiction to alcohol. So I really found a point where I just realized that I had to make a change. And it was at that moment, you know, it was actually, you know, having Adora in my life. I'd always aspired to be an entrepreneur, and I always thought about the idea of having a business myself. And, you know, she encouraged me and she inspired me. But it was at that moment that I made a decision that I wanted to go all in on not only my dream, but on myself. And I wanted to become the best version of myself. And so Body Legacy was born out of that spirit of becoming the best version of yourself. And, you know, we have a belief that in order to take care of the people that are around you that are most important, you have to take care of yourself first. It's paramount. Now, there's a lot of things that you can weigh and say that are way more important on the list. And I'm not saying that fitness has to be the number one, but it's a very, very important foundation to your life. The importance falls into if you are a more fit, a more energized, a more inspired person, you're going to be a better father. You're going to be a better mother. You're going to be a better business person or better partner to your business partners. You're going to be a more inspired philanthropist. These movements, these things that you're so inspired to move forward, you're going to have more energy and more vitality to move those things forward. So it became kind of our mantra, so to speak. So there's three things that we have a mission to do with Body Legacy. Obviously, we're a health and fitness company, but we want to help you. You know, when I started my career, I was great about getting people started on their fitness journey. But I always felt like I let people go somewhere down the line, and I didn't get to help to see it through. So Body Legacy, our goal is to really create an environment for people to become the best version of themselves. And we want to help you achieve your goal in the long run. So we'll talk a little bit about some of the themes of this event is legacy. So we want to help you become the best version of yourself, right? Live a purposeful life. And the last part is to create a living legacy. And for me, especially, I feel that the legacy is something I think that we get. It's kind of a nostalgic word, you know. You talk to some of the greatest athletes, right above there with championships, the most important thing to them is their legacy. Like, what are they leaving? How are they going to be remembered? Now, while legacy is, it's actually, look, the name of our company is Body Legacy. So legacy is my jam. I love that. It's something that inspires me. It drives me. But I think we've been thinking about legacy in the wrong perspective for a long time. So
wait, get ready. You're going to want to write this part down. This is like a game changer. Sam, I know you've heard it before. Anna might help us out with lights. There we go.
So one of my favorite movies of all time is The Gladiator. And one of the best lines in that movie, he's a general. He's rallying his troops and he says, brothers, what we do in life echoes in eternity. And that just got me so fired up. I remember in 2003 when that movie came out, I just ran out of the theater and I just wanted to attack the world. I just felt like I was so empowered by that. And it's true. There's a lot to be said about creating a legacy, creating something that you could be remembered by. But there's a problem that a lot of us face, especially driven professionals, people that are already successful in other areas of their life, that are great parents at home, that do certain things, they're great providers for their family. There's a lot of times, and in my experience, I run into a lot of people that seem to put their fitness and health on the back burner. And so with the legacy mentality, a lot of times we become a martyr. in how we approach life. We justify working ourselves to the bone. We justify doing all these things that sacrifice our own health, our own vitality, because we know we're doing something that's going to leave our family in a better position. So the important part about it is that it doesn't have to be that way. And matter of fact, it should be the exact opposite. You have to pay attention to how you take care of yourself. You have to prioritize your health. There's that analogy. If you're in an airplane and the plane is going down, the oxygen comes down, and they instruct you, you don't put it on your child first. The first person that oxygen goes to is the person that's holding it. It's you. Because if you go away, if you're not there, you're not going to be able to save your child in that moment. So the oxygen tank goes to you. And this is the same way with health and fitness needs to become a priority. So about legacy, it's about impacting not only our lives beyond our time here on earth, but it's about how can we impact our families today. And I think that's probably the best way I can describe what our mission is with Body Legacy.
Yeah, you guys, I see all the comments. Yeah, what we do in life echoes in eternity. I'm going to say a little bit more about this while we're waiting for Austin. And actually, Bill will be here in a few minutes. Is that, and put in the comments if you're one of those people that like you take care of everyone else. Just say me. But sometimes fitness and your health get on the back burner. So you've noticed the disruptor, diffuser energy. One place that we met in a gym, by the way. We met in a gym, imagine that. But I always look at it like as spirits that get to live in a body, right? That get the opportunity to live in a body. If you imagine angels, spirits, everything, however you like to imagine it, one of the greatest gifts would be to squeeze into a body. And I know you and your woman, you guys are hard driven, amazing people, right? So one of the greatest gifts would be to squeeze into a body, right? And to be able to taste the ice cream, feel the sun, all of that, right? And so the only real estate that we actually have, as long as we're here and evidence that we're still here, is this body. Right. And there's so many spiritual things, your body is a temple. Well, and lots of religions consider it that. So why is the body a temple? It's the place where your soul, your spirit, your mind meet God. That's the dwelling place. Right. And it's so cliche that we hear it often so much, but it's like, if you've been given a legacy to live and to manifest, and it is a living legacy. And I love you posted it up here. What we do in life echoes in eternity. But this is the temple. This is the place. This is where you get that vitality and the energy and all of that. So, that has been the vision, is helping people live their best version, starting with taking care of the foundation of the body. And what Rudy didn't tell you is he went on to do an Ironman. He did several half. We'll talk about that in the leadership panel. We stopped drinking alcohol. I did it to support him originally, but it's been almost 5 years. Almost 5 years of not drinking alcohol. And several people in his community, also like teens that grew up together drinking, stopped and have been inspired to this higher, and whether you drink or not, I mean, it's all good. It's just, it was a problem. It was a problem. It was a challenge. And so, he's put together something special. We can go ahead and put that code. It says that you get half off as the one that they had. What he really wanted to do was half goes to the harbor, but we didn't get that together. So we'll honor this half off.
So you can do both. If you want to work with one of our fitness professionals, you guys will get to meet Sam Bittner. He's one of our fit pros. We met him. Yeah, you guys have been on the event. You got to meet him. if you want to work with one of our fitness professionals and you say you're a busy professional, you can't get into the gym, we do our personal training remotely. It's an app-based program where we can work with you. We can design a customized program just for you based on your goals, where you want to get to. You get 100% support from our Fit Pros. But with this offer, you get two options. You get 50% off your first month of training with the promo code Uprise, or if you pay full price, half the proceeds of your first month's investment will go to the harbor directly. So either way, whatever it calls to you, we're just completely honored to be part of this program and part of the panel. Most importantly, to impact the children and to help elevate you guys in this event. So thank you very much, and Adora, I appreciate it so much to having me on.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys. Give it up, give it up, give it up. How about for people who have osteoporosis? So we'll take that for another time because we have our guest, Bill Walsh, in the back. We're not doctors. He's not a doctor, but we definitely have, you probably want to say something about bone health, but just a message. We'll get Sam, put your email in the chat. And Sam is the trainer that you met, and we'll get you together, Brenda, with him. All right. Thank you, baby. Bye. We'll see you later. All right. So, and we'll shut this door. So, guys, whenever I was younger, my dream guy was somewhere between Patrick Swayze and LL Cool J. And I think I found the middle. I think I found the middle. You have to know who both of those guys are to get it, right? Okay, so we have Philip in the room. I thought we had Bill Walsh in the room, so hold up. Let's see, Danny. Well, here we go. This is live and direct. I have a great guy. Yes, I do. It's been a journey together. We've both gotten better together. Relationships are some of the most revealing places, right? You can't hide out. You can't hide out there. It's like whatever you think, however elevated you think you are, however calm and cool, relationships, be it your children, your family members, those inner circle, and iron sharpens iron. So I definitely, we've sharpened each other. So thank you for that, Brenda. And let me tell Bill, are you coming? Okay. All right. So some of you put in the comments earlier what you do in the world. What I want to know, because we still have a day and a half, right? We're about halfway through today for you. And all the speakers are just next level, and they're really in service for you. We have Cleona coming later today. She's the CEO of the Napoleon Hill Institute, which is the coaching division of Napoleon Hill Foundation. She's a former VP of Bob Proctor, and she's going to be giving tips on Think and Grow Rich and coaching and how to launch a viable coaching business, because their coaches, they train them to monetize quickly. We have Bill Walsh coming any minute. We have a leadership panel where you're going to meet some just outrageous, awesome individuals. We have Bill Walsh coming, who he puts on like 300 stages a year. And in fact, the Atlanta event, he's the person bringing Sherry, the Real Housewife of Atlanta, for us. And let me just tell him I'm texting. So what I want to know, because they always want to know, out of these next few days, if you could have anything happen in your world, Bill is in the background. I see him. If you could have anything happen for you, and if one thing moved forward and you were like, wow, I got that at that event, whether it's a connection, a mental breakthrough, an idea, a revenue strategy, I want to know what that is. And let us know. and be bold, be vulnerable, be bold, and we're going to do our best to deliver. All right, Mr. Bill Walsh.
Hey, how are you today?
It's Sunday, so I'm going to talk to you in a bit of an accent because
There you go. Bring it on.
Sunday is full play.
Let's go.
Great to see you. So I was just telling everybody that you create over 300 stages a year. You have Power Team USA. You put together events for 7-figure, 8-figure, 6-figure, all the figures.
This week we did 7 events this week. How's that for a crazy week, right?
Yeah.
We ran the Lee Steinberg Sports Agent Academy. He's my business partner. If you've seen the movie called Jerry Maguire. And then we had power lunches and private jet masterminds in 3 or 4 cities. So it's been a crazy, crazy week. But I'm glad to be here with you on a beautiful Sunday here in 115-degree Las Vegas.
Woo! My goodness. Yeah, I'm feeling it in Texas. We're not that hot yet.
No, you're getting there. Don't worry.
But we are getting there. So, Bill, we had this conversation slotted for how to survive and thrive in tough economic times.
Yes.
And a lot of the people here are coaches. I saw, let me look up here, Ahmed, sometimes I say Ahmed, sometimes I say Ahmed, is a certified coach ambassador with the Napoleon Hill Institute with Sister Cleona, who's one of my favorite gals on the planet. Schwa, who knows you.
I see all these rock stars chiming in. I love it.
Yeah, Jessa, Pam. So a lot of these people are in the coaching, consulting, business, service. They're contribution-minded entrepreneurs. So let's just start with, what do you think, what does it take to thrive right now?
So here's some big things, right? Number one, own your space. Right. Obviously, we run a venture fund. We do business courses, speaker courses, mastermind events. I've been traveling the world for 30 years. I've spoken in more than 40 countries to more than 1 million people, helping entrepreneurs take their ideas, their goals, their dreams, and turn them into really successful companies. And, not everybody's going to win. Not everyone's going to succeed, and understand that, when you see all the cool things and the lights and the private jets, you don't see the hours behind the scenes, the 4 a.m. starts, right? The work till 1 or 2 in the morning. So the number one thing is own your niche. Whatever you're going to be great at, be great at that. So pick the one thing, right? Don't be doing 15 things at once, trying to have all these hustles, right? Get the hustle that you're great at, that serves the most people. There's money in the space, and you would do it for free. Just write that down. What are you great at? Serves a lot of people. There's money in the industry, and you would do it for free. You got to be passionate about what you do. If there's no passion for what you do, you're never going to make it, and you might make it a little while. And I don't believe in this stuff called fake it till you make it. How about earn while you learn? Listen, I've been broke and wealthy. Broke sucks, but you'll always find your real friends. You know what I'm saying? And I post a lot on social media that there's no time for the fakes, right? No cake for the fakes, and no hands.
No cake. No cake for the fakes. Someone write that in the comments.
And Adora, you and I have been friends for 20 years, I think, pretty close to that now. And we've all had our ups and downs, and be ready for that. If you're an entrepreneur, be prepared for the lean times, right? And it's really critically important that you put the work into it. I never stopped going to school. I'm taking classes right now, a new class at MIT on AI. I'm taking this Mind Valley class on AI. Just like I speak at events all over the world, I never stop investing in myself. So if you're a coach or a speaker, build great alliances. When you're first starting out, maybe you don't have tons of cash, or you don't have millions of dollars to invest. We were spending millions a year just in centers, just in locking down space, the Javits Center, the Convention Center in LA, the Dallas Convention Center. You're talking about millions before the year even starts. Before you bring in one dime, you're already investing that much money. But let's say you're not there. Let's say that you're under 100 grand or under 500 grand in revenue. Well, begin to offer some really cool high-level coaching for some clients. And please stop discounting your stuff. If you're a coach and you're great at what you do, I don't care if you're a personal development coach or you're a brain surgeon, you're a coach. Does that make sense? Someone that has that pain on the outside, they have a broken leg, believe it or not, if you're a great coach and help them with pain on the inside, they're going to pay for it. So stop this whole, oh my God, I'm going to keep lowering my prices. Well, you're going to lower yourself into Brokeville. Most entrepreneurs, they live in a place called Busyville, Adora. We go from Busyville to Brokeville to Burnoutville. If you're a coach, outline what you can do for them. Have crystal clear, here's the results we're shooting for, right? And understand that coaching is a two-way street, which means a coach can give you the insight. I'm not a life coach or a fitness coach or a relationship coach. I can't cook it all, but I'm a damn good business coach. So I know the space that I'm in. Does that make sense? And it's really critical that in the space that you're in, be tough. I mean, I hate to tell you, but entrepreneurship is tough. It's not easy out there. It's, you've got to get up early every day, work till late sometimes. We've done, 3 cities in a day on a private jet. So we'll bump in, have lunch, go to the next day, do a late lunch, do a dinner somewhere, and then fly back home before the night's over. And you don't see that wear and tear, but it's wear and tear too. But you've got to have some fun with what you're doing too. So, be really clear on your outcome. What are the results you can get for clients? And give yourself the best chance for the most exposure. So work on your public speaking. Get yourself an influencer site. There's a free app called Mingle, MINGL.no. Get yourself a book cover done. Go to Canva and create a book cover today. Get yourself a podcast done. Use Anchor. It's free. Set up a podcast. Get yourself some free news. I'm on Fox. I'll be on Fox 9 times tomorrow. 9 times in one day on different channels, different affiliates all over the country. There's a service called Haro, Haro. List yourself on Haro. Help a reporter out. Don't ever stop expanding your brand. Continue to partner, create alliances. If Adora has something going on, you can sponsor it or speak there or promote it, then just do it. Because I know that so many coaches live in this world that, oh my God, it's my little world. And if someone takes my client, what will I do? I want you to think way bigger than that. Think that if a coach can help your client, send your client there. If you know they can do good work and then make a difference, right? I think the mistake that people make is that they don't realize that you're there to serve the client. So my friend James Dentley has a TV network. I promote his TV network. Adora is the ultimate connector because she has all the relationships and, you've got to invest in things she's doing, whether it's fly here or fly there or do this. It's worth it, everybody. When I started out, I go back to 05 and 06 when we first launched Rainmaker. I didn't know a lot of people in this industry. I had hired Les Brown years before that, and we became good friends. And I learned so much from him because he owns his space. He's the GOAT when it comes to motivational speaking. There's no doubt about that. But at the end of the day, if he's got something going on, support it. And the only thing you'll do is just get better. Every time you go to these things, you'll learn something new. You'll pick up one idea. But as you start to do this and you'll invest in those relationships, that's what opens up what I call the gateway for exponential growth. And I think that's the thing, Adora, that you continue to reinvent yourself, right? And I think people need to know that it's not all of a sudden you just do one thing and, that you keep that same track. You do one thing when it comes to the gift, the results you provide for people, but you got to keep innovating who you are.
100%. Bill, I want to, did you see that video? I know you've been too busy and you're like me. We don't scroll a lot. We go on and we're very intentional and we get off. But I found the video that I believe was 2006 or something like that.
Wow.
And I think it was at your wealth camp or one of your Rainmaker events. It's where I met one of my good friends, Dave Brand, talking about Think and Grow Rich. And I'm sitting on the couch with red hair. And I'm like, hi, I'm Adora. I'm talking so like a little girl. I'm a celebrity connector. And so, if you need a connection, my MySpace link right there.
Right.
Click it. And I tagged you and on Facebook. I'm like, is this your house, Bill? I think it is, But you've been at it a long time. And like you said, your gifts, Les Brown said this the other day, your gifts will make room for you. So know your one thing. That's what you said. Know your one thing. Go all in on it. Don't try to be the jack of 15 trades.
Yeah, because no one's going to hire you.
Yeah, no one's going to hire you. Now, reinvent, pivot. We had to pivot in COVID. We pivot in, but the skill set is the same.
Yeah.
And you go all in there. Don't lower your prices to Brokeville and Burnoutville because you'll have to wear all the hats because you won't be able to afford help. You won't be able to, keep being all the things. That's a huge one. get core alliances, show up at events. So we have a couple of things coming. I know we have the event in Austin. Wait, we do have an event in Austin, but I'm thinking of your son. We have this event in Atlanta and we have your event. Let me just pull this up because I want you to talk a little bit about both.
Sure.
So Atlanta. So you're going to be there in Atlanta. I'm going to be there. It's 120 people, staff included. You've brought the guest Sherry from Real Housewives of Atlanta.
I got a couple other guests too. I got a couple NBA players going to come over, I guess. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just talking about you and the work you're doing. They're like, if it's in town and we're there, we'll be there. So pretty cool stuff.
So cool. And I think Pinky Cole of Slutty Vegan, she's going to try to be there, which is super cool because her company, she went from door dashing to a company that's valued at 100 million. And it's a vegan restaurant that lines around there, which is super cool. And Rob Cosberg. So anything else you want to say about that?
I would just say this, whatever you're doing, is it a 2-day event or 1 day?
2 day. We made it 2 day.
2-day event. So it's August 18th and 19th, correct?
Yes.
I mean, everyone, here's the most important thing. If you're gonna step outside your comfort zone, you want to learn from a guy, Les Brown. I mean, I watch him every time I watch him speak, I learn something new. But you need to be there. You need to get your tickets today, get your airline flights, whatever it takes. And here's a big secret. If they offer a VIP ticket, buy the VIP ticket. I remember when I was first getting started, I flew to London because there was a stage I wanted to be on and be a part of. And I literally bought a first class ticket to go to London. So that was a quick 10 or 12 grand. I bought a VIP ticket for backstage. That was under $3,500. So I was about 15,000 before I went there. And I wound up meeting the people that ran the entire event. Within 6 weeks, I was on stages for 2 years in more than 20 countries, all because I showed up for the event and I made and built the relationship with the people that ran the conference. So you got to show up for your own success story. You have to show up for your own success story. And when you show up to play full out. Don't come just for the red carpet. Come really early. You know, if there's red carpet things going on, show up early. Ask how you can help. Ask how you can carry chairs. I don't care what it is. People are going to watch what you do. They're not going to listen to what you say so many times. But if you'll show up early and stay late at these events, that's where all the magic happens. Maybe sponsor something. There's a sponsor for a lunch or a sponsor for a dinner. Ask about that. If they don't have a sponsor, you can sometimes create your own sponsor. You can ask the promoters, hey, how can we do this? How can I help even more? Can I buy lunch for the group? Can I do this, right? I've bought lunches for 500 people, 1,000 people, because I know once again that the outcome, especially if I can speak and sell there. Most of you guys know I speak a lot and we sell from stage, whether it's our Rainmaker course or our speaker programs or our masterminds. But things like this, you just want to get to the right people because many times when you have an event like this, there's lots of speakers there. They run events. So if you're a coach or a speaker or a trainer, the fun part about this is when you're in the same room as them, figure out ways to create value with them. Can I email for your event? Can I buy a table? Can I support a ticket? And you might say, Bill, but I don't have the money for all that stuff. Then write this down. Go apply for a grant. Write yourself a good business plan and go apply for a grant. There's $500 billion a year in grants that never get used. Stop telling me what you don't have. And I'm telling you today that as a small business owner, there's village grants, state grants, city grants, Jack Daniels grants, IKEA grants, Amazon grants. And if you're a small business, you don't got to pay the grant money back. So when people tell me they don't have money, I say, well, show me all the grants you've applied for. And all of a sudden it's like crickets in the room. So learn to realize that if you're a coach, it's a business. If you're a speaker, it's a business. Trainer, it's a business. And Les Brown's been doing this for 40 years plus years. And believe me when I tell you, I know that guy, he'll outwork anybody. He'll put the time in advance, but you got to show up for events. Leaders are born at events.
Yeah. And I just took it down because I know we've got all these other bonuses with it and you throw so much value that I didn't want to miss the opportunity to talk about we're going to be there. One of the special things is like Shanda said yesterday, that Les is not getting younger, even though we're praying he's young, but he is legend. He's iconic. And the opportunity to be in a small space like that, not just with him, but with Bill, with me, with Courtney from Coastal Capital, who I want you to meet, Bill Walsh. They're doing
I look forward to it.
story-based.
Plus my son will be there. My son Austin's going to fly in, and he's one of the top speakers in the country and runs a massive SaaS company that serves clients all over the world with all their mobile opt-in text messaging sequence systems. And he's going to talk about how to use mobile marketing to build a 7-figure business. And if you're not using mobile, it's called AMF, automated mobile funnels. I don't know what you're doing. We're getting a 90% open rate.
Well, I need that guy, because guess what? Ours broke down, and thousands registered.
All they have to do is we can have it alive today. Just text Adora to 26786. Just give that out today all day long. Text Adora. I'll set it up for you in 5 minutes to 26786. You'll get all the information, all the cool specials, all the VIP invites, and we'll make it. It'll be ready in 10 minutes. I'm
in. We've been trying to solve this problem in the background. Look at that. And see, I want to show you what else just happened. We're live, and I'm not acting like I know it all and I've got it all together. Like, this is why I get in the room. And all of us, we're so busy creating our own things. The only time we get in each other's rooms is when we pay and get in each other's rooms, when we collaborate, right?
Collaboration is the secret. Collective collaboration.
It's huge. It's huge. Yeah. And so what would you say, how do people go about that? Because you've done amazing work in collaboration. You're one of,
I would say the big thing is that, learn to add value and expect nothing in return. I know this sounds crazy. Well, how do I add value? Well, maybe you get someone on a website, or you get them on a stream like this, or maybe you'll do something for them that your company can provide, or maybe you put them on a radio show, or maybe you add them to things that, that you can add value. And realize this is that when you get into these conversations, stop talking about yourself. It's called 90-10 rule, 90% about them, 10% about you. And when they're speaking, learn a process called LLP, listen, learn, and process. And what it really means is while you're listening, you're learning, can you figure out things to help them with, right? And if you can't help them, you might say, listen, next time you got a charity event, I'll be there. I'll buy a table, or I'll be a volunteer for you. But put yourself in the right rooms all the time. Once a week, force yourself to be in the right room. And if you're in the right room, I'm going to tell you today that if you're really good at what you do, magic will happen. But don't discount your services. Don't be cheap to yourself, right? Realize your own value. If you don't give yourself value, nobody else will either. So if you don't set your own rates, and stop giving away stuff for free. Stop giving away your time for free. I see all these people give away their time for, no, let them watch a video from you, maybe put them into your social media, have a quick conference call with them to figure out, is there a way you can work together? Is there some collabs available? And then of course, we had our TV show down in Dallas. Adora messaged me a couple of days. I said, why don't you come over and be on the show? We're launching a new TV network, global broadcasting network. We've got a global business network group that we're looking for people to want to tell their stories, because the future, and I'm telling you this today, is not just membership sites. It's TV-based membership sites. It's being able to build massive active communities at $5, $6, $7 a month of your tribe. So go start building your tribe today. Give away a free newsletter, maybe give away some free videos, create a free community on Facebook. It costs nothing to do this stuff. In your community, don't sell stuff, just more content. Take these little videos like this and slice them up. There's an app called Captions. Use Captions for this, and then all of a sudden start to push them out with InShot. INSHOT. All this stuff is super inexpensive. And if you're not using it, I'm not sure what you're doing. There's a new one called Synthesia. Write down Synthesia. That's a new tool that can take your voice in 4 minutes, and it begins to make avatars of who you are and what you speak about. You don't even know. This might be an avatar you're talking to now. Who knows?
Yeah, right. It's not that good yet, Bill. I've checked it out. It's close, and it's going to get better and better, but it's like, I am Bill.
Every day,
and I am very happy to, but it'll use his tonality. It's getting better. It's only getting better.
When you see the actual finished videos where they're well done, and you put my voice in the 4-minute video or the voice of Synthesia, it's pretty scary how, that Drake released a song with Lil Wayne just a month ago. It had 100 million downloads, but neither Drake nor Lil Wayne knew anything about the song. Can you imagine?
I didn't know that.
They didn't know 100 million downloads on a song because they thought it was a new release from Drake, and they came out and said, we didn't release this song. It was actually an AI system that made the song with the beats from a guy that made beats, and then they took it down. But it's crazy the potential of what can happen with where things are going, but stay in the know. And that's why you come to this event, right? August 18th and 19th, you've got to be in Atlanta. Get your tickets today, book your flights, maybe come in a day early, go enjoy some of Atlanta. Maybe stay a day late and hang out with some of the people. Find out if there's anything going on, or, if they're going to have a party, can you sponsor something? Always call in and say, when I go to events, I always ask, how can I help? What can I sponsor? Are there things going on that, can we do a breakfast? Can we do this or that? Where you can once again create a lot of added value for the clientele that are coming, and always clear this with the people that run the event. Don't just go throw your own party at someone else's event. Just find out what they got cooking and see how you can participate. Because the big thing is that when you start to do this, people will start to say, wow, that person, I would go to events where the events weren't that great and everybody was complaining. Oh, they didn't have this, didn't have that. I would just go to the, hey, why don't we just throw a party tomorrow night? We'll give them some pizza and some beer and rent the presidential suite or something like that. And before you know it, we want to be doing tons of business, so be the one that's the light in the room, not the, when you bitch less, you'll earn more.
Bitch less, earn more. That's a good quotable thread moment, right? Are we using tweets or threads, right? Are we using tweets or threads? Okay, so I know we have our leadership panel coming up. Bill, I have memories of sharing space with you early on, and it is so good to see, over time, we see what people do, what they become, how they show up, and
true.
Your haters become your elevators. I love
that.
It.
Yeah, I'm going to use that one.
Yeah, I got it.
Cardi B said, listen, to all my haters, thank you. I'll still be number one.
That's right. And they actually, go ahead.
We all have haters, And a lot of times the haters are pissed because they're not doing what they probably should be doing. They can be doing what you're doing. They just won't pay the price for it. So it's easier to hate. We were at a private jet trip the other day with some of our guys on a Citation 10, and the guy posts a picture. He says, well, how much did you pay for that picture to put how much was did you paid to put your foot on the steps of that someone else's jet? He said, no, I was riding in the jet. I was actually leading the mastermind. It was so funny. It was so classic, but that's just how people are. It's okay.
Yeah.
Hang out on Sunday. See, there you go.
See, that's the way it happens. Well, and I also want to say, I want you to say before we get ready for our leadership. So a bunch of the speakers put more on top of this offer. So I want you to remember the base offer alone, that room with Tony Robbins, with Les Brown. We've got some things going with Tony Robbins totally separately, but with Les Brown and with Bill, with the NBA players, with Sherry, with me, with Ken Jocelyn. Have you met Ken Jocelyn yet?
Of course.
Okay,
Ken,
cool.
He's a great guy.
Great guy, Ken Jocelyn and Rob Cosberg. I know you know Rob. I mean, this room, Jessa, we both have in common.
Jessa's a boss. If you guys get any time with Jessa, she is literally just a godsend to people that want to have a big breakthrough from the heart up.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. There you go. The peaceful
She's
minute.
on later today. She's one of our favorites.
Check this out. Here's the obvious. Oh, look at this. See, you might have bring a few copies down there, right? So
yeah,
it's fun.
Definitely bring them. So will you say a little bit about the Wealth Camp, because you also added a couple tickets to the Wealth Camp? That's bonus.
Guys, let me tell you something. This is turning into be a massive event. It looks like we'll have close to 1,000 people there. We just added John Paul DeJorio, the founder of Paul Mitchell. So you're gonna see some stuff. Remember, we added Bobby Turley, $30 billion in real estate sales. A guy named Mark Victor Hansen wrote a book called Chicken Soup for the Soul.
Love that guy.
Now Mark's going to be there. We've also added Steve Sims. If you know Steve Sims, he started a company called Bluefish, and the world's most elaborate, or really the most elegant concierge service in the world. So we're going to have something really cool this time, where it's going to be combined as an expo. There'll be breakouts. There'll be main stages. There'll be forums. So we're doing something quite different with this UWC, but it's going to be an epic event. Massive party at the Foundation Room. We take over the entire nightclub for our kickoff party, and then 2 days of nothing but digital marketing influencer partnerships. The tickets are $1,000 a ticket, and you got to go online and buy the tickets. But I think we're giving away 2 tickets. Is that how it works, or 1 ticket?
That's right. So look, you guys, some of you I know are getting stopped, because Danny pointed it out to me yesterday, and Danny's the webinar whisperer in the ClickFunnels circle. Some of you are getting stopped because you're like, $2,500 for this package, then I have to figure out getting to all these events. You first of all, just scratch that. Okay. Start with the first event, which is in Atlanta. And those of you who bought the bonus, if you want to come to Dallas, you get to go to Growth, the event in Dallas with Brendan Burchard and Ken Jocelyn and Gary Brecka at the end of this month. But put those events aside and just remember, this is first around Atlanta. Everything else is bonus. If you can't go, gift that ticket to your son, your friend, your child, someone else.
You can sell those tickets. I'm telling you right now, to be in the room with the founder of Paul Mitchell, he also started another company you might have heard called Patron Tequila. I mean, to build $2 billion brands and learn from this guy, it doesn't happen very much anymore. So when you get these chances, Mark Victor Hansen sold 500 million books. I don't care who you are. There's not many folks that have sold 500 million books. And the fact that you can hang out with him for a couple of days and learn from him and his wife, Crystal, that's time you're not going to get back. But I will tell you, this will be one of the most epic events of the year because of the format, the style, the music, the things they're going to this, the celebrity of talent to it. I'm pretty sure we're going to have the guy that started Pawn Stars, if you know Rick Harris. I think he's coming out too. So we've got a hell of a lineup, but it's going to be more of a very interactive event. And we might even stream it. So you might be able to watch it from home. So, but you get,
I think just get it. Because if you buy them, they're going to,
how it is?
What's that?
They get 1 or 2 tickets or
They
something.
They get two. So not only they get this event that we have with Les and this intimate thing, but they get 2 of your $1,000 tickets. And that's
you can go online right now and you'll see the tickets are $1,000. There's no freebies. It's $1,000 ticket. It's a great value add.
And we're not giving you this offer again, you guys, just so you know, this offer that's been put together is because a third of, outside of paying for the venue, a third of everything goes to this shelter in Albuquerque, New Mexico, that rehabs children from child trafficking and does real work. And so we're playing this game of contribution and generosity. And we're playing it in a way that you win waves on waves on waves on waves. So, take action and get it done.
So don't forget, Adora, within a few minutes, that text code will be set up for you. So anybody that wants more information about all the stuff you got cooking, they'll just text Adora to 26786 and they're good to go.
Write that down so that we can put that up all day. Okay.
Yeah.
Text Adora to 26786. All right, Bill, I'm so grateful for you. I'm so grateful that we have reconnected. I know we've got a show in the works together. We got a lot of things in the works.
We got a lot of good stuff cooking. So I appreciate you a whole lot. Everybody today, do me a big favor. Take action. If you can't come, buy the ticket for somebody else. It's a once in a lifetime event. You'll spend a couple of days with Les Brown and all these individuals. And I know you probably heard that before, but at the end of the day, who you spend your time with is who you're going to become.
So true. So true.
There you go.
Thank you, Bill.
Talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon.
Bye. Ciao.
Bye. All right. You guys, do you see how long do we have to do this? Brenda, we're going to keep the cart open for a couple of days after the event because some people watch replays. But honey, I just want you to do this and you message me, whatever it is, if we need to work out a payment plan or whatever the stops are, because you keep asking, okay, when does this close? Is it okay for you if you're not an entrepreneur? Which I love, by the way, Brenda, I love that you keep asking. So keep those questions coming. But what that tells me is everything in you is going, I want to be there. I'm meant to be there. How do I work this out? And I want you to trust yourself and trust that we've got you. Trust that you're going to be surrounded by people that are there in contribution and the elevation of the planet, including your planet, right? And I will personally make sure that you've got great seats, great alliances. Our teams are back there. You had to trust too, Angela. And look, now Lisa's coming. She's got your ticket. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, guys. And Bill you heard even Shanda was like, yeah, Bill, I can't even believe you've got all these people coming. So who we're missing is Michael Mahoney and Rudy. You're about to come in, right, for this leadership panel. I'm going to bring up Sam. All right, Sam, you're going to help lead this panel. Okay. And Philip, I got you in. And and Rudy's coming in. I'm going to start it. Then I'm going to find out where Michael is. It's a live show. People are in the mix and the flow. Come on in, Rudy. Okay, so this is a leadership panel, you guys. So I'm going to give you each. We're going to start with Philip. Philip, Sam's never met you, and I got to go find Michael. So I want you to introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about who you are, what you're up to creating in the world, and then Sam, you'll pitch it over to Rudy, and I'll be back in just a little bit.
All right, awesome. Thank you, Adora. Sam, it's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet everybody else that's here. So I'm Philip Cunningham. I am the lead consultant at the Academy of Professional Engagement, where we work with organizations to create alignment and build strengths-based cultures. I also work with leaders, teams, and individuals to create their best self most consistently. I've been working with some pretty big Fortune 500 companies and also nonprofits over the last few years. I'm also an internal entrepreneur, which what that means is that I help people build their businesses more consistently. In the last probably 10 to 11 years, I've built 3 businesses that have done over $1 million in revenue pretty consistently. I sit on a board of a nonprofit organization that does $5 million a year, which is a big deal in the Midwest. I'm from Toledo, Ohio, so that's a big deal in the Midwest. And I just try to help people get aligned with their purpose while also getting paid. And I've been able to do that my entire life, and I enjoy doing that. And yeah, that's where I spend my days today.
I absolutely love that. How long did you say you've been doing that?
Yeah, so since about 2009 is when I first got into entrepreneurship. I was actually in London in a study abroad program, which is super funny. And at the time, the global British pound to the American dollar was 2 to 1, and I'm a sneakerhead, right? So I was buying sneakers at the sneaker store. Somebody told me it was 60 pounds, which is $120 American. I went back home, built a website. Next thing you know, I'm selling sneakers in London from Toledo, Ohio, and making my money on the exchange rate. From there, I ended up working with a bunch of my friends to help them build out their businesses. And before you knew it, I was being consistently hired into companies to help them with their startup. When I was 24 years old, I started my first healthcare startup, and it did really awesome. We went from 0 clients to 120 clients in our first 18 months. We built out $1 million in our first 12 months. I sit on the board of that same company now. And yeah, it's we just consistently just get to it.
I absolutely love that. So Philip, have you met Rudy before?
I have not. Rudy, it's a pleasure.
I think, hold on one second. I think, so you got to unmute yourself real quick.
Philip, it's a pleasure to meet you, man.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
I definitely wanted Rudy to introduce himself to you as well and kind of speak a little bit about how he's gotten to where he's at.
So, Philip, hey, welcome aboard, man. Glad to be on this panel with you. I can't wait to hear some of your message, man. And it sounds like you're up to a lot of great things. I myself, like you, I'm passionate about helping people become the best version of themselves. My kind of area of expertise has been the health and fitness industry. I've been a fitness professional for 20 plus years. Have pretty much worked in the corporate area, a lot of corporate gyms that I've worked with personally, some, smaller entrepreneurial gyms. But it all started with the same kind of reason that you're into it, helping people, live a purposeful life, become the best version of themselves. So I've actually founded a company called Body Legacy. And we, when I was working for gyms, a lot of times I'd help people start their fitness journey, but somewhere along the line, I kind of let them go off on their own. And, that always kind of weighed on me. So, Body Legacy is more about helping you take that approach and walk in that journey fully with you, man. So, yeah, I'm just excited about this leadership panel, adding value and getting some great insights from you and taking your experience. And I know everybody that's watching this, there's going to be a lot of stuff that we'll be able to, that's a different industry that'll be able to translate in the things that we do in our businesses. And I'm really looking forward to that. I know they talked about the event that's coming up in Atlanta. that is huge. One thing I've learned, especially, I'm fairly young, and as an entrepreneur, Philip, you've had more experience in that particular realm. But as you know, early on, you're learning as you go, and right,
Yeah.
yeah. So when you're able to get into a room of people that have been where you want to go, it's huge. That's one thing that Adora's taught me. Is put yourself in those arenas around people that are where you want to get to. That's a quickest way to that path. So yeah, it's an honor and pleasure to share the panel with you today, man.
Yeah. Sam, before you jump in, I want to piggyback off that with what Rudy just said, specifically
Absolutely.
around finding mentors that can help you get to where it is that you want to go. That is a life's cheat code right there. Like, one of the things that people don't pay enough attention to is having people in your life, specifically mentors who have been to the places that you have been, because they will feed up everything that it is that you want to do. And here's how you do it, right? Instead of coming to them and saying, hey, will you mentor me? Start out the relationship with just adding some value. What is it that you need? Because every person that is busy and is doing good things are probably super busy and don't have a lot of time to spend with people if they're asking to be a mentor. But if you come along and say, hey, let me just carry your water. Let me just be the person who can be here for you whenever it is that you need some help on this thing. Maybe they're not great writers, and they say, hey, can you send me like the stuff that you're writing? If you need somebody to edit that, I can be the person that edits that. Like, those are the things that you should start to do when you start to think about the folks in your life who can help you get to a specific space. Is that if you can begin to add value, they'll bring you into the circle. And before you know it, you're going to start picking up little nuggets that will speed up your progression. I remember my very first mentor, the first guy who ever put me on the stage, he came to me and was like, you know what, you're doing a lot of really great work, but you're also turning a lot of people off because you don't know how to manage the relationships in the room. He said, if you are able to like get to a space where you can manage the relationships in the room and still do really great work, it'll speed up your entire existence. This guy literally changed my life. It changed how I created relationships, how I managed my relationships, how I was able to earn money. It was a complete game changer. So I thank you for bringing that up. Sam, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I couldn't let that pass.
That's such a nugget.
Yeah, that was fantastic. And it kind of leads me to a question of, so I think the word mentor gets kind of thrown around a lot. Rudy earlier was talking about how the word legacy gets kind of thrown around. And sometimes we don't take the time to actually think about and define the words that we're maybe speaking. And so my question for both of you in terms of mentorship is, how would you define a mentor for say like a young entrepreneur or anybody really, in terms of, I could go up to anybody and say, hey, that's my mentor. Right. Yeah. But how would I really know if a person is my mentor?
Rudy, you want to start? I can go second.
Yeah, absolutely. I think being a mentor, for me, it's always been somebody that, first of all, that I trust, somebody that I know deep down has my interest and my best interest at heart, somebody that cares about you, whether it's on a personal level or a professional level, somebody that comes in and says, hey, I want to help you elevate from where you are to where you want to be. It's funny because I was 20 years old when I met the first person that I identified as a mentor. It was an English professor in college. I was at a point where I just, you're starting trying to figure out life. What are you going to do for the rest of your life? And so Mr. Robert Harris, he's actually an English professor, not my major. But we developed such a great relationship. The areas that he really helped me in developing is how I, to Philip's point, is how I handled relationships, how I showed up when it came to the people around me in my circle, finding out a purpose and how I can use my talents to help improve the rooms that I'm in, the relationships that I have. And we've been friends since, and he's actually the first person that I identified. But to answer your question, Sam, I think somebody that cares about you, either on a personal or professional level, somebody that you can trust, and obviously, to be more dialed in, somebody that actually fits, that maybe has the knowledge or expertise in an area that you want to be successful in. I think
Yeah.
those 3 things are probably the biggest key for me.
Yeah, that's huge, Rudy. Specifically having knowledge of where it is that you want to go. I'm thinking about one of my very first mentors. His name is Jason Daniels, and I don't know if he's listening right now, but I want to thank him because he kind of put me on a path to like develop myself, not only as a professional, but also as an entrepreneur. And I cannot thank him enough. And the thing that I realized that he did is that he was invested in my success without me having any value to give to him outside of me just learning from him, right? There was the first thing that he worked on for me was my mindset, right? Because when you're young and you think that you know things and you think that you're getting results, but you potentially may be turning people off because you're kind of like a bull in a china shop at that point. He taught me like the ability to be able to, again, relax in the relationship, develop the relationships, but also change your perspective so that you know that you have a very real value to bring to every situation, and make sure that as you are bringing that value, you let everybody else in the room know that you are continuing to bring that value for other folks. The other thing is that not only are they clear on where they are going, they are clear on where you are going. And so they can give you insight into like the potential downfalls that exist in front of you. There's going to be like, so one of the things that I love about great mentors is that as they are giving you information, they are going to give you insights into the situation that you're going to be walking into. They'll know what it's like to go in and sign your first $1 million contract. And they're going to give you insight on how that is going to feel emotionally, how that's going to feel physically, and the insights that you should do on how you move in that particular situation in order to get the best results every single time, because they've already been there. This is the great thing about having a mentor, is that they will be able to like guide you through the things that you have never been through before and put you in a space where you have never been, and you'll get you there so much faster. I think the first thing, and then the third thing is that they have the ability, because you build this trusting relationship, they have the ability to check you when you're wrong. A lot of things that happens when you are young, or when I say young, I don't mean just in age, when you just haven't done a specific thing before, is that they have the ability to say, you know what, you were wrong in that particular situation, right? And they are invested enough in you to tell you the truth in that particular situation so that you don't make those mistakes again and again. I remember when I first got with my mentor, I would literally once, maybe twice a week, he would have meetings in his office and he'd be like, you did that wrong. You didn't know what you were doing in this situation. I would leave upset, right? Because I wanted to fight back against that. But the reality is, when you have a mentor, you have to check your ego in order for you to get the best results. You have to listen in to what it is that they are saying and get past the emotional part of the message that they're giving you. But it is their responsibility to sometimes correct you so that you can stay on the right path.
I love that. And I think that is a very important point to make, because even when your mentor gives you the insights of doing something that you've never done before, you still have to do it. You still have to go through it in your own way. You just kind of have that mentorship that's going to be like, okay, hey, you fell down. Let's, wipe off your knees. Let's get back up. It's okay to feel these things, and like have somebody kind of help you with that learning aspect. I do really love that.
Okay, so guys, I'm jumping in for a minute. So, it's a live show, and my girl Christine is the producer of Dining Divas TV, and I am a host on one of her shows. She is one of my inner circle collaborators, and anytime I'm like, Christine, you want to come on a panel? She's like, on video? Let me brush my hair. I'm there. So you don't got to get ready if you stay ready, right, y'all? So absolutely. I want you to notice something right there, that whether she's ready or not, I'm covered. Like the answer was yes. That shows leadership right there. So Christine, this is a panel about leadership. You haven't officially met my guy Rudy, but you both heard a lot about each other. And Philip, if you'll give a recap real quick of who you are, and Sam, very quick, and then I'm going to cue Christine in on the same question.
Yeah, Christine, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am lead consultant at the Academy of Professional Engagement. I work with organizations, teams, and leaders to just get the best selves out, and I help people start their business. They call me an intrapreneur.
Awesome. Nice to meet you.
Absolutely.
Also, nice to meet you, Christine. I am a baby entrepreneur. That's what I like to consider myself. And I'm within the world of personal training. I am very fortunate to be able to work within Body Legacy as this company grows and expands to help people. And that's my purpose in this life, is to serve individuals in their journey of fitness and health.
So
Awesome.
Christine, leading, you've had to not only lead yourself, lead a show that is crazy. You guys, like what Bill said earlier about, you know, you see the jets, you see that we filmed from a hot air balloon in Utah, which is so cool. And when I'm with my gals, it's all about the glitter and the dresses and it is all like full throttle business glitter party. And we're doing business, putting on our lashes. It's just so much fun. But, you know, you've led at one point something like 180 models. I mean, you've
800.
800. Okay. So I really undersold and you over delivered there. 800 models. And you did that from a very early age. So what's one tip about leading that you want to give from that standpoint and working with, you know, the dynamics of so many women, or anything you want to share?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think, well, with leading, you know, you deal with a lot of personalities, and trying to understand that and how you can help them and work with them, and also knowing when to cut certain personalities out of your group because they can infect your group and cause chaos. And so it's really about just trying to understand the human psyche of the mind and how people work, and how you can serve them and help them, but also how not to let them affect you in a negative way too. So it has to be a give and a take. And I think a lot of times I've had to had personal conversations with people on, hey, listen, this is how you're affecting us, and it's not in a good way, or vice versa, like, hey, you've been doing a lot and you're really helping the group, and I want to say thank you. Just giving that one-on-one attention with people is important, I think, if I could give any advice.
Yeah, and one more about that, and then I'll pass it over. And Sam, I know you were going in a direction, but because Philip, I know, helps people understand the different types of team members and how to work with them. Where you have been, you know, in the streets of Miami and all the clubs with all these gals, to TV and entertainment and celebrity boxing, and, you know, all these different personalities. They've had drinks, you're scantily clad, so you've had to deal with all these men and their egos. And so you're not just leading women, you're leading, protecting women, you're dealing with men and some of their, states of not fully, present in themselves. So you're a boss, like a boss. But one of my favorite things about you, and when someone was kind of vetting you, who's one of our favorite divas now, was I said, look, Christine is never going to quit on her dream. Like, she is never letting this go. And so stay with her, or don't watch the road or not, but you can count on her that, like, she's going to turn herself inside out until it's done. So how do you tap into that, stay with it, grit, and all of that?
Well, yeah, I mean, my favorite word is pivoting, right? Like, when something's not working, is to find another path of least resistance. So I like to pivot a lot. And sometimes people think that that's like a problem, but, like, oh, wait, we're going to change course. Yeah, we're going to change course. That's what we got to do. We got to go with the wind,
Mm-hmm.
There's always, if it's not working, you keep trying to beat a dead horse, you got to go a different way. So I've done that a lot, as you know. I mean, even when we pivoted on that show, like 2 months after working on it, and we just had to change the whole show. We're like, that's just what we got to do.
Yeah.
So, but it worked out to be a beautiful opportunity for us. We actually ended up having a great show in Utah that who would have thought, if we hadn't pivoted and we kept trying to push down that other road. So pivoting is important, and momentum. I tell everybody, that's actually my next reel that's going up that I made a couple days ago, is about momentum. Because people are like, oh, well, when I do TV shows, I do it this way, and I raise all the money first and then I shoot. I'm like, listen, if I didn't, first of all, if I tried to do that, I would never get my show done. Like, my show is very complex. And so I just like to build it and then just keep building. I say, build it, they will come, because they always do. As people watch you and they see what you're doing and you're putting it out there and you're moving forward and you keep, like step by step by step, people jump in on different steps. So like, some people get it from the beginning. They could jump in on the ground floor. Sometimes by step 3 or 4, they've been watching. And then they're like, okay, now I'm getting it. now it's triggering, it's sitting with me. Well, now I want to jump in, and then they contact you, and it happens to me all the time. Then you get to the 10th step, and the bigger people that you really want to work with, that you've been trying to work with, now they're ready to jump in because they're like, okay, now I've been watching you for a long time, and you're getting closer to where now my value can come in and help. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and where they know they can count on you because you always live your integrity. No matter what other people do, you follow through on your word. I'm a frontline witness to that. So I've seen both Rudy and Philip take notes about something you want to say. So rather than throw out our question, I want to give you space of what's hot on your heart, and I'll let you go because you're my man. No, because I saw Philip one earlier. That's why. It wasn't a bias, but it was fun to play it. Go ahead.
No,
Unfair advantage.
it's all good.
Thank you. Christine, pleasure to meet you finally on camera, albeit, but I'm definitely inspired by your tenacity, your grit. You're super inspiring in how you pursue your passion. And, you know, obviously I get to hear a lot of the great things from Adora, but pleasure to be on here with you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Awesome. So, you know, we're talking about leadership and how we can impact others. And I think that's always, you know, our goal, to have a purpose outside greater than ourselves. But for me, I think the biggest key component to being a great leader is obviously how you lead yourself. And the habits that you have, the rituals that you have, the mindset that you have are really truly going to be the compass. And it's really going to put you in a position to where you can be a leader. Sometimes leadership is just, it's adopted. Sometimes you assume leadership because of a position. You may not be prepared for it. You know, if you're an entrepreneur, you have to learn to take that role on. You know, there's nobody's coming to save you, as they say. So you have to assume that. So for me, from my perspective, and obviously the angle that I take is being somebody that creates healthy habits, taking care of yourself. You know, obviously fitness is such a deep-rooted part of my life. It starts with the habits. I've learned, you know, in my profession that fitness is not the easiest thing to adopt. You know, most people that have walked into the gym, they've probably never been in the gym before, you know, and it's not the funnest thing in the world. You know, when they leave, it's not like they walk into a car dealership and get in a new fancy car. They leave with the keys and they're super excited until that first payment comes up, right? But at a gym, they walk with a key fob.
Unless they paid in cash.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So they walk out with a key fob, and they walk out with a piece of paper that says, all right, I'm committing myself for the next 12 months. There's nothing fun about that. There's nothing sexy about that. What I've learned is the thing that I have to really help people see is I have to help them create the habits. Consistency is the number one thing in fitness. In order to see results, you have to be consistent. In life, the number one thing of success is to be consistent in your pursuit of what it is you want. So creating those habits, that mindset, Philip, you touched on this early on, being in the right frame of mind is super important because as we've all seen as entrepreneurs, as business professionals, some of the hardest challenges that you're faced, it's going to throw you off your plan. You know, there's going to be a plan that's out the window on day one.
Just a little.
And when that happens, you're typically going to resort to the routines and habits that you're used to. I know some of the toughest moments that I've had personally, you know, I'm so grateful for this. I always had fitness as my guide.
And making the bed first thing in the morning. I was not a bed maker, but this dude, it's the first thing. Okay.
You know, you end your day, you go home, and you at least, no matter how
the bed is made,
at least your bed is made, right? And there's nothing like coming home to a freshly made bed. So, but yeah,
home to me is way better than freshly made bed.
Yeah. So, but the habits, you know, obviously for me, fitness is a key component because if I put myself in a position to be my very best, I'm just going to impact those people in my circle. I'll be a better leader when that opportunity arises if I take that approach. So
That was really good. Thank you. And I'm the play. If you ever see, you'll get it now. I posted a video once where the girl's like, and the guy's like, oh God, like calm down. You can all pick up the vibe. That's awesome. Thank you, love. And I'm a front hand witness. Philip, what were you writing down to share?
Yeah. So I was thinking a little bit about leadership, and Christine, you mentioned something about adjusting, right? Like when you are in the middle of doing your work and you have to pivot, right? And so one of my very good friends is actually a Marine, and one of the things that he says is that Marines are always in a state of adjustment. We don't never finish the mission. We always finish the mission. We just adjust, right? If things don't go right the way that we plan, we just adjust in the middle of the mission. But we always go after finishing the job, right? And so that's one thing that as entrepreneurs, we have to do every single day. Like we'll get up, we might even realize that we are overdrawn. What are we going to do? We got to figure this thing out, right? So we adjust in that particular situation. If you are out, Christine, and you have a bunch of women that are with you, and there's the guys that come at you, and you're like, chaos is a potential threat in this situation. How can I adjust in this particular situation, right? That is the job of a leader, is to be able to not only see what is happening in front of them, but also to be able to adjust in real time. I think that's one of the most remarkable things, and kind of one of the most fun things about being an entrepreneur, is that you don't have to run by somebody else's playbook. Like you get to call the plays and you get to adjust in the middle of everything. And at the end of the day, it falls on you, which is good. The other part of this though, is that when you are in the middle of these adjustments and when chaos is a constant threat, there's this idea that I want people to start to think about. And Rudy, you mentioned this, is that like you fall to the level of your habits, right? Everybody falls to the level of their habits. When everything is going crazy, it is the thing that you have done over and over and over again. That is the thing that's going to show up in the middle of the heat of battle, right? Or in the middle of the heat of an argument, or in the middle of the heat of a negotiation, or in the middle of the heat of a sale, right? It is the habits that you have been able to build into yourself. So the question becomes, how do you start to build the right habits day over day? Do you go to the gym every day? Do you eat the right things? Do you actually start to make sure that all your contracts are right? You do those when the pressure is low. So then when the pressure is high, you just do the thing that you've always done. And so that's the thing I want you to start to think about as leaders, as entrepreneurs, is if you do the right thing consistently, that becomes the habit, that becomes the standard. And that's the job of the leader, to make sure that everybody is up to standard. And when things go crazy and everybody else is wilding out, your habits pick up and you make the right decision in that moment. So thank you, because like that kind of got me going. Like just my brain started going when I started to think about leadership. I've been in a million different situations. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time. And like there have been situations where I realized I had to fix my habits, or my mentor told me I had to fix my habit in this particular area in order to become a better business person.
So yeah. Hold on. And this is one of those moments where I want to remind everyone that this is, I know we've got 5 people on the screen, but we want to hear your thoughts, your questions, your comments. That really fuels us to make sure we're speaking. I mean, we're going to talk anyway, because it's what we're doing. But we want to include you in the conversation. Make your bed every day. It will give you a better outlook on the day. If good home to your bed made. I'm kind of reading funny now, but you know what? I thought forever, I heard a rumor somewhere that Oprah doesn't, make her bed. And for a long time, I was like, Oprah doesn't do it. I'm not doing it. Oprah is my woman. And then I was listening to a podcast and she was like, first thing I do, I didn't feel right. And I was like, dang it. And I have been a loyal bed maker. I even make my freaking bed in the hotel when you're not there. It is an awesome habit, but it was kind of funny, those are all really good point there. So Sam is a former Marine, by the way. Yeah. Yes. So talk about
your service, Sam.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
No. So whenever you were talking about your friend that was a Marine, I agreed with what you were saying, but it made me think about something in terms of entrepreneurs and mentorship. And as an entrepreneur, or let's say more specifically, let's talk about mentorship. Mentors mostly lead from the front. Right? They're not really following someone. They've had to learn on their own journey, and then they end up finding like a mentee, if you will, and then leading them by example. And I love the fact that we started talking about habits, because I do think that when the going gets tough, we do resort back to our foundation that we've created. And the thing I love about seminars or shows like this is it does, if you're sitting there and you're paying attention, it will start to make you reflect on yourself. And I'm curious for all of you, would you say that you reflect on yourselves often in terms of your journey and your own personal growth, whether you're just an entrepreneur or also a mentor as well?
Christine, let's start with you.
Yeah, there we go.
So yeah, I've been trying to reflect more because as things get tougher, you sometimes have to go back and look and say, look what you did already and what what you've accomplished, and that you've got this. You got to kind of self-talk, right? Like, you got this. Be your own cheerleader. So I've been doing a lot more of that kind of reflecting, because I'm getting to a point where what I've built is getting so big and we have so many moving parts now. It's like, it's a little crazy, a little scary, but like exciting scary. And so, but the self-reflection helps me to keep myself calm and keep my nerves calm and say, you got this. Okay, just focus on the steps and just keep going till you get to that level. Like, don't think too far ahead. You know what I mean? So it's so it does help a lot, I think, personally.
And I just want to pop in and say, Sam, I'm not going to speak for everybody here, but I still have mentors. So yeah, I'm mentoring, but I have mentors, and I was thinking about Dennis, who's 90, who may not have a mentor now, right? But I don't know. I'm going to ask him. But most people who are mentoring still have mentors. So that doesn't go away, just so you know. All right.
Until you hit the top of the mountain, which might be in your 90s, right?
Well, no, even if you hit the top of the mountain, because here, I'll even speak to Dennis. Dennis needed mentorship about going online, about going on social media. Dennis is still needing guidance on financial, like he has a financial advisor, right? So I don't think that it ever stops. In fact, he told me before that success is more like a tollway rather than a top of the mountain. Maybe you stop there for a moment, but you still have to go back down to go to sleep, or there comes a time you don't just stay there. It's something that you stay and it's comforting and it sucks at the same time, depending on where you are when you think of that. If you're exhausted and you don't lay down for a little bit and self-care, then that's where you find people hit this like burnout or this cap, because you realize when you get there, there's just all new things you want to accomplish. And there's the staying there. And there's the so what Christine said about that calming your nervous system, realizing how far you've already come, falling in love with the game, like Jim Britt talked about early, falling in love with the joy is in the journey is not a effing cliche. I almost threw it out, but it's Sunday. It's not a cliche. It's a real deal, because even I remember when I wrote my book and I started getting all these thank yous, the thank yous are not the happy end point, right? It's like, it's got to come from what's already resourced in there, which is why I'm like, God, and what she's saying, realizing what you've already done, deciding, do I even love this game, or am I just going to go live in Bali in a tent, right? So what do you have to say about what he said, mentorship and self-reflection?
Yeah, I think both of those are important. And I think, some of the best who have ever done it, they'll tell you they're constantly learning. They're evolving. Dennis came out with the new psychology of winning after a long career of, he was the person to speak on that topic. He realized, hey, things have evolved. I still have things to learn, and came out with another book. So continuously growing, continuously pushing yourself to be better, putting yourself in those arenas where you have somebody to guide you where you want to be. Because I think the pursuit of your best self is a never ending pursuit. So I think those things are critically important.
Yeah, I'm with you. The idea of having people around you who can teach you things and show you the way and give you different perspectives are always super important as you're on any journey, right? One thing that I've been trying to do, and I'm not great at it yet, is to self-reflect at night, right? Like right before I go to bed. right? I'll just spend, and it's not a big habit, right? It's a small habit. I spend 1 minute like, okay, what did I do that was right today? What do I want to fix for tomorrow? And is there a certain conversation I need to have that I may have messed up on? My goal though is to be able to like start to collect points of data to see if there's like some habits that exist inside of like my relationships, inside of the way that I interact with people that either are like serving me well or not serving me at all. And the goal here is to be able to take out the things that are like not serving me at all. And they're like just specific thoughts that you have in your head, right? Am I good enough to do this? These are things that everybody has, no matter who you are. And these could be things that you write down every day or maybe 3 times a week. And you're like, how do I start to fill this gap of insecurity with something different so that I can change the way that I think about my life? Is there something that is serving me that I need to like go all in on, right? If I'm eating right and working out every day, let's just say I start to do 50 push-ups a day, right? And I start to see the results of that 50 push-ups. I go all in on that and it changes the trajectory of my fitness journey, right? These are things that are the small habits that through self-reflection can really change your entire trajectory. And it's these small little things that they start out as that ultimately change everything. So I'm a huge fan of self-reflection. I will say that I am not always in the midst of self-reflection, especially when there's like feels like there's a million things on our to-do list.
Yeah.
Right. And that's actually just like the human. I'm sorry. If you want me to stop, tell me to stop. But one of the things that I see people doing, right? If you were to take your to-do list and you were to take the things that you're thankful for, and I do this all the time in my like presentations, is I have people write down their to-do list and I write down the things that they're thankful for. And the things that they're thankful for are always significantly shorter than their to-do list. And when I ask people what stresses them out more, they say their to-do list. When I ask them where do they spend more time, they say their to-do list. When I say, well, how do you feel when you look at your thankful list? Because it took you the same amount of time to look at this thankful list. They say, I feel outstanding. And I'm like, you literally have a choice every single day, every single moment to look at the things that you are thankful for and feel better about your current situation. But we don't, because negativity bias inside of our brains pushes us to think about the things that are stressing us out. Mm-hmm. So that could be one of those things that just keeps us in this like circle of stress out. What do I do about this stress? How do I react to this stress? How can I change myself in this particular moment, right? Instead of focusing on the things that make you awesome and then do more things that make you awesome. Right? Those are the ways that I feel like people should start to show up every single day. Start leaning heavily into those things that give you strength, give you power, and give less to those things that take away from that power. I'm not saying don't do your to-do list. I'm saying lean heavily into your strengths to be able to get that to-do list done.
For sure.
Yeah, and I'm obsessively self-reflective because my breakthroughs, and it's why I put on these events to get people to think and reflect and have access to different people, because I know, I've heard it said this way, I think first in Landmark, there's what I know that I know. There's what I know that I don't know. Like I don't know how to speak Chinese. And there's what I don't know that I don't know. And I look at it like this character and your character, whatever it is, the beliefs that are here right now have the current standard of life that I have. They have the results that I have. Hey, Lulu, they have the dogs that I have, right? But if I want to go to a next level, which I do, I have a huge vision. Part of that, us funding all these shelters across the US and rehabbing children, making a major dent in the child trafficking thing that's happening, that's in the world. And I'm not there, right? And as soon as I get there, I'll find a new there. How do we do it in the globe? How do we do it in the globe, in Mars, on Earth? But there will always be a next level. And so in order to do that, I have to give up a major part of everything I've become, even the really great things that I've become. And I have to be willing to see things that I haven't seen, feel things, think things, become things, process things. And in order to do that, I'm obsessively reflecting and putting myself in scenarios to have those things show up. And it's uncomfortable, especially with a guy like this, because I have like a lot of friends that hype me up, and not that he hypes me up all the time, but he's a shit caller. Like he'll call, like he's the one that people were not calling him on his stuff, And that was detrimental because they loved him and they didn't want to offend him, right? And when he made his changes, he was like, I'm never going to be that person. I'm going to tell you when it's not working. I'm going to tell my people. I wish someone would have told me, you know?
Yeah.
And I chose that, right? Because it makes me better. So it's not, I think it's an easy path, actually. It's not an easy path. Look, being stuck and alone and afraid and broke or numb or out on some addiction and not present in your life and full of regret and hating what you could have done, should have done, that almost took the F-bomb. That's freaking miserable.
Yeah.
You know, that's miserable. So the opposite is going all in. It's messy. Christina and I have called each other crying before in breakdowns. You know, we're women, we'll do that together. And then we also get to be a part of and witness the breakthrough, right? But what's the alternative? Crying over a dream not lived, you know, not meeting your capacity. So next question, Sam. You're doing great.
Oh, I'm in my head now thinking about all these different things. Like, all right, I got
self-reflective. We did. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in my head thinking about all the things I'm going to be doing later, right? Of like, hey, what's my grateful list? What's my to-do list? What are my habits, right? So I think an important question that maybe comes to mind for a lot of people is, you know, we've spoke upon, you know, the positive and the negatives, right? And then having the right people in your circle, because I think it's something that everyone hears, even if they're not trying to be an entrepreneur, but that is those that you surround yourself with are what you'll amount to be, right? And having those friends that will have the maybe tough conversations and the very real conversations are really important. However, there are situations in anybody's journey where you're going to fall down. And sometimes you're going to fall down really hard. From your own experience, or maybe from things that you've learned from your mentors, what would you tell to people what advice would you give to people that would help them maybe in their next extreme challenge where they get knocked down and they have to pick themselves up? Because even if you have all the right people around you who want to pick you up, you can lead a horse to water, but that doesn't mean it doesn't mean the horse is going to drink the water, right? Yeah. So whenever life really knocks you down, what is something that people can keep close to their hearts or in their mind to be like, okay, this is how you're going to get back up. No matter how bad it is, this is how I'm going to get back up. And any of you could start. I don't.
You survived 100% of your worst days. That's the best one. This too shall pass. Those are my two favorite lines when I'm feeling overwhelmed. Like this too shall pass, and you've survived 100% of your worst days. You're gonna be okay.
Yeah.
You know, Sam, for me, I think this question just takes me back to, you know, January 6th of 2019, man, when I was at my lowest point. I literally felt like my life was caving in. You know, I was battling addiction with alcohol. You know, I felt like I'd had everything together up to that point, and I realized that I was so far off the mark. And, you know, the one thing I can always say is, man, no matter how strong you are, how together you feel that you have it, you're always going to be dependent on someone else. And, you know, fortunately for me, I've always had a strong foundation in my faith. In that moment when I was alone, that was actually the one thing that kept me afloat, you know, it gave me a North Star, so to speak. And, you know, having somebody that I could go to plead, to give me strength. And, you know, for me, is my, you know, Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, that was there for me, you know, and it gave me that just enough to keep going, to take that next step. And I was able to get myself out of my situation, one step at a time. But it's also similar to having a vision and having a purpose that's greater than yourself. I think those two things are synonymous because, you know, believe it or not, us humans, we're very selfish, you know. Sometimes we're selfish when it comes to our desires, and sometimes we're selfish when it comes to giving up on things.
Yeah.
You know, we're easily to quit. But you know, I was one of the first things that I told myself when I was starting to get on my journey is I'm going to accomplish an Ironman. It's something that I aspired to do when I was 18 years old. I put it off. I woke up, I'm 39 years old. Like, Rudy, where you at? Are you going to accomplish this or not? So I gave myself 18 months to train for this. And in the midst of training and something that I wanted to accomplish for 18 years, it got so hard. I literally doubted that I wanted to do it. I asked myself, why are you doing this? And at some point during the journey, what became more important than my desire to do it was the people who witnessed me and were encouraging me and were inspired by my journey. Those are what called to me. Those are what woke me up and got me up the next at 4 a.m. that morning. So find something that's bigger than you, whether it's your faith, a purpose. That will be the thing that'll get you up when you're having those moments where you feel like you can't go on.
Good answer. Good answer. I'm gonna move you over now. You see the little dance I'm doing, like right here. I'll be the lead. Okay. Yes. Next.
Oh, Adora, you want to go, or you want me to go?
Oh, I want you guys. I talked this whole time.
So one of the things. So I really love this question because, you know, it's
I'm just gonna move you.
People don't realize how expensive success is, right?
Boom.
I think that there are times in your life when you are on a journey and you will fail in the journey because the journey has you failing because it's going to bring out what you need in order to be successful once you get there, right? There's this, and I'll talk about my own personal experience. So I was young and I had a lot of success, right? I'm 23, 24 years old, started a company that did $1 million, right? We got a lot of customers. We hired a bunch of people. I leave said company, go get my MBA. And I'm thinking that I'm going to continue this trajectory up, right? I'm going up. And then I'm thinking that I can leave any city and go live anywhere and do anything I want to do. So I leave and I go live in a new city. It's a bigger town than the town that I'm from. And I couldn't get a job anywhere. As a matter of fact, I spent a year and a half, 18 months. It's so interesting, Rudy, that you said 18 months. I spent 18 months cleaning up banks at night on third shift, making $7.38 per hour. I couldn't afford to put gas in my car. And a year and a half earlier, I had more money than I knew what to do with, right? And so what I found though, in that moment of solace by myself, literally mopping the floors of a Huntington Bank on Sawmill Road, is that if I give my best to this, I will give my best to the next thing. And if I give my best to the next thing, it will create a new opportunity that I can give my best to. And then every time that I give my best, I'm learning a new lesson, right? But the biggest lesson was that there is no job that is beneath me, but there's also so much opportunity in front of me. And I think that everybody has to remember that when they are in the pit of a loss, because once you learn to take your losses, you almost consider it to be part of the process, right? Because it gets really bad right before it gets really good. Anybody who's been really good, they know that it's it always is really, really bad. But now I consider that to be the information that's an indicator for the breakthrough.
Yep.
But you have to be able to not look at it as a failure. You have to look at it as okay, this next step could be the thing that gets me past this really messed up moment. What do I need to learn in this particular moment that's going to serve me once I get to the success? Because if I get it and I didn't learn the lesson, and I'll probably get the success and everything that comes along with it, and I might blow it, right? Have you ever had $1 million and then suddenly it's gone? Or
Christine, wink, wink. No, just kidding. I can hear you thinking over there.
You know what I mean? You think about people who win the lottery and it all this money comes in quickly, but they've never been taught lessons to really deal with money. And then suddenly all that money is gone, right? Or you see somebody who goes from college or high school to the NBA and then suddenly everything is in front of them and they flame out super quick because they haven't learned the lessons to be able to keep them in this successful place. Yeah. This is what I consider the hard times, the falling on your faces to be, is that it's really those moments that are teaching you how to maintain success long past the point of the novelty of getting into this new space, right? It's the habits that you build that keep you there. And then the next habits that you have to build to get you past this plateau to the next level of success.
Brenda, thanks for putting out so many comments, and I want to keep it going. But our next speaker, is in the green room. Christine, was there something quickly you want to say about that, or are you?
I got to get back to moving anyway.
Okay, love you, Mama. Yeah, and something I'll add to. Okay, love you, honey.
Great to meet you,
Christine. Good to meet you.
So to add to what you guys are saying, and the balancing force is coming in next, because she wrote the book The Peaceful Millionaire, and is all, was in neurosurgery before, is that there are different ways to interpret what's happening, the success, the losses, the wins, the failures, and a lot of us will reframe those words. But to bring both in, as a person who loves the gym, right? When I first started going to the gym, I never understood those people that were like, it's my therapy, right? And it's been 20 something years now, and I love it. I don't feel right if I'm not sore, sweaty, lungs burning, legs on fire at some point. And if you look at beautiful dancers, the most elite dancers are so chiseled, and they'll make it look so graceful and beautiful. But part of the journey is the sweat, the falls, the stretching, all the things. And Hoist Gracie said it so beautifully on our last event that, I got some Tina Turner hair there. I miss you, Tina. I miss you. So he said it on the last event that, when they're working with players, that the whole goal, whether it's a fight or a team, is to have them peak at this one moment where they play their best game ever. And if they play it before, their game is sloppy on game night or fight night and they lose, right? And so the whole art is expecting these high moments, and then the recovery and the buildup where it's not as great. And it's so a part of his life and process that it's like, you need it. You have to have that wave, and that it's beautiful and wonderful. And that when all the team members have a peak night, then boom, that's a Super Bowl game championship, but that it's part of it. And so I think there's a lot in finding how we dance with that instead of resisting it, and in really integrating it, like you said, as feedback. And you live it every day. I get to experience it. So thank you, Chai, too. No, I give all these sports analogies. I've never played any sports. It's because my children and this man. Okay, guys. So just a real quick final thought before we bring up our next speaker, because we're a minute into her time. Preach.
All right. So we talk about creating legacy. I want to leave you guys with a quote. Our legacy is not what we leave in the past. Our legacy is a living declaration how we choose to live every day.
Really good.
I like that. I wasn't ready for this one. Just keep going. Just keep swimming. I'll say that. One of my favorite movies ever. If you just keep swimming, it will eventually work itself out. Just keep swimming.
I love it.
Amen.
I love it. Deepak wants to know how to connect with Philip after. And then also, if you guys will drop the Body Legacy link, not on the scroller, because no one can copy that. And it's just confusing. Just put it in the chat. So answer, Philip, how can they get in touch with you?
Yeah, you can find me. My website is Academy of Professional Engagement. You can find me there, or you can find me on LinkedIn, Philip Alexander Cunningham, Philip with one L, or you can find me on, LinkedIn is probably the best way to find me, Philip Alexander Cunningham, or on my website, just drop me a note.
Say the website again.
Academy of Professional Engagement.com. Yeah.
And what about, you guys put in the chat the My Body Legacy link where you can have Sam be your trainer virtually, and you can choose, you can pay him full for the first month, which is like $150 or something, and half will go to the harbor, or you could take a 50% off. All right. All right, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
all
guys.
Right. Lots of love. Right. And Sam, you can stay with me for a moment.
All right. Oh, I'm by myself.
I didn't mean to do that. All right. So I'm going to introduce you and you'll say hello and then we're going to let Jessa go. So you heard Bill Walsh and I talk. I had her book around here, The Peaceful Millionaire. She'll be with us in Atlanta. She has a background in neurosurgery, stop drilling on heads to change the mind and impact the mind. And so she is powerful, fun, amazing, radiant, and she's going to be throwing us some ideas and tips and processes and perspectives to move the needle. And I want to say one more thing. Let's go ahead and put the Accelerate My Legacy link in the chat. Sam, is that you trying to be host and typing, or is Lisa in the background? We're about to find out. So I want to remind you, you have an offer that you're not ever going to see anywhere else again to come be with us. You might get the offer to just come be with us with Les Brown, but those tickets are $1,000 each after this. So you get 2 tickets to Les Brown live in Atlanta with Bill Walsh, with me, with Jessa, with Courtney, with Rob Cosberg, with a couple NBA players. It's a small room where you can really work on elevating your relationships and your network. Okay, thanks for the offer. Lisa is in the background. And you get 5 days. We're going to spread this out of getting you rich with your own connections. That's me wing-galling, looking at what you have in your network already, what kind of network you need, and the people in the room networking with you. Pretty cool. You get 2 days. These are 2 tickets to 2 days. The Wealth Camp, it's $1,000 ticket each. Like he said, you could sell these tickets because if you go online, they're $1,000 each. Paul Mitchell will be there. It's the end of this in December in Vegas. Create Your Legacy. I'll be there with my mentor, Shanda, one of my business mentors. That's in Austin in November. And I'm just going to keep going. $2,500. So everything else is bonus, you guys. If you've been feeling this, I want you to trust yourself and make the moves. All right. And reach out if you have some questions. Brenda, I know you do. All right. So we're bringing up the one, the only, the Peaceful Billionaire. She's on a road and sharing her journey live. But she wrote The Peaceful Millionaire. And she's going to be presenting for us today. Hi, gorgeous.
Hello. I'm super excited to be here. Thank you so much. I've been hopping in, even though I've been busy working, I've been hopping in throughout the past couple days, and the content, the speakers are absolutely incredible. So thank you for allowing me to be here, but also for all the wisdom that's coming through. So if you're here, if you're listening, everything that people have been sharing, the speakers, has been fire.
Yes. And so while we remove ourselves, remember your responsive, generous audience, that we recognize you. How do I know Brenda now? Because she's been here. So make sure you give Jessa love, ask questions in the comments. Sam, I know I just kept you up here to say, hey, Jessa, we'll see you after. So
hey, Jessa, we'll see you after.
So I wanted to start out just spinning a little bit off of what one of the speakers said. Hi, Brenda. One of the speakers said right at the end of that last segment, which was to just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. And I love that he said that, because one of my clients says that all the time. And we say that back and forth to each other. She's like, just keep swimming. And so one of the places that sometimes people get hung up, especially when it comes to success, wealth, financial freedom, one of the biggest places and the easiest places that you can get hung up is right here in the 6 inches between your ears, right? It's one of the easiest places to get hung up. And so I wanted to start out by sharing you with this valuable pearl of wisdom, which is that success is not the opposite of failure. So sometimes people get really stuck in this, well, I'm fearful of failing. I'm fearful of actually succeeding. And the truth is that success is not the opposite of failure, Rather, instead, success is actually the result. Success is a result of many perceived failures. And so if you are willing, right, if you are willing to consistently fail forward, right? So if you're willing to embrace failure and you're willing to consistently fail forward, the only possible outcome is success. The only possible place you could land if you consistently fail forward is success. And I happened to jump in and listen to Dr. DeMartini speak yesterday. And one of the things that I speak and I teach on is 10xing your earning power, completely revolutionizing your financial life from the inside out, right? And really, really changing the trajectory of your financial destiny. Because that is something that you are in charge of. You are in charge of your financial destiny. Your financial destiny is not something that was assigned to you at birth. In fact, the opposite is true, right? It is your birthright. It is your birthright to be rich, to be wealthy, to be financially free. And so there are four important factors when it comes to that path of wealth and financial freedom. And Dr. DeMartini spoke about it yesterday, one of which is a solid plan. And getting really, really clear on those numbers, right? And being really honest with yourself about where you are when it comes to the numbers and some of those important numbers that you need to know. There's also a magic number that you need to know that is your number to achieve financial freedom, right? And the goal when it comes to that is to first achieve financial freedom for your current lifestyle, and then to up level, right? To up level your assets that are producing money for you, right? To upgrade the amount of passive income coming in so that you then can be financially free for the lifestyle that you desire, right? But you got to start with the lifestyle that you have right now, right? Because that's where so many people get ahead of the game. Everyone's attempting to keep up with the Joneses, right? And so there's this perception of having to have things sooner than you really need them, right? Because if you really, really had the financial freedom for your current lifestyle now, what that allows you is freedom in so many different ways. People think about it only from a monetary perspective, but it allows you freedom in many, many other ways that are going to allow you to get to that desired lifestyle exponentially faster. The other part of that solid plan that you have to be really, really clear on and get really, really honest with is, where are you currently, right? Like, not only where are your numbers, but where are you currently in here and in here in regards to how you feel about embarking on that journey and how you feel about being able to take on a solid plan, right? A solid plan that will get you there, right? There are tools, there are strategies. You have to have a solid plan to get you from where you are to where you want to go. But part of that is, yes, knowing your numbers. The other part of that is knowing where you are internally. So that you can move forward. And one of the other pieces of that plan is a vision that pulls you forward, right? If you're seeking wealth and financial freedom, you got to know why that is. You've got to have a vision for yourself and for your life and what that means and what you can do with that time and that money that empowers you, that pulls you forward, that actually literally pulls you towards it. So you have to be really clear and honest about where you are, both internally and externally in your life. But you have to get supremely clear about where it is that you're going. Because that vision of what's possible, that vision of how far you can go, that's what's going to pull you forward, right? Bill, I heard Bill talk about it earlier, right? Like the private jets. I heard Shanda talking about it on that replay of her talk yesterday, right? The planes, the private jets, the luxury vacations, those things, like the yachts, that comes. But that's part of the result. One of the most valuable things on my journey for wealth and financial freedom and myself is who I've become, right? Who I've become. And one of the most foundational, powerful starting places is getting supremely clear on this vision of where it is that you're going, because that will pull you forward, not only with the tools and strategies that you need to get you there, but who you need to become in that process in order to get there. And that is honestly one of my most proud accomplishments, my most proud achievements. It's not the money. It's not the money. It's who I've become in order to receive the money, to grow the money, to be on stages, to serve people at the absolute highest level, to change people's lives. Who I had to become in order to do that, that's what I'm most proud of. That's what I'm most proud of. Now, the third thing in that recipe, right? The third thing in this recipe for financial freedom are the thoughts and actions to support it. The thoughts and actions to support it. You cannot underestimate the value and the power of this 6 inches of real estate right here that you already own. This 6 inches of real estate that you already own right here is a $27 billion asset. It is powered by 27 billion kilowatts of power. That is how powerful your ability to create the wealth, the financial freedom, and the life of your dreams is. That is how powerful you are. Now you have to know how to use it, right? You have to know how to use it. And the key to mastering that is a peaceful billionaire state of mind. If you're in my world, the key to mastering that, the thoughts, the actions to support the wealth, the financial freedom, the life of your dreams is a peaceful billionaire state of mind. Hey, Lisa. And because you really, really, really have to know how to harness this value and this power that is already yours so that you can direct it towards that vision that's going to pull you forward into that life that you dream of and make it your reality. And that can really, really happen faster than most people ever imagine or dream is possible when you're actually tapping in and connected to that value and that power that is already within you, when you know how to use that, right? And then the fourth thing that's really, really that in that puzzle, in that equation, the other ingredient that you need to bake that cake for financial freedom and wealth and the life that you dream of is support and accountability, so that you can have fun while you're executing that solid plan. Right? Because you need to have that solid plan. You gotta have the solid plan, right? You've got to have this vision that pulls you forward. You need the thoughts and actions that are going to support that, but you also need the support and the accountability so that you can have fun executing this, right? Because if it's not fun, it's not worth doing. If it's not fun, you're not going to do it. Quite frankly, if you're not enjoying it, you're not going to do it. And money happens to be one of those things that oftentimes it can be a deterrent, right? The thought of being rich, the thought of being wealthy. I thought it was I found it to be so fascinating yesterday that when I caught the replay of Shanda's talk, and she asked, like, in the comments, like, how many of you want to be millionaires, right? How many of you would like to hit that first million? And it didn't seem like that many people said yes. And I saw one person throw $1 billion in there. And when I mentioned that a peaceful billionaire state of mind is the key, understanding that what comes, don't be afraid of the B word. I remember how uncomfortable the B word used to make me. Even the M word used to make me super million, right? Even that used to make me super uncomfortable. But the thing is that the numbers, the dollar amounts themselves are neutral. How you feel about those numbers or dollar amounts very likely is not neutral. So don't be afraid of the billions, because what comes with the peaceful billionaire state of mind is that $1 billion frequency. And what comes with that frequency of billions is the expansion, that you need to take you from where you are to where you want to go, whether that's from multiple 5 figures into 6 figures, from 6 figures into multiple 6 figures, from 6 figures into 7 to multiple 7 figures or beyond. Wherever that is, right? Whatever that next level is for you, you've got to say yes to yourself in learning how to get the tools, the strategies, and the support that you need to get you from where you are to where you want to go. It can feel scary, it can feel overwhelming, but don't avoid the very things that can actually be the catalyst for you to start to facilitate that change in your life, right? You have to start saying yes to yourself. You have to start saying yes to yourself. That is absolutely one of the fastest ways to get from where you are to where you want to go, is to say yes to yourself. To invest in yourself, say yes to yourself. So I want you to start thinking about when it comes to investing in yourself, right? It is an investment, right? Anytime you invest your time or your money in yourself, you are exponentially increasing your capacity to get from where you are to where you want to go. Every single time you say yes to yourself, every time you make an investment in yourself of time or money or both, right? Generally, it takes both. And so I want you to start to think of time in that way, right? Just as important as it is to think about where you're investing your money, it's really, really, really important for you to also think about where you're investing your time. Where are you investing your time? Right now, you're making a really valuable investment in yourself, and this is a valuable investment of your time. Being here at the Business Amplifier, listening to all of these incredible speakers, being uplifted, being empowered, being inspired, right? Being illuminated, right? So the expansion that is happening for you here, this is a valuable investment of your time. And so you have to think about that, right? Because everything that you do that is an investment, where are you investing your money? Where are you investing your time? And those two things, right? That investment of time or that investment of money, the combination of those two things is what's going to take you from where you are to where you want to go. So you have to start thinking about that in that way, because you're either investing your time and your money in the things that are going to keep you where you are, or you're investing your time and your money into the things that are going to get you from where you are to where you want to go in the shortest amount of time. So your time because time, when it comes to currency, right? Time is actually the most valuable currency that any of us have, because you can go out and make more money, right? You can make a lot of money, you can lose a lot of money. The good thing about that is you can go out and make more. And if you've done that, if you've learned how to master making money, people, once you master making money, you don't fear losing it. Number one, you put the systems in place, so even if you lost it, you're still good. But what you learn along the way are the tools and the strategies to make money. So even if you lost it, you're going to be able to go out and make more money, right? So everyone has the capacity to go out there and make more money. Don't wait for opportunity, create it. Don't wait for opportunity, create it. But what you can't make more of, what you cannot make more of is time. What you cannot make more of is time. And I saw somebody asking the question, am I a billionaire myself? Not yet, but I am on a trajectory and a path to get there in a very short amount of time. So from where I am to where I want to go, right? I have a solid plan. I have a very clear vision. I have the thoughts, the actions to support it. And I also invest in myself at the absolute highest level so that I have the support, accountability to have fun executing that plan that's going to get me from where I want to go into that place. Also, right? Also, the frequency that I operate at, I mentioned the $1 billion frequency, right? That $1 billion frequency is so expansive. It is so expansive. It is that very thing that pulled me light years forward from where I was and what I thought was possible, not only for myself, but for my business. That was what made the largest shift. And it happens lightning fast. It happens lightning fast when you start to step into that expansion and that possibility of what that means. Who you become has to expand and grow exponentially quick in order to catch up with that. So that's what I will say with that. But truly, right? You cannot go out and make more time. So you have to think about how are you investing your time on a daily basis? What are those actions, right? What are those actions that you're doing throughout the day that are either supporting your vision, right? And your financial future, your financial destiny, the financial destiny of your choosing, right? Not the one that someone else had in mind for you, not the one that your family thinks is good enough for you, right? Because it's easy to fall into those places of what someone else thinks is acceptable for you. And I want to say this to you: mediocrity is a choice. It is not an obligation. Mediocrity is a choice. It is not an obligation. If I had settled for what my mom thought was possible for myself and my life, I wouldn't be here. In my mom's eyes, neurosurgery, doing brain surgery, like I had arrived, right? That was success. In her eyes, I was successful. And was I successful? Yes, right? Absolutely. By anybody's standards, you do brain surgery for a living, you've reached a certain standard, a certain level of success. But at that time, there was something within myself that was missing. And I knew that there had to be more to life than I was currently experiencing at that time. And I started to invest in myself. And I've continued to do so ever since. By this point, I've invested hundreds of thousands to probably getting into the millions of dollars in myself and in my business, so that I can operate and perform at the absolute highest level, but also so that I can serve others at the absolute highest level, right? I can only take you as far, as deep, as wide, and as high as I've been willing to take myself. Mediocrity is a choice, not an obligation. It is a choice, not an obligation. And that is that power. And I want you to also think about how you feel. How you're feeling is your jet fuel. How you're feeling is your jet fuel. So that's why it's so important that you're excited, right? That you're excited about the possibilities. You're excited that you have this vision that's going to pull you forward. You have to be excited about it. How you feel on your journey to wealth, success, and financial freedom, it matters, because that's your jet fuel. That's your jet fuel. So many people always only talk about success and wealth and like getting there in terms of, well, what does your state of mind need to be, right? What does your mindset or your state of mind need to be to get you there? What are the tools and strategies that you need to get you there, right? But how you feel on that path and on that journey, it matters. And I want you to feel exquisite on that journey, right? Because the better that you feel when you're on the journey, the faster you're going to get to where you're going. Right? Because it really is about the journey. It's not the destination.
Yes.
Yeah. If you're not enjoying the journey, if you can't enjoy the journey, you'll never enjoy the destination. The destination will never be as sweet. So it won't matter if you get there or not, because if you were miserable on that journey, on that path, that destination is going to be so lackluster. It's still not going to feel good. It's still not going to look good, not as good as you thought it was going to, and you're still not going to be happy. So you've got to enjoy the ride.
100%. And you are a wonderful testament of what is possible, and the work that you put both into the world and into yourself just keeps elevating, and the people that you're helping, it's just phenomenal. So thank you so much. I'm so happy that you're in my life and that you're with us here today. And yeah, just thank you for your contribution.
Thank you. Thank you. It was super fun. It was super, super fun.
Yeah, so I know you're going to be going in a bit, and we have Preston and Danny in the green room. But Danny works with Krista Mashore on her next presentation. He's her webinar guy. And so pretty cool, small world, right? And I was telling him we're working together on some offer things, and he was just like, who is she? So now you know, Danny, you're watching. There she is. And yes, you want to sign up for the masterclass, but you're working at that time. Will there be a recording available for your Peaceful Millionaire? They put it across.
Oh, so for the 10X masterclass?
Yes.
Yes, you will. You can get the recording. You can get the replay if you sign up. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Awesome. And you guys, she's going to be there in Atlanta with you teaching. And we're a couple of days in this intimate space, August 18th and 19th, with Les Brown, Sherry from the Real Housewives of Atlanta, Jessa Carter. We're going to have Courtney, who is showing you how to fund deals, Carlotta, where to buy the deals, right? You've got the buy the business deals and the funding. I will be there. Eric Sorensen will be there. Rob Cosberg will be there. Bill Walsh will be there. And there are a few that I'm forgetting, a couple NBA players, super small space. If you did nothing else but get in that space for a couple of days, and then I know, so cute. My Lulu came in the other day and then had me there helping you utilize that room. It's outrageous, plus all the other bonuses. So make sure if that's calling to you, knock, knock, knock. Some people need to hear it 20 times before they finally say yes. So I'm going to keep saying it. All right, gorgeous. I love you. I'm grateful for you.
Likewise.
And thank you for throwing down and up and around your wisdom today.
The diamonds and pearls. The diamonds and pearls.
That's right. That's right. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. Diamonds and Pearls. This song from Prince is in my mind now. Who knows the song I'm talking about? Preston's in the waiting room. He actually will know. That's so, let me add Preston and make us.
Hello. What's up? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, it's in Atlanta. So let me prep Preston. But before I do, Preston, what song was that I'm referring to?
No, that's one that I can't think of. I need to hear it. Diamonds and Pearls. I don't know off the top of my head.
By Prince.
All right. Yeah, I can't think.
That wasn't your jam. Prince wasn't his jam. That's all right. Those close. Prince isn't for everybody. He was definitely.
Hey, I'm down with the music. I just. If you played 2 beats of the song, I'd have it.
I know that about you. So Preston's the one that taught me to put my mic right here, just for the record. Little things we pick up along the way. His is super cool though. Pull it down.
Yeah, I did a new TV setup, so I don't know if I can stretch it down low enough right now. But basically what you're missing out is on my microphone, I have actual words because I'm a manifester. I'm a powerful manifester in life. And I talk through my microphone all the time. And so I've got to teach my microphone to help me manifest the things that I'm trying to manifest in the world. So it's covered with a Dymo stickers of, things that are messages that I want my microphone to create in the world. And I'll read them to you. It says like wealth, strength, abundance, happiness, success, health, love, improvement, friendship, family, and things like that. So.
Ow! Okay, so let me give you a little background on Preston, you guys, before I give him the mic totally for a while. Brenda, we're not giving out the venue of the place because a bunch of people will show up and we're keeping it intimate. So only ticket holders, only the fly mothers, get on out there and dance. Dance, I said. You know that one? Do you know that one? salt and pepper's here, and we're in the All right. Okay, so Preston and I have done work together. We'll continue to do work together. He took a $1,600 investment and turned it into a company that did over 60 million a year, carfinder.com. He has 1725 companies, and who's counting these days? You are. But you got several companies. He's head of operations and has been since 2016 for Mark Victor Hansen. Yep. I met Preston with Bill Walsh. So I'd already met Mark many years before, but Preston, I met with Bill Walsh and Mark. And Mark was like, this is the guy right here, Preston. You need to know about him. He is running a company dedicated to emotional intelligence for driven entrepreneurs like you, for all of humanity, but you that are driving. You've got a big vision. You're called to things. Your highs are high. Your lows are low. You're swinging at freaking incredible visions. And a lot of times we miss. And so Preston has his own experience and breakthrough story that he's going to share with us, as well as some nuggets. And Preston, I'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Well, thank you, Adora, so much. Thank you for having me here. I'm honored to be here today. So hello, everyone. Like Adora said, my name is Preston Weeks, and I'm so happy to be here for the Uprise event. What does it mean to uprise? First of all, I love it, uprise. And it means to rise to a standing or elevated position. That's the definition by the dictionary. And so, but what I want you to do right now with me is I want you to say to yourself, because we're going to rise today. That's the goal. Our goal is to rise today, to create situations to rise yourself, and to help others uprise at the same time. So I want you to say, I'm an amazing genius and I love myself unconditionally. And I want you to say it out loud. Wherever you're at, I want you to say it. But when you say that, I am an amazing genius and I love myself unconditionally, I want you to pay attention to how that felt. I want you to pay attention to how that felt inside you when you said that. Did you say that and you go, oh, Preston's just trying to get me to say things, or, he's trying to, get me to communicate? Or did it feel like you believed it? Because that's important. This actually, how you felt when you say things like that to yourself determines your subconscious programming. So I want you to reach a new elevated position after this event. That means that your situation has to change. It has to change from where it is today. And for your situation to change from where it is today, that means you need to make a change. So if you're here today right now, I want you to commit to me right now. I want you to say, Preston, I want you to say it out loud wherever you're at across the entire world. I want you to say, Preston, I will not waste my time at this event today. And then I want you to say, Preston, I will commit to make at least one positive change in my life. Now, how did that feel? How does that feel when you say it? When you say, I commit to make one positive change in my life. Do you believe it? Do you think it's going to happen? So I don't want you to just learn from me today. I want you to participate in what I speak about. I want you to think about it on your own level. I want you to experience the feelings. And I want you to reflect, because I want to make a change in your life. One time I was coaching a CEO, and he would always stop me during our sessions. He'd say, Preston, he was a really smart guy. He said, Preston, that idea, that's from Jim Rohn's book. That's this principle. Or he said, oh, this, and he'd tell me these ideas. And then one day he came to me and he said, Preston, I know this stuff, but why don't I do it? Why don't I do it in my life? Why don't I live it? And it's because you can read all the books, and I love books. I own a publishing company. I'm partners with Mark Victor Hansen, one of the #1 authors in the world. So I love books, but you can read all the books in the world, Or you can go to all the events, all the cool events, and listen to these amazing people you've heard at this event over these few days. But you've been lied to your entire life. You've been lied to your entire life because you were told something. You were told this common phrase that people think of. It's a phrase, knowledge is power, right? You've all heard that sometime, one or another. But this is the biggest lie that creates amazing people who never thrive in life. So what is the knowledge? If knowledge doesn't create power, well, knowledge isn't power. Knowledge is potential power. Knowledge is very powerful, but it's potential. It's a potential power. And the actual power is knowledge plus application. It's doing it. You have to actually do it. You can't just learn it. You got to try it. You got to pick a time to do it. You got to go and you got to act. So you can have the smartest people in the world, and sometimes they're the most dysfunctional because it's the application. But application isn't sexy, so I like to call it action. And so I have a whole philosophy in life that I teach called the life of action. It's a life of action. That's what I want you to embody today, is a life of action. Taking all the amazing things that you've learned from this event and picking things to actually deploy. So we teach this at my formulaeq.com academy, where people actually transform their lives. But why do people actually transform when they come to Formula EQ? Because we don't teach knowledge. We teach people a process where they can use the knowledge that they have and they gain to actually physically reprogram the brain. Because your brain is actually a system of electrochemical connections. It's these connections that have been thought your entire life. So when you think inside your brain physically fires. It actually fires a neuron, and it builds these dendrites, and these dendrites connect and they make electrochemical connections. I think there was like a brain surgeon on here right before me, and she probably knows all that stuff. But those connections we make with every experience, with every thought. So when you've gone through your life, you created that wire, and that wire created a connection, and that connection creates how you experience and how you go through life. It's called your subconscious thought. Now, many of you know about subconscious thought, but a lot of you don't know what to do with it, right? It just runs you. It actually runs 95% of you, because your conscious is like the captain. It's looking out at your ship. It's calling out orders, but your subconscious, if you're a ship, it's like the crew. It's making sure that you get to the port. It's making sure your engine doesn't overheat. It's making sure all the systems work in your life. So you have subconscious programming, and you've gone through stuff. You've gone through things in your life, and you went through life, and one time, you touched some fire, right? You touched fire, and all of a sudden you realized fire's hot. Your brain developed a subconscious program to tell you and warn you and make a lot of systems and connections to keep you from burning yourself from fire the rest of your life. Now, that program is actually built inside you, and it's built so strong inside your brain that if you actually went to go touch fire, I have a candle going right here. See, I got this candle. If you actually went to go touch fire, you would actually have a hard time even doing it. I don't even want to do it. I can't even get myself to do it because my brain knows what'll happen. And it stops me. It's like, no, that's a bad idea. Well, the same thing is occurring in your life. The same thing is occurring in your life in every situation that you deal with, because it's programmed. You have that same programming inside you. And that programming makes every part of who you are today. It makes your income. It makes your happiness. It makes your friends. It makes your personal ability to deal with life. And what I've learned in life, I've studied the mind my whole life. And my parents got divorced when I was 2 years old. And as a little kid, I was trying to understand why the the people that loved me didn't say the same things. They didn't necessarily agree together all the time, like a lot of divorced families and divorced parents do. And so I was very curious as a kid, and I started studying thought as a kid. I went to a Tony Robbins seminar when I was 16, and I walked on Kohl's in Atlanta, where the event's going to be here, but not the same venue. But I've been an obsessive studier of thought my whole life. And what I've learned is that the human experience is the exact same. See, what we focus on in life, what the media focuses on, we hear about, all these different things are the things that actually divide us. They're the things that pull us apart. They're the things that highlight differences like race, religion, gender, geographic location, political things, sexual references, economic things. Those are all human things that divide us. But the human experience is the exact same. It doesn't matter your race, doesn't matter where you live, doesn't matter what you believe. We go through things and we feel things inside of us. And as we go through things in life, we all experience sadness. We all experience happiness. We all experience love, joy, frustration. The situations, the details of what we go through change. But the human experience, the part that you actually live when you wake up, is the same. It's the same for all humans. And so the secret to mastering this is to master the connection that we make between the things we experience and the feelings that we create. And if you can do this, you can take control of our life. So we need to uprise. And to uprise, we need to change our state. So to change our state, at formulaeq.com, we teach 3 steps. I call it the 3 R's. And so I've owned 15 car dealerships in my past. I am a mega car nut. I love cars. I love racing cars. Anyone whose cars, we're best friends. But I was in the car business, and in the car business, we swap out car parts and we fix parts and go, okay, that car's got a bad transmission. We say, okay, we got to do R&R. R&R, remove and replace in the shop. So when you have a bad part, you take the bad transmission out, you remove it, and you replace it with a good transmission. Car works again. Well, the same thing you can do in your brain, except we're not going to actually take your brain out, but we're going to take the programming out. We're going to take the programming out. We're going to remove it. But the first step, like I said, with the 3 R's, is to recognize, remove, and replace. Because you can't do anything about things you don't know about. It's actually, we literally have blind spots in our life. We have blind spots in our life, and you actually can't see them. Like physically, you can't see them. Like we have physical restraints of understanding. And so I can show you with my hand. And like right now, I can see my hand. But as I move it past my peripheral vision, I can't see my hand anymore. But it doesn't mean it's not still there. It just means that I don't see it. It's not in my sight. And so there's things like that are happening in your life right now that are not serving you from living the life you want to live, that are stopping you from feeling the way you want to feel. And you actually can't see them. And it doesn't mean you're wrong. It doesn't mean you're a bad person. So very first and foremost, we need to recognize that. And we go, oh, there is a hand there. Maybe it takes a coach. Maybe it takes Formula EQ Academy. Maybe it takes a friend. Maybe it takes your loved one or your spouse to go, hey, this is happening in your life. And then you see it and you go, that's there. I see my hand is there. And now I know my hand is there. And now I can use my hand. How do I change my life? Well, it's just an example. And so we need to recognize what we create in our life and what we create that does not serve us. And so how do we recognize? Because the world is in a state of confusion. The world's in a state of confusion now more than ever. The economy is in mixed certainty. No one knows which way it's going to go, up or down. Countries don't know who to trust or what's going to happen. The core fundamentals of evolutionary science are being socially challenged. We have mass data that we deal with, and we're gaining access as a public instead of just government entities or big private entities having these tools. We're gaining mass data. That mass data is being coupled with things like AI and all these different technologies, right? So we have all the information in the world. AI is amazing. You need to be using it in your business. AI, Chat GPT, social media, and we've spread information at a rate that is literally never been experienced by humankind before in this level. And so, AI is really important. And on a side note, if you're not using AI in your business isn't going to be relevant in 5 years. You're going to get past that. But right now, you're bombarded with more information than any human has ever had to deal with in the entire world's history of civilization. And now we have, transparency and different things that are being understood by public. And so with all this new information and all this new stuff comes uncertainty, and it also comes opportunity for manipulation, and it comes opportunity for distractions, right? For ourselves. Who are we? Where do we fit in? What's our future? How do we know? Well, one thing I want to give you is a little piece of advice, is a thing I believe in, that's passive learning versus active learning. See, we need to take control over the things that we have. And if you're doing passive learning, passive consumption is consuming something from an algorithm. So if you consume your information, you take a look, and this is time to reflect. I'm not making anyone wrong, but knowledge is power, right? But application of knowledge. And so if you're consuming your information, it doesn't mean that all the information is bad, but it means that your information is being fed to you from an algorithm. And that algorithm is designed to not feed you the truth. It's designed to keep your attention on the platform longer. It's an entertainment thing. And so when we practice active consumption, it's actively finding things that you want to learn about. It's finding things that will help you to level up. And so you're not just randomly fed the crap from society that may be good or may be bad and may be mixed, right? But there's always different stuff. And so I focus on building powerful people. We focus on removing the distractions and go down to that core of what makes you human. And I believe by giving power to the people, it's more effective than restricting power for the people. And that's one direction the kind of society is going today. But any passive consumption product is psychologically designed to keep you. And so what does that mean? It's great to have an awareness. You want to have an awareness of this, because if their second priority is to tell you, second or lower priority is to tell you the truth, and the first priority is to keep you there, then there's on some level some compromise of standards. And so, but we have a measurement tool. What I want to do is, with all this chaos and all this thing, how do I recognize stuff in my life? Because we've got to do something, right? We've got to do something that's going to give you value today. So we have a measurement tool at Formula EQ Academy that I'm going to give you right now. And this measurement is part of the first step to help you recognize. And this tool is time. This tool is time. I love the concept of time. I have a whole keynote talk that I give on how to warp time, because time actually is, I believe time is a language to tell your position in correlation with the stars. But the way that we experience time is a whole nother level. But the measurement for your recognizing where you're at is time. How long do you stay in a state that you don't want to feel? And this is how you can measure your personal ability of EQ in life, your personal ability to control your emotional state. So when the guy cuts you off in traffic, do you get mad? Do you get mad at all? Do you get mad for a minute? Do you get mad for 5 minutes? Do you get mad for 2 hours? Are you chasing the guy down the road, trying to run him off the road? Or are you just constantly bitter all the time? So it's time. So when you go through something, how long were you mad? How long were you frustrated? How long were you in that state where you don't want to feel that? And I don't make bad feelings. I'm any kind of feeling bad. It's human to feel sad. It's human to feel guilt. It's human to feel loss. But it's the time when it starts to change your life and you've got to go back to work or you've got to go do something fun. Are you still sad? Think about the most challenging things that you've been through in your life. And we all go through really, really challenging things. And when you've gone through those challenging things, how long did it affect you? Was it weeks? Was it months? Was it years? Or has it been most of your life? I had a client that went through a traumatic experience in his life. He was engaged, he was about to get married, and all of a sudden his wife died in front of him on a treadmill. She went into a coma and never woke up. Through this situation, my client developed processes in his brain, his fears of life, fears of dying, fears of hospitals, marriage, all these different things. And they played out because no one had ever fixed them. He had gone through it and he went to the doctors and he was diagnosed with anxiety. And then he was diagnosed with ADD and ADHD. He was given drugs to help him with the symptoms of his anxiety. But no one ever worked on his subconscious programming. I met with him and we started coaching. And through the process of recognizing, removing, and replacing that I guided him through, within 1 month and 4 meetings, he quit his prescription medications that he had been on for over 30 years of his life. How much of your life have you lost by something that you've gone through that's changed the state of the way that you show up today? Something that makes you feel uncertain, something that makes you feel less, something that makes you feel not 100% you and who you could be. Take the time to measure it. Take the time to look at this and analyze it in your life, because I don't want another year to go by without, living the way that you want to live. And this event here is an event that's made to uprise. It's meant to change lives. We have resources offered by this event that will absolutely change your life for the rest of its course, so that life will never look the same. And so I love you all and I appreciate you all. And I think you're an amazing genius. And I love you unconditionally. So I hope something I said connected with you today, but I believe you're powerful. I believe that you, by harnessing your emotions and your connection to the things that you go through in life daily, live, you'll be able to be and do anything that you want to do. And so I appreciate you all. And so, with that, hello, Adora. Oh, you're on mute, or I can't hear you.
Yeah, the time always just flies by. It's so good. And I know that the work that you do supporting people with their own emotional intelligence is very powerful. I know that with emotional intelligence, when things happen in the world like COVID and everyone else shuts down, people are still able, when you have emotional intelligence, you're able to show up for the vision and be a lighthouse for people. And whatever you did in COVID, no big deal. We all are still here, right? And we made it. But one of the toughest things for entrepreneurs is when the whole world's in fight or flight is to constrict. And it's from openness and forward movement and control and connection to the emotions that you're able to actually show up. So I know you had your own quantum leap in business through connecting to those emotions. And so those of you that are like, what does this got to do with my paycheck? Everything. It has everything.
It does. Yeah. It literally is every single aspect of it, because I went through the biggest challenges that I had gone through, like you're saying, in my business, where I had built up a big company. It was basically, I thought I was the company. It was a big brand, and I was known in the community for that. And it was under a situation that was causing it to fail. And I thought I was a failure. And I was in that point in life where people have a choice to go this way or this way. And we all have that choice. We have that choice sometimes every single day on some level. Now, this was a big situation, but we have it on micro situations every single day. And I was going this way. And if I didn't get the understanding that I gained that I have now, I would not be the person I am today. I would not have been able to come back. I would not have been able to rebuild it into a company that did $63 million a year in sales. And I wouldn't be here today speaking with you. So
yeah. So pay attention. Okay. And owning 20 something companies, partnered with Mark Victor Hansen on his book company, who Mark sold, what is it, 500 million books?
Yeah, he sold over 500 million books, which is pretty much, amazing. And that's
pretty
book,
much.
not
Come on,
quality.
Yeah. And just so you guys know, Preston and I are looking at doing an author tour. They're helping authors all the time tell their stories. Preston and I have done a lot of things together, with a lot more to go. And when we put together and curate these events, you can feel the heart. Like, all you heard from this guy is heart. I love you. I believe in you. He's always highly engaged in the lives of his children, and he has 20 something businesses, and all this is running. So I just want you not to miss that. Like, don't sleep on that there's a way of being that we're doing our best to pull back the curtains and open the doors for you, but it's up to you to step in. So Preston, my friend, thank you. Thank you so much. I love and appreciate you. And there's a guy you need to meet. Remind me later. He's coming up next, so you'll hear his intro. He heard yours. He's been in the green room. But I think you two will have a good connection. So I'll connect you up later. Okay.
It's fantastic. Well, I hope to see you all, and at the Formula EQ Academy, and transform people into the future. And I look forward to all the amazing things that you're up to, Adora.
Awesome. See you soon. Bye. All right, guys. See, come on. Like, success leaves clues. People say that all the time, so much that I haven't said it in years. But we are giving you not just clues. We're giving you the freaking checklist, billboard, opportunity. Step into it. All right. Speaking of opportunities, I need you, if you have a product, a course, a service that you want to have it flying off the shelves, you want people buying your product, and not just any people, the right people, this is the go-to guy. Eric Sorensen introduced us. He's the webinar whisperer. In ClickFunnels, he's known. If you've heard of Krista Mashore, he's worked on her. He's working with her right now on her webinar. He works with the best of the best. He's working with us on some offers that we're putting together, and he has nothing to sell you right now. Okay. So even anything free that he gives as a lead magnet, I don't even know if we have one from him. I believe we do, but it's not to guide you to buy from him. It's out of pure generosity. He's going to give you the $1 million formula. Like, here's exactly what you need to do to have a webinar with your product or service that just moves the clients. And he's on our to-do list as well. If you're like, I don't have a webinar right now. We don't have a webinar, but it's on the docket because I met this guy, and I'm so excited. Thank you so much, Danny. Welcome.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Good to be here. I hope you are doing amazing, and we will finish today with high energy. It's going to be so cool.
Yes, we do have Cleona coming later too, but yes, we will finish with high energy, and you're bringing the energy. So, all right, here we go. Thank you, Dan.
Cool. All right. Thank you very much for the introduction, Adora. So first of all, guys, I want to get the elephant out of the room. There's no lead magnet. I really got nothing to sell you for today. I would love to have something because I love what I do, but right now that's not the case. So all I'm going to do for you, the lead magnet, is that presentation. But here's the deal. It's going to be a great one. It's going to be amazing. Okay. You're gonna learn something that is out of this world. Hey everybody, what's up, Debbie? What's up, Brenda? What's up, Mark? Hey Brenda, remember you from yesterday? I'm happy to be here, guys. We're gonna have a good one. So let me share my screen with you. So present, share screen, and click here. All right. So guys, just let me put. Okay. So guys, do you see my slides well? Okay, I guess you can if
We
I
do.
understand.
Yes, we do.
Okay, Adora, thank you. You're adorable. All right, Adora, adorable. I love it. It wasn't even played. All right, guys. So let's go. Okay. Today I'm gonna teach you the So Simple It Hurts coaches way can launch their webinar, their first or next profitable webinar over the next 9 days, and that even if they are a very bad marketer. Okay. Just before I get going with that share, I want to share with you a webinar, okay, is super important, okay? In my mind, it's like the best way. I've done it over and over again, so I'm so biased, but it's the best way, the most easiest, the single, like, there's no better way to do business on the internet as a coach. Okay, I'm biased, I know, but like you will see how powerful that can be, okay? So I want to know in the room, does everybody knows what a webinar is? Like, I'll skip a little bit of introduction if we know what a webinar at least is, right? So I know there's a delay. Please tell me in the chat. I'll start the presentation. And if I have some, no, we don't know, Danny, I'll take the time to explain because that is important. Okay, Brenda knows what a webinar is, which is a pretty good news. All right, so presenting the slide again. Cool. So now that I know that you guys know and love webinars, which is awesome, my love for webinars like out of this world, guys. You will discover today how you can launch your next or first profitable webinar over the next 9 days, and that even if you're a bad marketer, not that good at copywriting, I've not strategized it or anything, right? So today I want you to be able to easily launch it, and that no matter what, and make it convert so much, okay? And I mean it. That your real bottlenecks become operations and fulfillment. Okay, it can be like, trust me, like operation fulfillment sometimes is the bottleneck when a good webinar is working well, right? So I have two disclaimers I want to make before we get started with this presentation. First of all, please sure to have access to a doctor because applying the acts you're about to learn will probably leave you speechless. Okay, it happens all the time. That's super important because I will make it easy. I will make it simple. I will make it accessible for you, okay? What looked complicated in the past will now look so easy and so doable that, like, you will ask yourself, why did it look that hard for so long? So, second disclaimer, I'm a new father in the house of that wonderful, amazing, like, melting heart daughter. And you can see how adorable she is, right? But here's the thing. Sometimes that's her face. And today, that's about the face she's offering. So you might hear some cry, some yelling, some whatever. That's just her way of saying, go, daddy, go. And it's her way of saying it when she's mean and angry, right? So anyway, she's so beautiful, right? Can I add like a cute in the chat because she's so beautiful? Like, I'll tell it to her when she's like 10 years old. So 10 years from now. Anyway, guys, before we get started, I just want to share a little bit about my story, but I'll make it fast because it's all about you. Like in 2018, I was starting as a coach, right? I was all in as a coach. It was my second try, by the way. I had already started a coaching business in which I made 0 sales in 6 months. Okay, so like my first try was so bad, but then I'm a go-getter. I'm someone with courage, right? I don't let life stuff me. So I tried again, and that was my first office. I still remember $325 for a room in a space where people did construction, right? And I was working on my agency and I was super happy, right? And then this time, what I realized is that if I want to succeed and avoid failing like I did the last time, I would need some coaches, some mentors, and some guides, right? I really believe wholeheartedly that my first try If I can be honest, I was too cocky. I thought I could do it by myself, right? I learned sales by myself. So I thought like I could learn business and coaching and do courses and marketing by myself. And I failed miserably, right? It cost me time and money. So that time I was like, okay, I'll get help fast. So I go at 10X Growth Con, which by the way was my first travel out of Canada, first fly ever. It was really getting me out of my comfort zone. I was not speaking English at the time. I would understand English. I would not speak. So when people would speak to me, I would answer them with a head nod or like I knew some words, right? But I could not complete a full sentence back then. But I did it anyway, guys. And at that point, okay, I go and I see Russell Brunson, which is my mentor nowadays. I'm in his inner circle. I'm so grateful to have met him. But at that point, I don't know who he is, okay? And I see the guys, he does a webinar on stage. And it's crazy, okay? I just want to put you into context. We are at MGM Grand in Vegas. Anything that's in Vegas is pretty amazing and big, right? So we are at the MGM for the 10X Growth Con. And like to be honest, it's a pitch fest, but I love pitch. So I say it in a positive way, like, so sell me something, please. I want to get better. I'll buy, right? So that's me. So Russell sells something, but everybody else sold something and closed about, I don't know, maybe 1% of the room. Like some people would stand up, go buy the offer and everything. And Russell, and the way he did it was so convincing that literally, okay, I mean it. Everybody stood up. They started running, jogging at least towards the stair and everything. It was like crazy in the room, almost like there was a fire alarm. And there was 4 stands at which you can buy. Okay, so from stand 1 to stand 2, there was a line. Stand 2 to stand 3, a line. 3 to 4, a line. 4 to anyway, you understand what I mean, right? So he filled the entire MGM Grand surface with buyers that were standing on their feet. That is so impressive. I've never seen so much money being sold at like 90 minutes, right? So I was like, I gotta learn how to do that, right? But I don't really know what it is. So I get back home. I don't even know it's called a webinar at the time, which is funny. But anyway, it's fun to see the progress. But by the way, like 5 years from now, you will be happy to tell your story. I'm telling you, just stay in your lane, right? So I came back home, I started to learn that it's about webinars, and I did my first one, which by the way, okay, I have a little bit of teaching moment here. That's important, okay? Look at that. I did the webinar. You can say I created it. Look at that, okay? I created it in 9 days between March 18 and March 27. So basically that's 9 days, okay? But here's the, oh shit, I forgot a slide. So anyway, I delivered the webinar, it's September. I finished it in March, but I did not deliver the webinar until September. And the deal is that I made, the slide will be later, I made $27,000 something $100 with that webinar. But I was afraid to do it. And by the way, quick story. Sometimes we do things, okay, but we're afraid, right? I'm an afraid guy, but I'm a courageous guy at the same time. So I'm about to do the webinar. And by the way, the reason I waited 6 months to do a webinar and then I did it was because I was about to not pay my rent. Like it was doing bad. My business was not doing that good. So I did the webinar and I arrived at home, but because of the stress of everything, the rent, the pressure of having to sell. So I started like being hot. I sweat like crazy, okay? So I take off my shirt. The webinar is about to start 15, 20 minutes. I take off my shirt. I continue sweating. I'm in Canada, guys. It's like September. It's pretty cold in Canada. So I not cold, but some days are. So I open my patio door, my big window to go backside. I open it and I'm still hot. So I open every window in the house and I'm still hot. So I take off my pants and now I'm in boxers, underwear, right? And I take off my socks and I'm like, crap. So now I have nothing left on me. My webinar will start in about 2 minutes. I'm sweating like crazy. Okay, I smell myself. So I'm like, I won't be able to do a webinar, but I have no other choice. So I take the webinar. I take my laptop. It was a MacBook Air. So they are light and small, right? I'm not super strong and big. So it was cool for me because I had to stand up and have it in my hand. So I was walking in my house for 90 minutes, like skipping my slides like that, being almost naked, like so sweaty. It was crazy, but I did it, guys. And that day, going over my fear, doing what I known I should do for a long time, and finally have the courage to do it, changed my life forever. That was the first day I made more than $8,000 in a day, which happened to me one time previously. And now I made $27,000 in one day. I held it back for 6 months, guys. So here's the lessons. The things that scares you the most are the thing you must do the most, right? Super important. And by the way, quick disclaimer, I'm French. So every quote that I say, you might be like, that's not the right way to say it, but you understand the principle, right? I know it. So I gotta see the lesson. So I started doing more of those. I was like, yeah, let me do more. So I did one for real estate, another for bodybuilding, another for hormonal health for women, another one in real estate. And here's the thing. I want you to understand something, okay? From January 1st to February 28th with a webinar, we did $500,000, like 500. Those big numbers are hard for me to say in English still. I'm still learning every day, okay? But we made the number on the upper left corner. Look at that. That was a weight loss webinar. Look at the date, January 1st to 28th. Look at that, January 1st to 28th, another weight loss webinar. We did $535,000. Is it that like almost the same? Does that show you how sustainable the model is once you know what you do? Like you just launch another and boom, you add $500,000 every 2 months to your revenues. How cool would that be? Right? Today, this is what I'm teaching you guys. So that led me to have the Tucumã Club Award, to become Russell's Brunson Inner Circle Member of the Month, because I was helping like everybody in the Inner Circle. Was super cool. That was last year. I helped Sarah Petty, which is amazing, almost 3x her webinar. I helped Hunter Thompson do 30K more is weekly revenue than his previous best week. We're talking about 30K weekly revenue, guys. More than his previous best. You guys get that, right? I've offered the Inner Circle group the other day. I said, hey, let me help you out. And he said, for those that don't know, Danny easily made me $500,000 since we talked for free for 60 minutes. Like, because it's super easy. I don't need to talk to for 3 hours, guys. If you're open-minded today, I'm about to change your life in the next 30 minutes, right? So who's down to change his life? Like, who's really down for that, right? Who wants some results like Miranda Pierce, $131,000 with a webinar? Who wants some results like $500,000 every 2 months via webinar, no matter like with sustainability, right? Tell me in the chat, because guys, that's important. You must want it, right? So who wants to know the only, by the way, before we get started, okay, before I give you like, this is what you need to do exactly. I'm gonna give you all, right? I got nothing to tell you, to sell you, so I will give you everything. So who would like to know the only thing all their webinar had in common, right? That most people will never have. They launched it. Ooh, they launched it. Most people will never launch, like I did. I waited 6 months, right? If I was not in trouble about to lose my apartment, I would not have done it. And I would not have been there today. And I would not have that award. And I would not have sold for $8 million with online webinars. No. I launched it, so now I'm here. So here's the deal, guys. Before we speak about how to achieve a successful webinar, we need to understand what are the 3 phases, the 3 evolutions of a successful webinar. So the first one, if you launch fast, okay? And then you repair. That's the thing. Okay, my customers always like tell me, hey, once we launch, like what happens? Now things are beginning. Now it's beginning. Just launch fast. Don't try to launch the perfect fit. Try to launch something fast, so at least you have something to sell. And if it don't work, at least you have feedback on why it don't work. But if you wait until you make it perfect, it will never work. And then once you repair, you scale. But you can only repair something that you know where it's broken, right? Let's say your car is making a funny sound, right? You don't repair any part of your car and expect the car to stop making the sound. You ask for the feedback of the mechanic, and the mechanic tell you that's the part, and then you repair that part. Same thing with your webinar. You won't know what won't work until you launch and the public tells you what don't work, or what is not good, or where the people leave in your webinar. Does that make sense, guys? Like, you really got to understand to launch fast. Like, commit now, figure out later. Launch one, like, it doesn't matter if it works or not. By the way, it's not does it work or does it not work. It's more of a how much does it work, like on a scale of 1 to 10. If it works at 1 when you launch fast, cool, you have 9 more points left for opportunity, but at least you have something launched. Does that make sense, guys? Like, too many people are waiting for it to be the perfect time, to have the perfect amount of money in their bank account, to have like, this is not how things are going well in life. Things are going well when we fucking go for it. Sorry, when we freaking go for it, right? I'm still learning English every day. Sorry, that's my reason. Like, you have to go for it, guys. You have to go for it, right? But for that, you must launch yourself, right? It's the same for everything. So yeah, start now, get perfect later. Good job, Mark. So too many people are obsessed about the launch, when in reality, the launch is only a beta test phase. It tells you is it good or no, right? The mindset is really about testing facts and repairing faster. right? Test fast, prepare faster. So now that we know that, okay, like I just want people to get with me. If I have a big yes with that and you understand that, okay, Danny, I commit myself to launching fast. Like I don't need to make it perfect. I just want to make it, to launch it, right? If I have a big yes in the chat, I'm about to teach you the most powerful webinar hacking framework so you can build and launch your first or next profitable webinar over the next 9 days and make $1 million over the next 12 months. So who's down for that, right? But it's not about being down. It's about telling me, yeah, Danny, I'll launch fast. I'll do it. I'll commit myself, right? And by the way, guys, as long as I make it sound easy, simple, and doable. If I make it sound like too hard and too complex, don't do it. Your commitment is only cool, and you will only respect your commitment, and I will only ask you to respect it if I make it sound fast, simple, and easy to do. Does that make sense, guys? All right. Amazing. Love you guys. So first step, okay, it's a 3-step process. I call it the webinar hacking framework because you don't start from scratch. You hack the webinar, right? That's how you do it. So first of all, you're going to find a webinar to hack. And I'm going to teach you exactly what it is, what it means. Second of all, you're going to find the copy to hack. For those who don't know what is copy is the words you say in your webinar. So every single word is copy. For example, webinar hacking framework is copy, right? It's written in the webinar. And then the offer hacking, what you will sell at the end of the webinar. So using that framework, guys, you will remove every question out of the equation, okay? So the first step is to find a webinar to hack. So Tony Robbins says it. If you want to be successful, find someone who has achieved the results you want and copy what they do to achieve the same results, right? It's not hard. If you see your big brother start doing bench press and get big chest, and you start doing bench press, guess what will happen? You'll get a bigger chest. It's the exact same thing with anything, right? You see somebody having great results with their webinar. Just model the webinar and you'll have great results too. Does that make sense? By the way, I'm going to teach you how to do it in an ethical way. Like, be open-minded here. Like, I've done it many times. I know what you think, right? But be open-minded, right? And I just want to share a little story. When I got back home from Vegas and I wanted to do a webinar, I did not know what webinar was. So I called my coach because, again, I'm telling you, like, that time my success was based on the fact that I'm hiring coach, right? And I'm not saying that because I have coaching to sell you. I don't coach people. Like, I hire coach. I don't coach people. So you have to understand that coach can tell you that and it sounds like salesy. I don't sell coaching, right? But I hire the coach anyway, all the time. So I hire my coach and I call him and I'm like, bro, I've seen Russell Brunson. He did a presentation. He's like, you did not know who Russell Brunson was? I'm like, no. He's like, he's the master of webinar. And I'm like, what's a webinar? And he's like, that's exactly what he did. That's why you bought. And he made $3,000 off your back with a webinar. And I'm like, cool, I want a webinar. And he said, the guy had a webinar. So he's like, cool, can I buy your framework? Can I buy your webinar? He said, bro, you already have access to my webinar in my course, which tells that I haven't watched the entire course. But at least I had watched the part that got me working. So I went on the course, took his template that I had access to, and look at that, okay? I knew the guy had a webinar working. He told me he had made over 600,000 with his webinar. So look what I did. I keep the container, right? Look at the colors. They are the same. Look at the picture round for round. Look where the logo is. I don't mess with the container. I really don't care. The only thing I change is the content, right? So he's selling, by the way, this is French, right? I work in the French market and now I work in the English market, but back in the time I work in the French market. So he was selling a lead generation for agency owners. I was selling LinkedIn automation for solopreneurs, right? For solopreneurs sells website. So we had different customers. So we had different titles. And then the second slide from his was my goal. Second slide was my goal. It's not like cheating, guys. You guys get out, like, this is ethical. Like, I had his permission. You understand that? His third slide, what? 4 reasons to stay until the end. My third slide, guess what it is? 4 reasons to stay until the end. But again, we're not saying the same thing. We sell 2 completely different things to 2 completely different persons. So everything I said is different, right? He's saying proven methodologies to deliver qualified lead for your business, right? And I'm saying, yeah, that one works because it's lead gen. But the second is like how to avoid the freelancer trap. I'm like how to win productivity hours, right? So I'm not saying the same thing. The content is different. I'm keeping the container so I don't have to worry about the order of slide, the structure of slide, what the webinar will look, what will be slide 37. You guys get that? I know that I just replaced what he says with my niche and what I should say, what he would have said if it was selling to my niche. It's super ethical, guys. You say your own stuff, right? But you don't care about the structure, the order, the number of slides. You don't ask yourself questions. You just follow what he did and succeeded with. Because when you model somebody who had success, guess what you will find? The same success. Ta-da! Right? So that webinar, by the way, which is the first one that I delayed 6 months to do, is 26K. That's an old presentation. I have not updated. It was 27 something K. But anyway, that's like almost the same thing. But like I did it. I was waiting for it. Like 6 months. How many money have I lost by not doing 26K every week? Using their example, Brenda. If I made that money using their template, the question is yes. If that's the question, the answer is yes. If that's the question. So anyway, I did it, and then that one did 158K in 90 minutes. It was not mine. I built it for someone. But look at the structure. Look at the picture. Look where the logo is. Look at the color. Completely different content. I talk about real estate investing. Instead of talking about lead gen for agency, instead about talking how to automate your LinkedIn as a solopreneur, I keep the container. So slide number 2 is still the goal. Slide number 3 is still for a reason. But guess what? Every content is different, right? Another one, bodybuilding. That I started feeling cocky. I changed the colors, right? So Quebec is a small state. I had to make it unique. That one, I removed there's 3 lanes on the left on that one, and there's 2 on that one. I started being comfortable, right? Remove a lane. But anyway, you understand what I mean? That's what you do. You keep the content, the container like it is, and you keep the container, you change the content, right? This one, by the way, we're almost at 3 million now with this one. We're like 2.99. And just to show you why it's saying stuff that I don't show, the reason that I was on plane mode. I told you, I did that. I just want to show, I'm not saying anything. In the meanwhile, we'll continue. We're almost at 3 million with this one. So anyway, there was another one, right? Another container. So here you can see that I just took this template that I bought from Russell Brunson for freaking $7. For $7, I had access to a webinar template written by the number 1 webinar master in the entire world. I got my MasterCard pretty easily on that one, right? So I just changed the content again, right? He says, insert your headline here. I inserted my headline there. I'm not stupid. I'm able to do that. I have 10 fingers to type on my keyboard, right? I just keep the same. So guys, do you get how first you must have a template, okay? And by the way, here's the deal. If you don't have a template, you go to something like perfectwebinar.com or type it on Google, okay? And you will have for $7 Russell's Web Perfect. You can have this on the left of my screen for $7, right? And just fill what it says you to right there, and you can make $1 million by next year. That's crazy, guys. And it's not obligated to be $1 million. You can make 30,000 more by doing that. If you are starting and have no audience and stuff, it will just be better than if you did it. So guys, let me ask you this. Who commits to find a webinar template to start from so you don't have to start from scratch? I need a commitment, guys. Again, we're not here today for the information, okay? We're here today for the transformation. I don't want you to be here to be a year from now at Christmas dinner saying hey, I know a guy, he talked about webinar. I attended a summit, it was so cool. Yeah, I know a lot about webinar. Yeah, webinar, you can actually webinar hack, you can have a template, but you did nothing and you're still not making $1 million with webinar. There's a difference between knowing the knowledge and applying the knowledge, committing to the knowledge, right? The guy before me, right, from Formula EQ, he said it, knowledge is not power. We've been sold a lie, right? Applied knowledge is power. So if you commit to do it, then you will achieve success, right? So Michelle commits, Joy commits, Adora commits, Alan commits, right? Cool, Deepak commits. I love it, guys. Nothing good in life starts without a commitment. My good friend Eric Sorensen says it first, commit first. You got to commit in order to win, right? So now you have your template, okay? You got the first step. Yeah. Oh yeah, templates make it so easier to achieve, brother. In our agency that we're building now, the second time we did it, we did a template. I'm new in the American market, so I had to build my English template from scratch. And the second time we did it, we saved almost 80% of the time to get it done. So like it will be almost 500%, like 5x faster to start from a template. And not only that, you will start with a template that works instead of, not only it takes 5 times more time to build, but you don't know if it will work because it's yours and not like world-class webinar one like Russell Brunson one, right? So yeah, template are the key. Angela commits, that's amazing, guys. So the second step, okay, now you have your template. You decided this is the webinar I've chosen to model. And if you have not found one, you go to perfectwebinar.com and you buy the $7 one because you are people respecting your word, right? So the second step will be copy hacking. You will find some online copy to hack. Okay, that on the right is again French, but I was like wondering, I'm not a 45 years old woman trying to lose weight. Okay, even if you look like super closely or from a far distance, I don't look like a 45 woman trying to lose weight. But in that webinar, that was our avatar. So I had to learn, what do they want to hear? But I don't have to guess it. I just am looking at who is selling millions of dollars of product to 45 plus women selling, trying to lose weight, right? Who's selling them already? So I went and I found Venus Factor online on ClickBank. And on ClickBank, one cool thing, you can see approximately how much they sell. And Venus Factor, like, trust me, like the guy has a pretty big house, I guess, right? He's selling a lot of those, right? So he says something that stuck with me in the middle, like almost at the beginning of the video. He says, watch that if you want your 10 next pound that you will lose to look like 20, because they will disappear from key areas. And I was like, damn, that sounds good. And then I modeled it and put it in my webinar. Like that, they don't have copyright on that sentence. It's not like with Venus Factor, you will like with a revolutionary ABC technology, the next 10 pound. No, they just said, watch this video if you want the next 10 pound you lose to look like 20 because they disappear from key area. I'm comfortable saying the same. Just like a lot of realtor will say, I have a good service, and they are not copying the other realtor, right? Does that make sense? Like, does that make sense, everybody? Like, sometimes it's okay to say the same thing. I'm using some closes I learned from my mentors. When I close a customer, I don't invent the close I use. I got the word-for-word close for somebody, right? That's like, it's okay. It's okay, guys, right? So another thing nowadays that I love to do, right, is going on my good friend ChatGPT. We're now so close, buddy. He almost replaced my best friend. Seriously, ChatGPT is the go-to, okay? So I said, hey there, I have a webinar that sells a weight loss program. I'd love to have punchline sentences that will make the ideal customer dream. For example, one that I love is make sure the next 10 pounds you lose looks like 20 by making it disappear from key areas. And it will give me a lot of other copy. Then I got like, transform your body and become the best version of yourself in just a few weeks with a revolutionary weight loss program. Say goodbye to stubborn belly fat and hello to a toned flat stomach with our proven weight loss methods. So now you can even ask to have more. You can make it sounds funnier. You can ask him to make them longer. You can ask him to make him, her, hit, I don't know, right? You can ask ChatGPT to make them different. You can ask ChatGPT to make them more separated from each other. You can like, it will do whatever you want, okay? So if you don't know what to write, you just ask ChatGPT, hey, this is what I should write in my webinar, but I have no creativity. Give me a sentence. And it will give it to you and you put it in the webinar. There's like no reason not to do it in 2023. Like either you're like not serious. There's no other reason that your 10 fingers are broken and you can type, or you're not serious about success. Like it's either one or both, right? Because it's so easy. You ask a software that gives you the right answer. That's crazy. Right? And you can use some script that are already done. For example, one that I use called Perfect Bullet Formula from Jim Edwards, okay? It's from the book Copywriting Secrets that's supposed to be somewhere around here. Anyway, so that formula is amazing to create bullet points for a webinar. So I said, please give me 3 highly influential bullet points copy using the formula from Jim Edwards to help me sell my 12-week weight loss program. And he gave me 3. So, guys, once you join this program, you will discover the secrets to shedding unwanted pounds without having to deprive yourself of your favorite foods, thanks to our delicious and easy-to-follow meal plans that make eating a breeze. And then you follow on. That sounds good. That's a webinar. That's a sales presentation. A webinar is a fancy term for sales presentation because people are uncomfortable saying the term sales. So they called it a webinar. It's a sales presentation. You have to sell people. Those salesy sentences are perfect when they are done the right way with the right intention and the right heart. Right? Does that make sense, guys? Right? Does that make sense? So you might ask, like, what about the actual script? What do I like say? So let's say you don't have your 3 secrets, right? Russell teaches the 3 secrets framework. You don't have the core, the content, the meat of your webinar. You just ask ChatGPT. Hey, using the perfect webinar script from Russell Brunson, I need you to help me find the big dominoes and the 3 secrets. My main skill is helping women over 40 lose their weight for good by balancing their hormonal system. So secret number 1 needs to be about the vehicle to success, which relates to hormonal system. Secret number 2, I will talk about energy and motivation. And secret number 3 must be about time, right? A lot of women say to me they don't have time. Cool. Secret number 1, the hormonal hack. Unlock the secret to effortless weight loss, even if you've tried everything. And in secret number 2, we'll discover the energy secret. We'll discover how to unleash your inner powerhouse and crush your weight loss goals without burning out. And lastly, ladies, as secret number 3 that we'll discover today, we'll discover how to make it time-saving for you so you can fit into your skinny jeans without having to sacrifice your busy schedule or favorite food. Does that sound good? Yeah, of course. Of course. How many times did it took me to do that? 1.5 seconds. I'm not the one who did it, like copy paste. That's the time it took me. You guys get that? You guys get how powerful it can be? Right? Sorry, you're in my screen under, so that's why I always look under. But like, I'm looking at you right in the eyes. Do you understand how powerful this is, guys? That's important. Right? Jim Rohn says it. It's not about what you know. It's about how you feel about what you know. So how excited are you about that? Like, do you feel the fire inside of yourself that says, wow, I can finally do a webinar that I know will be a key that can unlock the secrets to successful business, right? Does that make sense, guys? I hope it does. It will change everything, everything. I mean it. Like, life will never be the same again. In Tony Robbins' voice, life will never be the same again. No, I miss it. I should stay Danny, right? But the truth is, like, it will make everything different, okay? Even if you have no stories, sometimes in webinar, I hear a lot of people tell me, Danny, I don't have those cool stories people tell. I don't have a story like you that started in Vegas where you saw Russell and everything. Danny, I'm just starting. Is a webinar good for me? I don't know, like, the context and what I will set up and everything. Guys, there's no problem, okay? I used to have a webinar agency in French, and in the French market, most marketers are like 10 years behind. Most coaches actually are 10 years behind you guys in the American market. So when they want to do a webinar, they literally like have most of them not even started a business, right? Most of them are still employees. And by the way, the webinar we reached $3 million was my one of my best friend's girlfriend that told me, I'm tired of working 40 to 60 hours a week in my clinic helping women lose weight. I'm tired of like blah, blah, blah. She told me a couple of things that's personal. And I said, I have a solution for you. Let's make a webinar partner. We did one, sold $3 million later. She's free. She's living in a big cabin that she bought with her 2 kids. She did not have at the time. And now she's living the life, right? But anyway, she did not have those stories. So we had to find analogies, right? Analogies are the new coach's story. The thing, guys, is that people tell story in order to illustrate a point, to make a point. That's why you tell a story. Analogies can do the exact same for you. You don't necessarily need to have a great story. You need to make a point. And that's how you win in a webinar or even in any sales situation, right? So let's say I don't have a story. I'm starting from scratch. Michelle, thank you so much for the comment, my enthusiasm. I'm so happy to be here actually and to do that with you and that you guys comment. That's the best thing ever. But yeah, so if you don't have a story, you can ask ChatGPT again. Again, I'm telling you, he's almost now my best buddy. They're competing. I told him, I'm like, bro, you must do better. ChatGPT's here, right? But the truth is that you can ask, what's the best story to help me break a woman's belief that dieting isn't going to help her lose the weight for good? And that also illustrates that as long as she doesn't correct her hormonal system, nothing's going to work, right? So he's like, here's a great story. And he tells me like a big story. And I'm like, cool, I love that story, but it's not mine, right? I just can't tell a wrong story and I won't read the whole story. It's like, it will take 10 minutes and we'll be here until tomorrow. But it's a great story. So now I ask, what would be an analogy to illustrate that story? So he transforms the story he just told me that makes the point you want to make, right? In that case, that As long as you don't correct your hormonal system, nothing's going to work. It tells you a story. It's not yours. You're like, give me an analogy for that. And he gives you an analogy so you can make the same point you're trying to make without having to have your own story. So you're like, and it used a feminine approach. I asked him. So he's like, imagine your body is like a beautiful garden that needs regular attention and care to flourish. If you only focus on watering the plants but neglects other important areas like pruning or fertilizing, the garden won't reach its full potential. Similarly, if you only focus with one aspect of weight loss, such as calorie counting, but neglect other important aspects like hormonal imbalance or stress, you won't achieve results. So we take that information and we make it super easy to digest in a webinar with 4 or 5 slides, right? So now, okay, so as long as I don't take care of my hormonal health, nothing's gonna work. But I use an analogy that is from a story that is not mine. Again, how much time has it took me? A second and a half. I did copy paste, right? It's like so easy, like so easy, guys. And I'm telling you, right? Again, a wonderful person before me said your business is about to go down in 5 years from now if you don't use AI. I'm like, this is only opinion. We don't have the right answer. I'm like, everybody will jump on the train like a year from now. So if you're not the first one to have a webinar that will be done by AI, a year from now, you will be, I don't need to launch a webinar. Everybody have one and I will just be one in many. So better be first than to be best. Better be first than to be best. So you want to do it right away, no matter like if it's a 10 out of 10, right? You want to be the one who puts the webinar out there, guys. Again, so how long should a webinar like this last? It depends on your audience, Mark. That's a super good question. So that's a dichotomy, okay? Everything is not either black or white. If you do it the right way for the right person, the shorter is best. If you do it the right way for the right person, the longer is best. So usually your webinar, I've seen some people make millions of dollars with a 5 minutes perfect script webinar. Here's the story. Here's secret number 1, 2, 3. Here's the offer, a guarantee by now. It's like for a soap and they became millionaire, Jamie Cross. Or on the other side, you have webinars like Dan Henry, who keeps people until 4 hours because he wants to have intimate connection with people, right? So there's no right or wrong answer. The average answer, though, is 75 to 90 minutes, right? That's my length of webinar I use for most audience. But you see, I'm doing one for piano, for music right now, and it will be shorter, right? So do I ever use a webinar as a lead magnet? I could, but for me, a webinar, I love to close either on the webinar or to bring a call on the webinar using what I call a consultative webinar framework, which bring pre-sold customer on your phone, right? So instead of using it as a lead magnet and then letting things happen like the universe will want them to happen, I make things happen. So I'm on the webinar, I book them on a call, I give them a reason to be on the call, I pre-sell them, they already know the price, they already know everything, and I've overcame every single objection, and they just come on the call. So we figure out 1 or 2 concerns or questions they might have, and then we close them because they were already closed. So that's how I use it, but it's not a lead magnet. It's literally you register for the webinar, I close you. Sales call, and then we close you, right? So that's how our system works. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Again, yeah, my English brain is started to burn a little bit. Like my tank, I did it's my 3rd webinar today. So my 3rd presentation today and 2 webinars before. So my English tank is low, but I hope you guys understand me super good and that the energy is still amazing. So the 3rd thing is offer hacking. How about the audiences, Danny? Deepak, I love the question. Audiences are the number 1 thing to master in a webinar, but please elaborate on your question. I will answer it later, but that's a really good one. So the last thing, okay, that you want to hack is what we call offer hacking. You want to hack your offer. Basically, creating a great offer is a lot of work if you don't master the offer creating framework, offer creating system, or whatever, right? So what you do is, again, ChatGPT, I'm telling you, it's really competing, right? So if you don't call me tonight, you lost the job, right? My new best friend. But the truth is, I found you find an offer that looks amazing. So you go see a competitor, for example, that's crushing it. So let's say you want to get into weight loss coaching, okay? And so you go see somebody who's selling $50 million of weight loss coaching, $10 million. I don't care. Somebody who's having success in the weight loss field. You listen to his webinar, you take the offer in note, and then you go see ChatGPT. And you say, hey, I found this offer from someone else, and I'd love to offer a similar result, but I want it to be unique to me. Can you please help me, right? A 12-week core. So here's the webinar offer I found, a 12-week core program, blah, 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 right? And you copy paste the offer and the bonuses and you tell him what it is. And you're like, can you please help me make it my home? I target the same customer, and you can also switch some bonus to cover some needs you think aren't well covered for overweight 40 to 50 years old women. Wow. Now he says to me, okay, sure, I'll help you. 12-week personalized weight loss coaching program, 21-day stress reduction and self-care challenge, 7-day healthy meal plan. I'm like, that sounds generic. That's okay, but I hate okay. I love great, right? So I'm like, can you make it better? Let's 10x the perceived value of this offer. Make sure it has everything needed. Again, it's intelligent, guys. It's not a software. It's literally, it's almost like you speak with the most intelligent people alive when you speak with ChatGPT. So you can say in it, her, anything, right? Anything. I mean it. So we're like, hey, just make it 10x better. Make sure it has everything needed for high conversion rates. And by the way, I don't want to take one-on-one time with customer. You made it in the previous offer. I know my competitor did. That's not me, right? So he's like, okay, cool. A comprehensive 12-week weight loss challenge, 30-day stress reduction, self-care, 21-day nutrition and mindset reboot. I love that. 30-day at-home workout program, a library on-demand wellness resources, a private online community, and a 60-day satisfaction guarantee. I'm like, starts to sound good, right? So I'm like, now create a sexy name for each part of the offer. I don't want to take time to do that. I want it to be fast so I can launch and repair faster, right? You remember that? So I said, create a sexy name for each part. So he says, oh, the Slim and Strong, the ultimate 12-week weight loss program, the Zen and Thrive, a 30-day stress reduction and self-care challenge, a mind and body reboot, a 21-day nutrition and mindset transformation, Fit and Fabulous, Wellness Oasis, Empowered Woman. So I'm like, cool, sounds pretty good, right? So I'm like, now add some words, make it even better, like Igniter, Accelerator, System, Protocol, Program. And it gives me the Slim and Strong Igniter, the ultimate 12 weeks weight loss system, the Zen and Thrive Accelerator, a 30-day stress reduction and self-care protocol, the Mind and Body Reboot System, a 21-day nutrition. So you understand, right? Again, I found the offer for somebody else. I asked artificial intelligence, make it unique to me, right? I'm like, I don't like what I see. I want that. He makes that. I'm like, no, make it sexy. He makes it sexy. And I'm like, add some cool words. He adds some cool words. And I have a freaking great offer to sell on my webinar. Took me about 15 minutes for the process. You guys get that? Does that make sense, guys? Is that cool or massively cool or freaking amazing, right? Again, I always look there, but you're there. Like, is that amazing or what? Like, I hope it is. Hey, Danny, I meant how to get the audience for the webinar. So there's a lot of ways. That's another subject or master in itself. You can use ads, you can use organic, you can have Facebook group, you can borrow somebody else's audience. There's literally, it's another masterclass in itself, Deepak. There's so many ways for that. One book I would recommend is Traffic Secrets from Russell. Actually, is very, very good. Or one thing that is getting more and more popular, you have borrowing somebody else's audience and making like partnership with them. You sell to their audience with your stuff and they get to keep 50% of what you've sold, but you haven't paid for the audience. Anyway, so that's another completely different subject. I hope it helped. So guys, do you see how easy and fast like it can be? Do you understand? Like, okay, guys, it can be done, right? So now everything's going to be good, right? Everything is not going to be good. Like, we're relentless. We want it to be great, right? So guys, in order to be great, remember the thing you must do is commit. As long as you are not committed to making it happen, guess what will happen? Freaking nothing. As long as you commit and you make it happen and you go no matter what. And I know, guys, truth is you will fear. Truth is you will doubt. Truth is you will wonder, is it the right thing? Am I doing the right thing? Am I doing the right slide? Am I losing my time? Could I be more efficient with my time? Is it really the thing I should do? Should I do that? A challenge, an event? Should I speak on stage? Should I sell one-on-one? Should I get a job? No matter what, you will have questions. The only thing that is important is that you must continue to believe. As long as you believe that you can make it happen using the 3 steps framework I've taught you today, nothing can stop you other than yourself. So if you want to succeed, now, figure out later, make it happen. So thank you very much. That was amazing.
Oh my gosh, you guys, they've just been, Danny, incredible. I've been taking so many notes and I'm so glad that I have you in my corner and we have you in our corner because one, you just lead with generosity. And if you all missed the Les Brown section, what I said is that I had Danny on another event and I didn't know him well, but every time the team reached out to him, he was quick to respond. He was promoting all over. He was tagging us. He was saying, what else can I do? Even through this event yesterday, he said, how else can I support? He's helping us with an offer on the back end of things, and just leads with just so much generosity and completely brilliant. And what I love that you said is just do it. I mean, you did it half naked, sweating, smelling yourself, walking around, and still made 26,000. If it would have been 2,000, if it would have been, it's like that would have helped your rent along, right?
Yeah.
But so many people just delay it for so long, trying to get it so right. But how you learn is actually in the game. That's how you learn, right? I mean, you can read about how to ride a bike all day long, but it's not until you get on the bike that you learn about balance and all the things, right?
Yeah, 100%. There's a different thing. It's a different thing to know that you must have balance riding a bike and to actually have the balance to ride a bike, right? I always say when I sell weight loss, I'm like, nobody ever in the history of the world lost weight by reading a diet book. Like, it never happened, right? They did the diet in the book, right? But that's the thing. So yeah, like fear is part of the game, right? And by the way, I study every day. Okay, cool thing. I want, and then I leave with that. Like I was yesterday studying a lot of biohacking. Okay, and you guys have to understand that the difference between fear and passion is literally one neuron away, like one neurotransmitter lighting, right? So, and it's just a matter of getting used to it. The more you transform fear into, I own this, that will be a cool challenge. Yeah, fearful, but a cool challenge, just like a boxing match. Like everybody fears getting punched in the face, but people that do it after that, they're happy, right? So it's the same thing. Like as long as you're like, I got that, it will be cool. You'll train your brain to do it, and you will approach your life with passion. And you will be happier. You will have more success. Everything will be so much better. So amazing. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, and listen, Lisa's saying, what's the offer? We have Cleona in the green room. She'll be coming on soon. She's the president or CEO of Napoleon Hill Institute, which handles the coaching division of the Napoleon Hill Foundation, currently certifying coaches in that methodology, but also deploying them. She was the VP of sales for Bob Proctor for many years. And she's going to be coming on and giving gifts to us. And Danny, I believe Cleona, I keep hooking up with all these people that I know are doing good work and get to use your services. But a couple of things. So Mark, we have Copy Coach coming. So we will go a little bit into Chat GPT tomorrow with a software that will like help with those prompts. And Brad's saying, I have a webinar ready to go for 6 months. I will launch this week, but how do I get traffic to it? And I know that's a whole other masterclass. Shanda's masterclass is one of them. But if he wants to take action, launch this week, what's one quick thing he could do?
Okay, I will go with, I will drop a couple things without the tactics. Okay, figure out the how. You got Google, YouTube. So first of all, you go hire some, you go get somebody else audience. You find a group in your niche. Let's say you're a chiropractor. You find a chiropractor that has a big group of people with back pain, and you make a deal with him to speak to his 30,000 people in back pain, and you keep to get 50% of what you sell, and he makes a free 50%. That's a lot of money for you that you don't have to pay for leads. That's number one. Second things, you invest in ads. That's like a no-brainer. You put ads in, $30 per lead. You invest 3,000. You have 100 leads, right? That's very straightforward mathematics. That's the second step. The third step, if you have any list, an email list, SMS list, messenger list, whatever, that's something you can do. Fourth, it don't need to be a big webinar. I have a friend of mine who actually surprised me 2 days ago. He does the one-on-one challenge. You could do a one-on-one webinar. I did one time a webinar for 3 persons, sold 3. So you don't need to necessarily have that. People think, oh, it must be big and I must make million. No, start with something. If you have 500 Facebook friends and 400 of them are families and real friends, and you have 100 related connections somewhere about maybe your industry, just freaking do it, right? Who cares? You might have 3%, sell 3. It's the beginning. You reinvest in ads and you just keep going from there.
Awesome. Danny, are you going to come to Atlanta?
When is it?
August 18th and 19th.
I think I have decade in a day with Russell Brunson in those dates. So when we met in the inner circle, he spent the day with us for business. So I think I will be there.
Yeah, I thought that was the case too. Well, we're gonna have you at a different event, and thank you so much for all that you do. And I just want to remind you all that we do have that Atlanta event coming up August 18th and 19th, where you get to spend time with Les Brown, Eric Sorensen, Bill Walsh, me, the Real Housewife from Atlanta, Sherry, Rob Cosberg, there's Jessa Carter. There's so many people there. And what's very unique about this is these are people who all want to get together and learn from each other. And we will be hyper intentional about you utilizing the room, leaving with real collaborations, real business strategies, already have deployed some things, and on your way to create that stability for the rest of the year. And then you get all those other bonuses. All right. And we won't even go into those now. But Danny, anything else that you want to say before we bring up Cleona?
Two things. First of all, thank you very much, guys. I love being here. Thank you for having committed with me your time and committing to taking action. The last thing I want to leave you with, guys, from the people you said in your Atlanta mastermind, your Atlanta event, you know that I'm 2% in which I'm in mastermind with. I won't name drop them because I don't want to exclude other. But guys, those 2% that I know will mind blow you with that event. Like, they are out of this freaking world. In your personal happiness world, in your business world, like for coaches, consultants, there's like one guy specifically that I have in mind that I won't name drop. He's about to change the game for you. Like, big, I mean it, like my heart is shaking. He changed mine with one call. He's like out of this world. Sometimes you see some like talented people in doing things, some talented people in coaching things, and very few people are both talented at doing and coaching. And those people are both, trust me, I've been with them for a couple of years now. They're just out of this freaking world. That's just because I don't know the other ones. But these two ones, they were 10 times your money just to hear one of them speak. It's just, seriously, guys, that's, oh man, I you know who I speak about, right? So I know what they will do for you. Just like, yeah, go change your life. Go with them. It will be amazing. You will have so much fun. It will be like life-changing.
Team, let's put that link in the chat. Drop it in the chat. Put it across the board. And thank you so much, Danny. I appreciate you. I know you got a beautiful daughter, Jade, who is ready for your time. And yeah, there she is. And I love and appreciate you so much. And we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Goodbye, Adora. Goodbye, everybody. Bye. Thank you for having me. Thank you for a great comment. Love you, everybody, and great success.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Awesome. So I know that you are all here. We're getting to the end of today. And one of my very favorite people, and I bring you a lot of my very favorite people, and I am blessed with a super tribe, but Cleona O'Hara, who really embodies the name, you're going to see her. She immigrated here as a young girl from Ireland and had some really tough adversaries. I don't think I'm saying it right, but you know what I mean. And ended up having this spiritual awakening at 27 and went on to work with Bob Proctor very closely, doing incredible work, was a VP there. And as many of you know, I have one of the last interviews. We did one of the last interviews with Bob outside of his ecosystem with Dr. Dennis Waitley. That was the first time Cleona and I kind of came across each other lightly. And then she went on to come to a mastermind that we did in Hollywood with Rami, and then a mastermind that we did in St. Lucia. And St. Lucia, I have great memories of singing at the top of our lungs together and manifesting things. And she's now the CEO of the Napoleon Hill Institute. That is the coaching department of the Napoleon Hill Foundation. And she has already launched into the world incredible human beings with the Napoleon, monetizing and making a difference with the Napoleon Hill principles. And it's just, I can't even tell you all the synchronicities and places that our heart meet, and what an answer to prayer she is. She's also committed that all the coaches get involved with Project Uprise and this challenge of child trafficking here in the US is part of their coaching commitment to be certified. So when you begin to take in this spirit, I want you to open your heart. I want you to just, even right now, just breathe into your heart to prepare for this magnificent spirit, because what you're going to receive on multiple levels is just going to help you integrate and be more of what you're called to be. It's just, you'll see what I mean. So go ahead and yeah, St. Lucia. Yes, love Cleona. Let's bring up. Hello, gorgeous.
Hello, Adora. Hi, everyone. Oh my God, I'm so grateful. So grateful to be here. That was amazing. I caught some of Danny's presentation, and I'm sorry I can't teach you any of that, but I can speak from my heart.
Yes, you can. And that's exactly what we brought you here for. So I'm going to remove myself for a little bit. I'm right here in the background if you need anything, and I'll come up at the end. Okay.
Okay, my love. Thank you. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I don't know how long you've been here. It's been a long day, I'm sure, for Adora. She is working so well, doing such a great job. And what I want to do, I thought about, what do I want to talk to you about today? And Dora told me that a lot of the people here are coaches, and that's what I am. I am a coach. I started in my personal development experience and changed my life. I had a spiritual awakening, just like Adora said, at the age of 27. And so I'll talk a little bit about my story, but I also want to talk to you about some of what I think is really my secret to success so far. There's a few principles that Napoleon Hill shares with us that I hold dear to my heart, and I go to those principles in an emergency. I go to those principles even when there is no emergency. I hold them dear to my heart. I live them. I breathe them. And so the principles of persistence, this is what I want to talk to you about. The principle of faith. These, for me, these two principles have carried me through this journey now in my 40s and creating really a magnificent life for me and my children. Those two principles can carry you through anything. And that's the truth, my friends. So just like Adora said, I came from Northern Ireland. I was an immigrant woman. I was around 18 years old when I landed in the United States. I had no money, I had no green card, and I was really going through a very difficult time, making very poor decisions. And as you know, the results in your life are a reflection of your programming. And so as a coach going out to the world, and we did an event recently. Yes, I saw one of our attendees mention that the Napoleon Hill Institute, we did an event called From Drifter to Leader. And a drifter, there's over 95% of the world is drifting. And I spoke about this, and I want to speak about it again because it's so important for you, especially if you're a coach or you're any type of inspirational leader of any influence whatsoever. You are being called today more than ever. You're being called to step up and lead the way so that we can really look at this epidemic of drifting. A drifter is someone who has no aim or purpose in life. They don't know their purpose. They're walking around aimlessly in life with no goals. They don't know they don't have any definite major purpose. They don't usually know what they're doing one day to the next, or maybe they're in a job that they don't love. They're just doing it because they're programmed to do this job. You see, we coaches, we were chosen, and I'm going to speak from my heart and my soul because that's what I was called to do. We were called to help people step up and become leaders. That is the truth. And through persistence and faith, my friends, you can help a lot of people. Now, when I started on my coaching journey, when I became a coach, it was not easy in the beginning. Okay. This life, I believe, is a game of belief. And so you must first make a decision to work on your belief as a coach, as an entrepreneur. Do you really believe you deserve the life that you're asking for? I want to ask you that question right now. Take a moment. Do you believe that you deserve the life that you're asking for? And if you do not believe it yet, you will know. You will close your eyes and tap into your heart and ask yourself that question. If you do not believe it yet, it will not manifest. This is the truth. You will work hard. You will grind it out. You'll be working all hours of the day. I work less now than I've ever worked because my belief and my faith is so strong. So through study, the repetition of study, through the principle of auto-suggestion, I've been able to change my belief and increase my faith. And this is what I want you to focus on as a coach, as a leader, to help others on this planet. 95% are drifting. And when someone is drifting and they don't have a goal, they are susceptible to anxiety, depression. It all starts with doubt and worry, which turns into fear. Fear suppressed becomes anxiety and depression. And so as a coach, as a leader, this is our duty, it's our responsibility to have the tools to work on our own belief first. When you work on your own belief, you will attract the clients to you. This is what I've done. I don't know any of these marketing strategies. I'm going to tell, our marketing team to study what Danny just did. But I've been able to create a very successful coaching business without any of these strategies. I did it with my belief, my faith, and my courage. And this, my friend, is what I want you to focus on today. There's 3 principles that I want you to think about: will, power, desire, and faith. Now, willpower is what creates persistence. As you move on in your business, you will face failure, defeat, whatever you want to call it. It's going to happen. There will be days you'll do these webinars, you'll do these marketing strategies, you'll pour everything into it, and it just won't work. There will be times like that. But my friend, I want you to remember this. When that day comes, please remember, defeat is just an inspiration to keep going. Defeat is to make you stronger. Defeat is testing your faith. Do you really want it? Do you really want it? Defeat is there to teach you a lesson. Most people give up when they have failure or defeat, the first sign of it. Now, you, my friends, if you're a coach, and I'm going to speak spiritual because that's who I am. If you are a coach of any sort,
I know we've got a frozen. There you are. That's who I am. It's the truth. You froze on that. Frozen in time as the absolute truth. That is who Cleona is. She's spiritual. Okay, back to you, Cleona.
Okay. So I don't know where I got cut off. I was in a flow, but the truth is, I'm just going to speak it like it is. You see, you are a soul. you don't have a soul. You are a soul. And if you're a coach, in my opinion, you're a soul that was sent to earth as a light worker to help others and lift them out of darkness. You may not believe that yet, but that's okay. Your job is to become a very courageous, faith-filled leader. And you will do that by building your faith, building your belief, and persisting. And so everything I have done all the way up, till today, I still pinch myself. How did I get here? I was the little girl from Northern Ireland. I lived in government housing. I had no shoes. Our neighbors gave us clothes. I had no money for food. How did I get here? How did this happen? I tell you the truth. I followed every principle that Napoleon Hill taught us. And I pull them out every day. I use each principle where needed. But the most important is faith. You have faith when that day comes and you're looking at defeat, when the numbers aren't there, the money's not in the bank account. I don't care. If the money's not in the bank account, you keep going. It's coming. Money is a reflection of service rendered. Write that down. If the money is not in the bank yet, it's because you haven't served yet. You haven't served appropriately. You don't believe you're worth the money yet. We got to build the belief. I always tell my clients, you can take a look in the bank account, but don't get emotionally attached to your results. Whatever you get emotionally attached to is what you manifest and create. So as I was going along in my journey, then I started my business, my coaching business. There was nothing there. There was no money there. There were no clients there. And I just kept studying every day. And I'm going to teach you another little tip. I call this going home. Set yourself a goal. Be definite in your goal. How much do you want to earn a month? Write it out every day in present tense. This is home. Your definite major purpose. You must learn to control your thought energy. Every day we have thoughts coming to and through us, this thought energy. If your thoughts are not aligned with what you want, your goal, your definite major purpose, change them immediately. Redirect your thoughts. So I became very, very good and became very aware of my thoughts. Are these thoughts helpful? Do they support my goal? If not, I go home. Home is where the goal is. And so you, as a coach, as a leader, you have a responsibility to redirect your thoughts all day long. You must persist through defeat. We talked about fear earlier. I heard Danny talk about fear. There's 6 ghosts of fear that you will learn and you will overcome through faith and understanding, my friends. Do you believe that you're worthy of the goal that you've set for yourself? It all goes back to belief. If I could give you my secret formula, it's my belief and my faith. It's my courage. It's persistence. It's I don't care what they told me. I don't care what they're saying out there in the world. If I can think it, I can have it. If I believe it, I can have it. You, my friends, you were chosen. Whether you believe it or not, I know it for a fact. If you're a coach, you were chosen. If you have a desire, a burning desire to help these people out there lost, drifting through life, you were chosen. So you got your job, your responsibility is to become very courageous, to become a leader, to become full of faith. This is your responsibility through study, through understanding, through auto-suggestion. You must get up every day, have a solid morning routine, and commit to being that leader because those clients, those people need you. And you must show up as that woman or that man that you so desire to be every day, in every action, in every word, in every thought. You don't act like her just because somebody's watching. Even during the pandemic, I was coaching clients from my Zoom at home. I was dressed up like this during the pandemic. Everybody else was in their sweatpants. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why would anybody want to work with you if you don't carry yourself as a leader, if you don't respect yourself? You must show up in all that you do because people are watching you. You may not realize people are watching you. People are looking for leaders. The world's crying out for leaders. We coaches are the leaders. We have the tools. Think and Grow Rich is the formula to success. This formula, I've studied it every day. I will study it for the next whatever years I have left in my life. My mentor, Bob Proctor, studied this for over 60 years. I will do the same. You coaches have the tools, but you have to make a committed decision that you're going to walk and talk and act in faith. Do not let yourself down. Do not let your soul down. Show up, walk, talk, act as the woman you want to be, as the man you want to be. I always tell my clients, why are you wearing those clothes? Are those the clothes of a leader? Does that make you feel good? If it makes you feel good, go ahead and wear it. Throw out anything in your home, in your closet, that doesn't match that version that you see in your mind's eye. You see, your soul will send you signals. You will get hunches throughout your day. You will have flashes of inspiration throughout the day, and I know you all do. Your job is to follow your hunches. Write that down. How did I create multiple seven-figure business in a couple of weeks? I followed my hunches. I walk in faith. If my thoughts don't match or align with what I want, I reject them and I replace them immediately. I go home. Where's home? My home is my goal. It's my definiteness of purpose. We have a mission. We have a mission on earth. I didn't come here to play. You didn't come here to play around and dabble at life. You're a coach. You're called. You must lead the way. 95% of the world is drifting. For me, that's an epidemic of the mind. That's an epidemic of the mind. I used to be a drifter. I was here in the streets of New York City in my early 20s, lost, out every night, no goals, blamed the whole world. I was a victim. I blamed my family. I blamed my culture. I blamed everybody, everything but myself. And when I found out the truth that our thoughts create our reality, I took that very seriously and I studied everything I could get my hands on. I made a committed decision. I'm not going backwards. I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to study this like a scientist. I'm going to go all in. And I did. My whole life changed. I'm a different woman. I'm still growing. I'm still a student. I'll be forever a student. I'm still a beginner. But you, if you're watching this, there's a reason you're called to do great things. Are you going to step up into the 5% and lead the way? Are you going to step up and follow your soul's calling, your purpose? This is your divine calling, my friends. And we don't have time to play around. I don't know about you, but I don't have time. I don't have time to play around. There's a lot of people out there that need your help. It starts with believing in yourself. Your clients will feel your belief. Your clients will buy your belief. Your clients are looking for a leader. They're looking for a leader. If you're sitting back and you're trying all these strategies and it's not working, well, then you need to check in with your belief about yourself. Are you showing up as her or him? Are you walking and talking as her or him? Or are you hiding? This is your responsibility. It's your responsibility. Use your willpower. Redirect your thoughts. Become a product of what you're offering your clients. Walk in faith. Talk in faith. And serve. The law of compensation. Become great at what you do. Become difficult to replace. Become the best at what you do. And serve from your heart. Don't serve from a getting energy. I want to get. That's not going to work, my friends. That's not going to work. When you serve from your heart, the vibration that you will send out into the universe, God will help you. If you believe in God, universe, source, whatever you want to call it, you will attract everything you need. I created a business from nothing, no money in the bank, $0 and 0 cents, no money, no food. I created a business. And what did I do? I said, God, help me. What can I do? And I heard, go serve. I said, how am I going to serve? I have no money. Go serve, Cleona. What did Einstein say? We're here to serve our fellow man. What are we here to serve for? What are we here to serve? We're here to serve our gifts and talents. What are your gifts and talents? You know what they are because you do them so well. You're so good at something. It comes naturally to you. And when you do those things, you light up. It's like breathing. It's easy for you. Your job on earth, your purpose on earth is to serve your fellow man, your gifts and talents. This is why we are here. And when I heard go serve at the age of 27 and I had nothing, I found a way to go do charity. I went to a local church. I said, can I volunteer here, please? They gave me a job at a church in Brooklyn. It was the Bread of Life church. I served in the food kitchen. I served in their back office. I got to eat food there. I had no money for food. I was embarrassed. I was ashamed of myself. Ever since that time in my 20s, I follow my hunches. I listen to my intuition. And when I hear something, I go do it. Even if it doesn't turn out the way I wanted, even if it seems to be defeat, I do it anyways because I know there's a lesson in it or there's a growth in it. There's a learning in it. But I have faith. What I see and want must move into form. So for me, the most important message for you today is follow your hunches. Don't listen to what the outside is telling you. Don't listen to all those other people's opinions. Walk and talk and act and think as a leader because you are a leader and you were chosen. You were chosen to help the 95%. And it is your responsibility every day to get up and be that woman or be that man and help serve humanity. The law of compensation states you will earn what you serve, become really great at what you do, become difficult to replace, serve from your heart. Your intention will manifest. We talked about that recently with our clients. Your intention always manifests. Why are you doing this? Why are you a coach? Truly, why are you a coach? Why do you want to help others? This is what I want you to tap into. I want you to tap into why are you really here? What are you doing this for? Set your intention. Be clear with your intention. Serve from a place of giving, not from getting. This is what I've done all these years. I focus on giving. I focus on serving. And I'm getting better every day at it. I'm not perfect. But as a coach, it's your responsibility to serve every day. Even if your business isn't started yet, you're just getting started. It doesn't matter. Go serve someone. Go offer help. Don't sit back and wait for the clients to come to you. Everything you do is a seed planted. Write that down. Everything you do is a seed planted in the universe. Your job is to plant seeds. Plant the good seeds into the universe. Serve others. I promise you, the money will come if the money's not there yet. The clients will come if the clients are not there yet. And keep your thoughts aligned with your goal. And walk and talk in faith as the woman or the man that you want to be. See yourself from the end. I saw myself. I saw this Cleona. I saw her in my mind. I think it was about 4 or 5 years ago. I saw her. I was in my other house, and I saw this picture of this woman. She had her hair done. She had her red lipstick on. I saw this version of me, and I became her. How? I showed up every day. I acted like her. I studied like her. I had the habits of her. She's disciplined. She wakes up early every day. She studies every day. She serves every day. She has clear, pure thoughts. And soon enough, here she is. She arrived. And that's what you have to do. This is what you have to do. And you must do it with courage, because the defeat will come. What looks like failure will come. But I promise you, if you walk in faith, and when I say faith, you can't say you have faith and have those negative thoughts, limiting beliefs. You can't, that's counterproductive. That doesn't work. That's not faith. You act in faith. You make decisions in faith. And let me tell you a little story about decision. I don't know how much time I have left. But
you're good, Cleona. You're good.
So I want to talk to you about decision. People say, how do you manifest now? I make decisions. I make a decision. This I will do. This I will have, no matter what. And you can do the same if you make a definite, committed decision. And I'm like, really think about that. Think about decision. It's one of the chapters and one of the very most important principles in Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. You make a decision for what you want, what you will do, and what you will have. And the how, you see, decision is the key that opens the door to the how. If you haven't heard that before, please write it down. I figured it out. Coaching, I've coached thousands of clients. They all want to know the how first. They won't get started until they know the how first. It doesn't work that way. You see, the way the mind works, once you make a committed decision and you get emotionally involved, remember, emotion is the language of the universe. You can move things and attract things to you with the power of emotion. There's the big three emotions that Napoleon talks about: faith, love, and sex. Those are powerful, creative emotions. You must get emotionally involved, make a decision, get emotionally involved with the idea. And when you make that decision and you get emotionally involved, the how comes to you through your imagination, through your intuition. You will get the next step. You will get, it's a map. This life is a journey. It's a map. The next step will come to you through your imagination or your intuition. Once you make a committed decision, this is how I manifest. Then your job is to follow your hunches and take action. Never violate a hunch. I tell my clients this all the time. Never violate the hunch. Follow it through till the end. If you get an idea, follow through, follow through. If you get an idea to call somebody, pick up the phone, call them. If somebody's name pops into your mind, email them. Whatever hunch you get, follow through and do it in faith. Walk in faith. And I promise you, you will attract whatever it is that you want into your life. You will attract the clients. You will create the life of your dreams. So I really encourage all of you, my friends, my coaching community, my brothers, my sisters. There's a mission here. We're on a mission. We're on a mission to create leaders. We're on a mission to create free thinkers. We're on a mission to change statistics of 95% drifting. And I encourage you, please apply the principles that we talked about. Study Think and Grow Rich. If you haven't, study it like a scientist. Get it back out if you haven't read it in a while. If you've never read it, you need the book right away. And get this book too. Get this version. This is the color of the original. This is from the Napoleon Hill Foundation. There's other copies out there. They're not associated with the Napoleon Hill Foundation. Make sure you get this book. This book, these principles will change your life, save your life, and your clients. So walk in faith, my friends. Walk in faith. Walk as a leader. There's a lot of people that we have to help. We have a lot of people that we have to help. So I encourage you, go the extra mile. When you get your clients, go the extra mile. Serve them more than what they paid for. Give them more than what they paid for. Always. And do it with a grateful heart. Do it with good intentions, because you're planting those invisible seeds into the universe. We don't know where the money comes back. That's none of our business. We don't know where. Everything is cause and effect. You are the cause. The effect is your results. Your job is to focus on planting good seeds into fertile soil. That's all you have to do. And show up, walk and talk and act as the woman or the man that you want to be.
So beautiful. Cleona, thank you for sharing your essence, your heart, your just beauty inside out. People have just been putting so many comments and are feeling. I told you all to open your heart and receive. And I'm very grateful. We see in the chat, there's the link to the gift, the NapoleonHillInstitute.com/drifter-assessment. It's in all of the channels, all the platforms we're streaming. So be sure to grab that, as well as some of you that, if you're like me, as a coach, we get certified in a lot of things, from EFT tapping to neuro-linguistic programming, hypnosis, timeline therapy, on and on. And Think and Grow Rich, I have the same copy. But that is the Bible of the self-development industry. Every speaker. So if you're looking for another certification, it's not just another certification.
No.
It's the origin material that everyone from Brian Tracy to Bob Proctor to current Tony Robbins, this is the essence that they're speaking from, teaching, along with the Bible, along with, there's some other great text out there. So what I've told you all before is that Cleona is not just deploying coaches with another certification. She's bringing in and has the best teaching. How do you go and monetize and create your coaching business and get into business and have a thriving and many of the teachers and team from Bob Proctor are with you.
Are with us. Yeah, that's right. And it's we're a community, Adora. We're not just a coaching certification. We're a community. We're a family. Like, we're literally on a mission. We have hundreds of coaches already, and We train our coaches in sales, on marketing, and we have everything going on there. But for me, it doesn't matter what organization you're with, folks. If you're a coach, you were chosen to lead. You were chosen to help others. And I know we're light workers. We're here to help that 95%. This is not a joke. There's a big shift happening in the universe right now, in the world, but we have to do our part. We have to do our part. And we all need each other. We need each other because we speak the same language, right? And we need to lift one another up so we can help the masses.
100%. And look, I wasn't a t-shirt gal until Uprise. And then sometimes I wear the Body Legacy t-shirts. And so I just want to remind everyone that one of the root reasons that we've come together and why Les Brown is joining us in Atlanta is exactly what Cleona said. I was doing something else for Les Brown, and he kept saying, what can I do for you? What can I do for you? And I said, what's really top of my heart is what Livia from Project Uprise has brought to me, and this mission of generosity and prosperity, meaning we get to have thriving businesses and move more of that money to help the children that cannot help themselves. And so we put together, Les said, well, let's do an event then. Let's do it. And so we put together an event in Atlanta, and I just confirmed with Cleona this morning. We're working out, called her right after church, and we were in the God vibes. And and so we're working out the details, but Cleona will definitely be there in Atlanta.
Well, I'm not only going to be there, I'm going to invite the entire Napoleon Hill Institute. I'm going to invite all our clients. We're going there. This is for a very important cause. We have to help these children, and we're going to learn so much from Les, from all the great speakers. But if we can help these victims of human trafficking and learn and grow, I mean, what a gift that will be. So I will be there. All of our coaches, I'm going to invite all of our coaches from the Napoleon Hill Institute. We're going. I can't wait. August 18th, we're going to be there as a tribe, as our movement. You'll see. You'll feel that power. We're all coming in strong.
Yeah, August 18th, 19th at Cleona, the tribe. We're collaborating on that. Let me say that because Cleona serves with leadership. We share a heart in Napoleon Hill's work and for the work in the world. And when you hear the stories of how deep those threads are and how many ways they connect, it's going to blow your mind. In person, we'll tell you that story. But the reason I wanted to say collab is because we're going to make sure you win to. I know you don't need us to. God is our source, and we're all doing this together. But Cleona, the tribe, teaching, imagine 2 days surrounded in that community. We have all of our other speakers. We've already told you about some celebrity NBA players. Bill Walsh is coming. Slutty Vegan, the restaurant owner that started with a $1,500 investment, has a $100 million company right now. She was the casting director for Ayanna Van Zandt. Before that, she's super awesome, super fan of Les Brown. We have Eric Sorensen. We have Rob Cosberg. We have the tax strategist, to Alex Sharfin, to me. I believe she even worked with Russell Brunson and works with him still, but she's a former IRS agent. She's showing people how to buy cash flow right now with no money down and pay zero taxes. We have fun. We have everything in this small room where we're going to be not only thinking and growing rich, but we're growing rich the moment you choose to step into that. Anything else you want to say about that, Cleona?
No, I just, I will be there. We'll be there strong. I encourage anyone watching this, come with us. We are a movement. We're here for each other. Let's lift one another up. Let's learn from one another so we can get out there and do the good work because it's needed.
Please put the link in the chat. Team, Cleona's frozen briefly. Freezes on some. There you are. Yeah, but you know what's so funny? You've only frozen twice, and once was when you said, "I'm gonna just talk spiritually" or something like that. That because that is who I am. And then it froze. Like, yes, that is who she is, and let's work together. It's needed. So, team, I want you to put the Accelerate My Legacy package, the link up there. There it is. And I want to show you a few things before I let you go. And Cleona, anytime you want to talk, you're free here. But I told you I would bring this. But
I love this.
This is my original certification.
This is so good.
Book. And there are notes from 2002. There are notes from, it's the very first leader certification. And there are even things in there like I'll do a cruise with the Napoleon Hill Foundation, which Cleona, we've got to talk. There's a boat buyout possibility. We'll be talking about that when we're in person. But there are things that are happening, that have already happened and are happening, that I wrote in this book as a 24-year-old woman, and you're part of that manifestation.
Thank you, Brad.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Oh, she's always in beautiful poses. I know. So you are part of that manifestation and this movement and this faith that you're talking about, that we're all called to walk into together. Is the most important.
You know, one of the books that I don't have it right here, but one of the books that Napoleon Hill wrote was called Outwitting the Devil. And it was so controversial that it wasn't published for decades. Yes. So Napoleon's family, they were afraid to publish it because it said devil and you know, it was just controversial. But when you read that book, I think the two books, Think and Grow Rich and Outwitting the Devil, when you read that, especially as a coach, you're like, oh my God, you know, 95% are drifting. And, you know, this Napoleon, whether it was real or imagined, he said he interviewed the devil and he said, you know, who are you? Where do you live? And he said, I live in the minds of humans. I am the negative thought. I am the negative atom. And when you really, it scared me in the beginning when I read it. I was afraid of the book. And I said, okay, I had to read the book. And it just set my soul on fire. I said, this is why we're here. This is why we coaches are here on earth, because 95% need to outwit the devil, right? You can call it the devil fear, whatever you're comfortable with. But this is real. This is real. We have to come together and we have to be strong together. We have to lead together and help our fellow man and woman. This is my purpose. I'll do whatever it takes, Dora. I can't wait to go with you on August 18th and we grow stronger together, all of us, and learn from each other and walk out of there with our tool belt full and our faith even fuller.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. I love you all so much. We'll show you a little picture. I know you've got a ton. We have a ton of bonuses here, but I want to just paint the visual, and the visual is in our minds. It's in our heart. It's in the energy. It's the community. It's the connectedness. It's the being able to create a legacy point, jump off point from that space. It's what opens the moment you say yes to something like this. It's what Cleona said earlier, that, you know, whether the money's there or isn't there, it's making decisions based on your future, not by your present, not by your past. It's making it from faith, not fear, and aligning with who you are called to be, and aligning with what your soul came to do before you ever entered this planet. You came with a divine assignment. And
Yes.
Danny Johnson is one of the first people who said this to me in a way that I understood, that even if you take a bird and you wrap their wings up all their life, they'll always have a desire to stretch those wings. Why is that desire there? It's because it's what the bird was designed for. So this desire to elevate humanity, this desire to be a light worker, like Cleona said, it's not to be one. It is what you are. The desire to make a difference. It is what you are. And this invitation is an invitation to come and fuel that, to fuel it, to feed it, to unlock it, to unleash it. No matter how awesome you're already doing, there's always more. And there's still 95% are drifting, right?
Yeah.
So as long as that's happening, we are not done. We are not done.
That's it.
Until 5% are drifting and all the children are free and safe.
Yes. Well, let's make an impact. And it's exactly what you said. If you're watching this, come with us in August. Make a decision. Make a committed decision. I'm going no matter what. Your program self might come in and try and talk you out of it. Just make a decision and have faith that the way will be shown. If you don't have the means yet, the way will be shown. Everything I've manifested, Adora. This apartment in New York City, I didn't have the money. I didn't have it, but I had a decision. I made a decision. I had faith the money would arrive. And sure enough, the money arrived the night before it was due. Talk about testing your faith. And it keeps happening to me. I'm like, okay, God, you're going to keep testing me? Have I not proven myself yet? Like, no, Cleona, show me your faith. Our faith is tested as we grow on this journey. We earn more, we become more, we grow more, we create more. The faith is tested. It's like every step we take, every growth, every step of growth, every new version of Cleona, of Adora, of you, your faith will be tested. You're going to pass the test. I passed my test. Sometimes there's a little bit of wavering for all of us, but pass the test of faith and you will be rewarded. I promise you all. You will always be rewarded. You will always have what you need. You will always have more than enough. This is your birthright. This is why we're here. We will have everything we need and more because we're here to be of service to our fellow man. So I can't wait till August, Adora. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you for allowing us at the Napoleon Hill Institute to collaborate and be part of it. We're coming down strong.
I love you so much. And we are about to be together in Wise, Virginia. I'll see you in person. But we want all of you to come along. Cleona, you're a magnificent, magical being. I love everything you allowed yourself to align and become. I love that you chose the highest version, the highest thoughts. And I love that your life is an invitation and a radiating example to the whole universe of what's possible when we choose, because we all have the choice which heart we lean into, right? Which thinking. And you aligned with, I am going to choose that version of me that my soul came to be, and no matter what. And now you are that version, and there's a next level version, and I'm here for it. And I'm so grateful that that you're in our life and our ecosystem, and my life, one of my dear sisters and friends. And come along with us. And Pam says, one of my spiritual mentors says, God always shows up right on time, even if it's 5 o'clock
hour. I love that, Pam. I love it. It's true. It's true.
You'll love Pam. She called, and she's our people. So
I love it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And any final words before we sign off for the day?
Just walk in faith, my friends. Follow your hunches and walk in faith. This is it. Walk in faith. This is the secret sauce. And you will have it all, and you will create a beautiful life for you and your clients.
Beautiful.
So thank you.
Thank you. Lots of love.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Love you.
Love you. Love you all. Bye-bye.